Well, thank you very much, Jessica, for running that. I think we'll get started now. So my name is Kathy Kramer, and I am coordinate the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and I'll be your host for this program. I'd like to welcome you and thank you for joining us today. This is the 21st annual Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. It's in our 6th online tour. As people are registering and getting settled, I'd like to begin by thanking the team that has made this event possible. First, I'd like to introduce my husband, um, my beloved husband, who is also my IT guy. And you'll be seeing him today drifting in and out of my screen and helping with the audio visuals. I'd like to introduce Jessica Dickinson Goodman, and I'm supposed to actually be sharing my screen now. So let me go ahead and do this. And Mike, can you help me find my screen? Okay, so okay.
What would you like to share?
I want
PowerPoint?
to share, yeah, my PowerPoint. Okay, and April 5, that's it. Okay, now we're back on track.
And we've been saying hello to folks in the chat. We have people from all over the place, all the way to LA. Wonderful. Welcome, everybody.
Okay, so in just a second, we're going to be where we want to be. Okay, it's always doing this once a year is always trying. All right, so here we go. And here is going to introduce Jessica now. And Jessica's actually being our Zoom Czarina again this year. Thank goodness, even from Washington, D.C., where she is right now. So Jessica, thank you so much for joining us again this year.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And so Jessica, this is a photo from last year. Jessica saw this toad in her church garden and told us a story about how this toad, not in her garden, in her church, it was hopping up the aisle in the church, which had a native plant garden outside of it. So I put that photo there. And I have my dream is to see a toad in my own garden one day. I'd like to introduce Stephanie Preugel. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi there.
Thank you for being with us again today. So Stephanie is my amazing colleague and friend and terrific presenter. And you'll be seeing her talk tomorrow, I hope, about how she converted her 2 large lawns into a beautiful native plant garden. And you can see her garden and Stephanie in person on Saturday, May the 3rd during the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. And Stephanie will be fielding questions until 1 o'clock today. And Stephanie's talk will be tomorrow in the morning. And these photos are taken in Stephanie's garden. This is a pipeline swallowtail butterfly with its beautiful flower on the Dutchman's pipeline plant and the eggs of that butterfly.
And they've just been emerging. I just have to, it's funny you have that photo up because just the day before yesterday, I saw the first pipeline swallowtails again in my garden. They go into chrysalis. Actually, in the summer of the previous year, they stay in there all winter and emerge right around this time. So I'm in San Leandro. So if people come to the in-person garden tour on May 3rd, you'll see them flutter around and see the plant and maybe some chrysalis left.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. Let's see. So I'd like to thank the other people who've helped us with the tour. So we have a number of garden ambassadors who are staffing the YouTube and Zoom chats, and they're here to help answer your questions. So they're waiting to hear from you, and you feel free and type in your questions and provide your comments in the chat. I'd like to thank Chris Conrad, Larry Holes, Sundong Kwong, Sandra Nevalali, Stephanie Preugel, Stephanie Ray, and of course, Jessica for helping out today. And I'd also like to thank John Timothy for his doing the post-production work for the last 4 years and his moral support and fundraising assistance. I feel I'm very lucky to have found him. I'd like to thank Mike Azevedo for making the video that just played, and he's made a different video for tomorrow. So if you're joining us both days, come on back at 9:50 again. I also appreciate all of Mike's help with audio visuals over this last year, including doing all the post-production work for the conferences that we held in the fall. I'd like to thank, I went too fast. I'd like to thank Elise Morgan for making the video pruning native plants, which you'll see today. It's featuring aesthetic pruner Leslie Buck. If you have experience making videos and if you'd like to make a video for the 2026 online tour, please contact me through the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. I'd like to thank Stephanie McKenna, who is an amazing graphic artist, a native plant landscape designer, and a fantastic map maker. And she made our maps last year, and she's working on them again, even as we speak for the upcoming tour. So she's like linked it up so you can click on a garden and get a little information about it and the address as you're driving along. So thank you, Stephanie, for working on the maps again. I'd like to thank the more than 250 hosts, volunteer greeters, and garden assistants and electrification experts on both the online and in-person tours who make the tour possible. And I would like to thank our stalwart major funders, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, the Contra Costa Water District, Alameda County Fish and Game Commission, an anonymous donor who actually offered a $1,000 challenge grant for this year's tour, the East Bay chapter of the California Native Plant Society, the Contra Costa County Fish and Wildlife Committee. All of them have provided the base funding that allows this whole program to take place. Many other organizations as well fund the tour and make it possible. And these sponsors and I hope you'll help the birds, bees, and butterflies out by eliminating pesticide use in your gardens. None of the gardens that you'll see this weekend or on the in-person tours use any pesticides. You'll keep yourself, your children, and your pets safer by gardening without the use of toxic chemicals. So let's move on now to the schedule of this year's program. The online Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour will run today until 3 o'clock. And tomorrow it will run from 10 to 2:30. The in-person tour is Saturday, May 3rd for the Bayside Gardens and Sunday, May 4th for the Inland Gardens. This year, I think we have 32 Bayside Gardens and 19 Inland Gardens. The email with the link and the addresses and the maps will be sent out about the 20th of April. So please check your spam box if you don't receive those things by then. This program is being recorded and it will be posted on the tour's YouTube channel for viewing in the future. You can subscribe to the channel to be notified when new videos are posted. I'll just run quickly over the schedule for today. We'll be beginning this morning with a presentation by Doug Tallamy. He has a new book out, Frequently Asked Questions. This will be followed by a talk that I'll give on Mike's and my garden. And then Anita Pereira, who's got an amazing garden in Richmond, will be giving a talk on gardening on the wild side for wildlife's sake. And if you would like birds to nest in your garden, then you have to see Anita's talk. She'll be followed by Glenn Schneider, who will be talking about the Skyline Gardens Restoration Project, which is a fabulous project that takes place in the Berkeley Hills. In the afternoon, we have Lois Simons. She'll be giving a talk on a garden that she designed in Berkeley, which has an amazing patio stonework. She'll be followed by Deborah Underwood. She's a renter in San Francisco on how she changed her garden and why. And talented aesthetic pruner and author Leslie Buck will have a video on how to prune native plants. And the last presentation of the day is really an exciting talk on, doesn't sound exciting, but it is. It's on Assembly Bill 1572 and how it is really going to change the landscape in California. If you have kids that go to school, or if you drive past a library, a city office, a university, live in an HOA, this new Assembly Bill is going to affect you, and I encourage you to stay and listen to that presentation. If you're watching this morning and you haven't had a chance to make a donation yet, I hope that you'll do so now. An anonymous donor has offered a $1,000 challenge grant. If these funds can be matched with donations from viewers, you can donate with your credit card or online via the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, and the phone number, the last digits are 7048, or you can mail a check. Donations of $500 or more are now tax deductible, thanks to a partnership with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance, and you can email the tour or call for details. Okay, it's my pleasure now to introduce Doug Tallamy, our first speaker. We were so fortunate to have Doug be able to come out last fall and speak at 2 conferences that we held here in the Bay Area. Today, he'll be answering questions that are commonly asked at his popular lectures. The talk answers to frequently asked questions about how to transform yards into ecologically valuable gardens is based on his new book, which is called How Can I Help? Saving Nature with Your Yard. So we'll go ahead now and watch his video. Well, let's see, while we're waiting for the video to start, let's see who's joined us here. I'll just be chatting away until Doug can take over. So I see Hope is online. Hi, Hope, nice to see you.
Apologies, I shared it. Was the audio not coming through?
No, but neither the video was moving nor the audio not coming through.
So sorry about that. Let's stop you sharing on your end and let's try that one again.
Okay.
So sorry, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. All right. Feel free to keep chatting for just a moment and we will make this all work for each other.
All right. So while Jessica's thinking, and thank God we have her, is all I can say. I want to see who else. Let's see, is here. I see April is with us. I just met April recently at a native plant propagation workshop. There's Paramit from Castro Valley. Nice to see you here, Paramit. And Paula Shadle. Nice to see you online.
And Mary's asking about the fire captain session. Yes, that is tomorrow, and yes, that will be recorded. And you can.
All right. Are we ready to try one more time?
Let's go.
Okay, does it look good on everybody's screens and we'll just get it on going?
It does.
Lovely.
I've actually written a book. Timber Press wants to call it How Can I Help? Your Questions About Saving Nature with Your Yard. And the reason I wrote the book is this. Now, I don't have to remind you folks that we are evolutionary guests on this planet, and our stay here is provisional. You know, if we destroy our life support systems, our stay is going to be a short one. That's just common sense. Because every person on the planet depends entirely on the quality of Earth's ecosystems, and every person bears the responsibility of taking care of those ecosystems. The good news is more and more people are accepting that responsibility. That is great news. But they need more knowledge to act on it. So what do? They send me emails asking for that knowledge. Now, I've written books, I've given talks, and I still get really good questions that I haven't covered, and I get them all the time. So I decided to compile a number of the answers, actually 490 of them, into a book that again, they're calling it How Can I Help? Saving Nature with Your Yard. Tonight, I'm going to talk about 33 of those questions, and I will start with question 1. I get this all the time. What got you interested in conservation? Well, I was born loving nature, so there was no trick to that. But we moved into a new development when I was in 3rd grade, 1959. And our lot was the first house to be built in this development. And the lot next to me was undeveloped for a full year after we moved in. There's a little pond on the lot, looked just like this. And I used to go over there and check out what was happening in that pond all the time. And in the spring, toads came and sang. I thought that was really neat. I don't remember whether I knew they were males or not, but Shortly thereafter, bigger toads came and the singers hugged them. And I thought that was really neat. Then, of course, they kept hugging them till the eggs were laid. That's the male, of course. He's going to inseminate those eggs as they come out. The eggs hatch into little polywogs. I got to watch all of this. It was fascinating. Those little guys first develop hind legs. Then they get forelegs. At the same time, their tail starts to shorten. And it gets shorter and shorter. And they actually make little forays out onto the land. And when they're ready to come out, they do look like little teeny toads. That's what they are. And they are little teeny. Well, I wanted to be next to that pond when all of these little guys left. I was there the day they came out by the hundreds, maybe the thousands, but that also was the day that the bulldozer came and buried that whole pond. Made an impression on me. The impression was that we've got to save the nature that is left. It was the conservation strategy of the day. Whatever's left out there, we have to save it before people destroy it. But we have to move beyond that mindset. I didn't realize that at the time, but we have to move beyond that mindset because very few of us have the opportunity to save pristine habitat. What we can do is to restore habitat that's already been lost. What I could have done was go right next door to my own yard and dig a new pond and save many of the things that had been buried by the bulldozer. It never occurred to me, though. And, my parents probably would have helped me dig it. So that wasn't the issue. It's just that I never occurred to me. So as a matter of fact, it didn't occur to me for about another 40 years. Question 2, why can't insects quickly adapt to non-native plants? This is a really good question. We hear all the time about how quickly insects can develop insecticide resistance. Of course, they're sprayed with insecticides all the time, and they can do that very quickly in just a few generations. So why can't they adapt to non-native plants and we wouldn't have the problems that we have? Well, insecticide resistance is a little bit different. If you have a population of insects, let's say we have a population of this moth, a few of them already have resistance to the insecticide. So when you spray this population, all these guys die, but these guys live. And the next generation, they're the ones that have mated and laid eggs, and many more of them will carry the resistant genes. And then very quickly, in just 2 or 3 generations, everybody is resistant. You're selecting for particular, just a very few genes that convey resistance. Finding a new host plant, adopting a new host plant, one they've never seen in their evolutionary history, is far more complicated. We have to consider all the behaviors that are required for an insect to find and use an appropriate host plant. The first thing you have to do is find it. They're flying around out there, and there's a matrix of hundreds or thousands of types of plants. They have to pick the right one out of that matrix, and they do it with their antennae. They smell the appropriate odor of the host plant. They zero in on it. So in order for them to choose a new plant, they've had to have mutations in the receptors of their antennae that say this new plant is acceptable. Then when they land on the plant, they are tasting it again. There are receptors on their feet. So they smell it. It says it smells right, but they also have to essentially smell it with their feet and say, yes, this is actually the correct host plant. So you would need simultaneous mutations in the tarsal receptors at the same time. Then finally, there are receptors on the ovipositor that are actually tasting the plant final time before they lay the egg to confirm that they are in the right place. You'd have to have mutations in those receptors as well. So then they lay the egg. This is a red spotted purple laying egg at the very tip of a black cherry leaf. That's where they lay the eggs. The larva hatches. The first thing it does is eat the eggshell, because protein is always in short supply, but then they have to eat the plant. The question is, can they eat the plant? Will they accept this as a viable host plant? That requires additional mutations in their taste receptors, and then they have to have the physiological ability to get past the chemical defenses that are in this new host plant. So all of those things have to happen at the same time. They got to be able to detoxify those chemical defenses and accept it as a viable host. Find the host among an array of other plants, accept the chemical signal that the leaf waxes give off with their tarsi and their ovipositor. The hatchling has to taste the plant and accept it that way and be able to detoxify its defenses. All those changes have to happen simultaneously. They do happen simultaneously, but only very rarely. So host switches, that's an official host switch, they happen, but not often at all. It is far more complex than evolving insecticide resistance. And let's use the monarch butterfly as an example. We brought in the black swallowtail, swallowwort, the black swallowwort as an ornamental plant, believe it or not, way back in 1854. And it, of course, escaped. It's all over the place. Now, it is a member of the milkweed lineage. It's not the same genus, but it is related to milkweeds, and it smells like milkweeds to a monarch. They will actually land on it. Their antennae detect it. Their ovipositor accepts it, and they'll lay eggs on it. But when the larva hatches, it is unable to detoxify the compounds in black swallowwort. So after 170 years of opportunity, repeated opportunities, the monarch is still unable to use this host plant. That's how hard it is for a host switch to actually happen. Okay, question 3, you claim that it takes thousands of years, if ever, for insects to adapt to a new host plant, the host switch I just described. But some other entomologists disagree and point to several species of butterflies that now breed successfully on non-native plants. How do you explain that? Well, I explain it this way. There's a difference between host switching and host range expansion. Host switching is what I just described. You're accepting an evolutionarily novel, brand new host. You've never seen it before. Whereas host range expansion is you're accepting a new plant, but it is closely related to the plant you already have adaptations for. So eons for a host switch, but a host range expansion doesn't take any new adaptations at all. They already have all the adaptations for using that particular lineage. You're just simply adding a new member of that lineage to the experience of these particular insects. So again, unlike host switching, host range expansion doesn't require any new adaptations, so it can happen right away. The black swallowtail is a perfect example. It, of course, is a specialist on members of the carrot family. And apparently it can eat many or all members of the carrot family. They all are very, very similar. So when we brought in Queen Anne's lace, carrots, dill, and parsley, all members of the carrot family, the black swallowtails already had the adaptations that allowed them to eat these plants, and therefore they can use them. And there's several examples of that. But if you actually look at what happens when you compare the insects, actually this is just Lepidoptera, moths and butterflies, that are using native plants versus the ones that can successfully use non-native plants, and this is woody plants, there's a 90% reduction in the number of species that can use them. So this is the host range expansion and occasional host switches we're talking about, but it's very few compared to what most of the insects are doing. Bottom line is huge loss when we allow non-native plants to replace native plants. Okay, I live in an area with lots of Lyme disease. Several websites suggest keeping large lawns because they are not attractive to ticks. The sites also say I should get rid of brush piles because ticks love them. How can I contribute to local ecosystems without getting Lyme disease? Good question. And I'm going to attempt to answer it because I've had Lyme disease 5 times, so I know it's real. Let's think about what ticks need in order to thrive in our landscapes. Deer ticks do not eat native plants, so having them around doesn't create ticks. They do not eat leaf litter. They do not eat brush piles. None of that makes ticks. What they eat is blood, and they eat blood of particular animals. They need small rodents, and the white-footed mouse is one of their primary hosts, and they need deer. White-tailed deer is an essential part of the Lyme disease deer tick cycle. So we have Lyme disease today when we didn't have it when I was growing up because we got way too many deer. Because we didn't have them when I was growing up either. The deer are way over the carrying capacity, which has created a perfect storm in terms of a proliferation of Lyme disease. So if you don't want to get Lyme disease, the ultimate way to reduce the frequency is for us to get our deer numbers way back down below the carrying capacity. I know that's something one person can't do, but it's got to be a societal goal. But you can reduce the infectivity rates of the Lyme problem on your property by increasing the number of dead-end hosts. So there are other mammals out there that get those ticks, and in many cases, the Borrelia, the disease organism, does not flourish inside these alternate hosts. So when you have a series of other mammals on your property, they're siphoning off the infected ticks and infectivity rates drop. In other words, it's less likely that you are going to get Lyme disease if you were bitten by a tick. And there's a great example of that in the South where there are lots of deer and there's lots of deer ticks, but there's very little Lyme disease. Why is that? because there are lizards. There are anoles and there are skinks, several species, and they're all dead-end hosts. So these guys siphon off the tick population. A lot of them, a lot of the ticks will get on these little lizards, and that's it. That's the end of the disease cycle, simply by adding those alternate hosts. But remember, now Lyme disease is still a problem. What do we do about it? If you're not going to actually control the deer, remember what ticks do. They don't run after you. Going outside doesn't mean you're going to get a tick. They climb up on vegetation. They put out their little legs, and it's called questing. They just wave their legs, and if you walk by, they will grab on, and that's how they find you. So a landscape like this is a great way to avoid Lyme disease. You stick to the lawn. It is true, the ticks are not going to get in your lawn. You don't need acres of it. You just need to stick to the places where you're not going to brush up against other vegetation. If you go out in the woods and lay down in weeds and things, yeah, you're gonna get ticks. But particularly during May and June, the peak months of infectivity, stay on the swaths of grass that you maintain in your yard, and you will reduce the chances that you actually get a tick. Okay, plants and animals have always moved around the planet. So the arrival of new species at our shores is a natural process. So what's the big deal? If the new species are more fit than the species already here, then they deserve to replace them. I get this question a lot too, that, why don't we do the survival of the fittest? These invasive species are better, so we should have them. Well, the big deal is the rate at which we are bringing new species to our shores. Yes, plants and animals have always moved around, but it was new organisms coming into an area over courses of many thousands of years and typically millions of years. The rate was minuscule compared to what's happening now. We're bringing in thousands of species in decades. So it's almost an instant in ecological time, and that's the challenge. The ecosystems into which we introduce all these new species do not have the chance to adapt to the presence of that species. Are these new species more fit? You go into a natural area, and this is a preserve near me, White Clay Creek State Preserve, and every bit of green you're seeing there is an introduced plant. It's an invasive species. Because I took this picture in March when plants from Asia leaf out before plants from North America. So it's about 30% of the plants in our preserves, and many of the preserves are non-native. Are they more fit? No, they're not more fit. We used to think so. I even used to think so. They're super plants. They can outcompete our natives. The reason they can outcompete them, it gets back to too many deer. It's because the deer eat our natives and they don't eat those introduced plants. It tips the competitive balance against our natives. So if you're looking for fair competition and the winner should win, this doesn't make it fair. These guys they don't play fair. The baby oak comes up, it'll eat that immediately, but they're not going to touch the barberry. They're not going to touch the burning bush. They're not going to touch the autumn olive, the porcelain berry, and on and on and on. So of course, they're the only plants that are left. This is what an overbrowsed deer woodlot looks like. This is Japanese stiltgrass. They won't touch that. There's not a single native shrub coming up here because the deer eat them all, but they don't touch any of the non-natives. So the invasive species problem is actually a deer overabundance problem. You're not going to control your invasives until you control your deer. This is what a healthy understory looks like. Went to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park last spring, and they had a healthy understory. I hadn't seen one in years. And I'm the ranger next to me. I said, well, how do you control your deer? How can you've got a great understory? And he said, we don't control our deer. I said, then how come you have these plants? Where I live, none of these plants would be here. And he said, well, we have black bear, we have bobcats, and we have coyotes, and we don't shoot any of them, and they control the deer. Now, wolves are the primary predator that used to keep deer under control. They don't have wolves, but the black bear and those other things are enough to keep the deer under control so that you have a healthy understory. The understory of a forest is typically immature canopy trees that are just waiting for enough sun so that they will grow quickly when there's a tree fall or something. When we have no recruitment into a forest because of overbrowsing of deer, that forest, it's not sustainable. So how should I control invasive plants? You can control them with mechanical methods. You can whack them out with a mattock. You've got to get the roots. Just snipping them off doesn't work because they all come back from the roots. You can use herbicides. A lot of people don't like to do that, but used properly, it can be an important tool in your invasive plant control kit. You can smother them. I'm not going to go into those methods a whole lot, But if you want to achieve long-term control, what you really have to do is eliminate what invasives like the most, and that is disturbance. Our invasives are thriving on the disturbance that we humans create in the landscape pretty much all the time. What's creating disturbance? An overabundance of deer creates disturbance. It browses out all the natives. Our own weeding creates disturbance. It opens up niches, tilling, mowing, invasive removal. We get the Boy Scouts to come out and remove invasives from 2 acres of woods. That is a huge disturbance. You have to have a plan about how to get the natives back without the deer eating them, because the invasives will take advantage of that disturbance. Sometimes the invasive itself creates a disturbance. Things like autumn olive are fertilizing. They're fixing nitrogen and fertilizing the soil, making it high in nitrogen when it didn't used to be. Trouble is, this takes decades, but there's increasing evidence that actually doing nothing in some cases allows nothing other than excluding the disturbance. So that means you've got to keep the deer out, but stop weeding, tilling, mowing, removing, and eventually our natives do come back. There's more and more evidence of this. I'm throwing that out as something that you might want to think about. If you can eliminate the disturbance, our natives should win in the end. And that's good news if that really happens. Okay, here's a good question. Should we kill invasive species? Do we have the ethical right to decide whether a plant lives or dies? I think it would be hard to find somebody who did not believe humans are superior beings to everything else. And if there's a conflict between humans and any kind of wildlife, humans should win. I mean, that's pretty much a universal thing, but I guarantee that lions feel the same way, weevils feel the same way, rattlesnakes feel the same way, and so do dung beetles. Everything thinks they are the most important beings on the planet. Now, if you question the right to manage invasive species, you have to think about what you're doing every single day, because decisions we make every day do determine what lives and dies around us. So, for example, every time we select a non-native species over a native plant, we're deciding whether, for example, the chickadee in your yard is going to have enough caterpillars to feed its babies. This is crepe myrtle. It's making no caterpillars. You're not thinking about that. I plant your crepe myrtle, you've just reduced the amount of food for any breeding bird around there. When you decide you're going to have a couple acres of lawn, or any lawn at all, you are where the lawn is reducing the amount of native forage for other creatures. You're deciding whether hundreds of species of native plants could be in this space, and the thousands of animal species that depend on those plants. That's a life or death decision because you wanted lawn. Every time we hire a mosquito fogger, we're sentencing the monarchs, the pollinators, the caterpillars to death in this area, not just mosquitoes. I'm noticing that I'm really lisping. I lost a bottom tooth. Now they're going to replace it one of these days, but you have to get used to my lisp while we're doing that. So this is a decision that people don't think about. You know, do we have the right to assign all those creatures to death? So by not controlling invasives, what we're doing is gutting entire food webs. Do we have the right to do that? That's how I'm going to answer that question. Think about whether we have the right to do this. That's calorie repair. What about the risks of bringing nature into our everyday spaces? Isn't interacting with nature dangerous? You know, if you listen to the news, it certainly sounds dangerous. If you go outside, something's going to kill you. Because the news sensationalizes any risk that exists. But here's an actual accounting of the risks we deal with most days. Now, snake bites, people worry about that. On average, there are 2 deaths a year in the entire country from poisonous snakes. Pretty low. West Nile virus, 130 deaths per year, usually older folks. It's out there, it's real. How does that compare to other things like the common cold? 5,800 deaths from the common cold. Alcohol, 75,000 deaths per year in alcohol. Melanoma, sunbathing, in other words, almost 8,000 deaths a year with 76,000 new cases of melanoma every single year. Car crashes are killing 44,000 of us. Child overheating in cars, tragically, 550 deaths. Dogs, man's best friend, killing 20 to 30 of us per year. Falling, 20,000. Overdoses, the big one, 109,000 deaths every year. Texting, 3,000 deaths. Autoerotic asphyxiation, whatever that is, 600 deaths per year. Hot dogs are killing 70 of us, lightning 51, football 20. These are real risks. Toasters, 370 people a year. Are we going to ban toasters? Selfies, 379. And we deal with these things by risk management. We don't worry about any of these things because we're used to them. Can you guess how many people were killed by native plant gardening last year? It's a risk we really can learn to manage. Okay, why do I only focus on moths? Aren't butterflies important too? Well, yes, butterflies are important. Everything is important. But, you know, butterflies are actually moths. If you look at the phylogeny of the Lepidoptera, here are moths over here are moths over here, and the butterflies evolved right in the middle of them. They are bad-tasting, day-flying moths, which is why they get to fly during the day, because most of them don't taste good, and therefore the birds leave them alone. So one of the reasons I focus on moths is that there's a lot more of them. For every species of butterfly, there are 19 species of moths, and because they are essential components of food webs, whereas butterflies typically are not. So ecologically, moths are much more important than butterflies. They're transferring more energy from plants to other animals than any other type of plant eater, which is why Dan Jansen calls them the meat and potatoes of terrestrial food webs. We can't do without them. Besides that, moths are really cool. And some of them look like that, just incredible things. Others look like rhinoceroses. Some look like fish, and that is not photoshopped, folks. A lot of them look like algae. Some of them look like rocket ships. Some of them look like stealth bombers. A lot of them look like lichens. There's the moth, in case you can't see it. Bird dew is a favorite thing for moths to look like. Nobody wants to eat bird poop, so if you look like it, it's pretty safe. Many of the caterpillars will disguise themselves with what they're eating. It makes them incredibly beautiful, but the crypsis is really good. These guys are looking just like the needles that they're eating. There's a caterpillar there. There's a caterpillar there. These are just really interesting things to me. Many of them look like dead leaves, and this is the winner right here. Actually lives in Japan. It's on my bucket list, but you can't beat that for looking like a dead leaf. Many of them look just like what they're eating in terms of seed pods. There's the caterpillar curled up inside of sunflowers. Some of them look like seeds themselves. Many of them look like sticks. That is the caterpillar. Or they look like sticks as adults. So this is the moth here, and it really does look like a stick. Some of them look like jet planes. Some of them look like skulls. Some of them look like angels. Some of them are red with white spots. Some of them are black with white spots. Many of them look like stripes. Some of them look like circles or like bullseyes or like clowns. So clown, I don't know why they want to look like clowns, but that guy and that guy come from different circuses, I guess. A number of them are looking like wasps. That makes sense. Or yellow jackets. That's actually a moth, believe it or not. Some of them have lightning logos on their sides. Some of them are huge. This is a gnatlet moth, and some of them are really tiny. That's a pinhead, and that's the size of that moth next to that pinhead. Some of them are beautiful as adults and as larvae, and others are not. Some of them have a startling effect. Some of them have two heads. Now, this doesn't really have two heads. Somebody asked me afterwards, do they really have two-headed moths? That's a mating pair, but it looks like they have two heads. Some of them are incredible snake mimics. That is a caterpillar. Some of them look like jewels. Some of them look like that. They're just fascinating creatures, and the diversity is absolutely endless. Do honeybees compete with native bees? This is an unpopular answer, but today, particularly with the way we have eliminated forage from our natural areas, yeah, really looks like honeybees do compete. And this is why. They are extreme generalists. A single hive can be huge. It can house 30,000 bees, and they can forage up to 2 miles from their hive, which means a single hive can potentially compete with native bees over 8,000 acres of land. Now, beekeepers supplement their hives with sugar. So it's not a fair comparison again, because the honeybees always have food, whereas the native bees have to get it on their own. And that means their populations are always high, even when flower density is low. As of April 2022, there were 2.92 million hives in the US, which means honeybees have saturated the continental US 11.5 times. Now, if we assume native bee populations are near their carrying capacity, there's as many as the environment can hold. And then you add a single hive, 30,000 bees to that area that's already saturated by native bees. There's no way you can do that without degrading the resource for those native bees. It's an unfortunate truth that honeybee enthusiasts might want to think about. Privet flowers are good sources of honey and pollen for honeybees. By the way, honeybees are not non-native. I have to throw that in there. If we remove invasive privet from our natural areas, won't our honeybees suffer? Okay, another good question. Privet is an invasive plant, of course. There's actually 9 species of privet, and they're all highly invasive. That's me standing next to a single 2 or 3 bushes of privet, and it's everywhere. Over 100 million acres are covered in privet in Alabama alone. One state, serious invasive problem down there. Now, privet blooms for about a week, 1 week during the year. And during that year, the honeybees have lots of forage. But what about the other 51 weeks of the year? The privet has pushed out the native plants, the other species of plants that bloom for our honeybees and our native bees, leaving nothing but privet. And that means 51 weeks of the year, it's a dead zone in terms of pollen and nectar. That's why we want to remove privet, because we got to get the diversity of the blooming plants back for our pollinators. Oaks are dying right and left, and as we cut them down, should we remove the logs of the dead oaks to prevent infection of other trees? Or can we use the logs on site? Good question. We do have oak diseases. We've got bacterial leaf scorch, we've got oak wilt, we've got sudden oak death syndrome, a little bit more to the west, but they're killing lots of our oaks. The disease organisms, though, are in the oak when it's alive, and the spores can spread during that period. Once the tree dies, though, that's it. The infectivity is not going to continue. So when you have downed trees, we call it coarse woody debris. It's actually a valuable habitat. If you have any opportunity to keep those trees on the property as dead wood, please do so. They are home to a zillion things. All kinds of species of columbial and springtails live in under the bark of those trees. Centipedes live there, millipedes live there. That's where click beetles develop as larvae. That's where fire color beetles. This is interesting. If you peel back bark, you see these larvae all the time, very common. You almost never see the adults. Where do the adults go? I don't know. A lot of species of scarab beetles develop in dead wood. Cerambycid longhorn beetles depend on it entirely. That's what they're called, flat-headed borers as larvae. Same thing with leucanid stag beetles. They develop in dead wood. Petsalid best beetles develop in dead wood. Buprestid metallic wood-boring beetles develop in dead wood. And a number of species of butterflies overwinter in the cracks and crevices of dead trees. Things like the mourning cloak, commas, question marks, all can be found as adults in dead wood. And then, of course, we've got carpenter bees. Now, people get upset when the carpenter bees start to make the little holes in their porch railings or the soffits of their house. If we keep some coarse woody debris on the property, then these guys will have an alternative place to nest. And don't forget carpenter ants. Carpenter ants do not eat wood. They live in dead wood, hollow it out, and that's where their colony is. Why do we want carpenter ants? Because we want pileated woodpeckers. That's where pileated woodpeckers, that's what they rear their young on, carpenter ants. So you won't have pileated woodpeckers unless you have a lot of carpenter ants. And you won't have a lot of carpenter ants unless you have the big trees that make them when they're dead. Okay, question 13. What is the best way to plant and propagate milkweed? Seeds is the hardest way to propagate milkweed. Many of them are inviable. People plant them. If they do germinate, they're little teeny things the next year, and people get tired of waiting for them to become real plants. You can get a strong milkweed patch very quickly, though, if you dig up a small portion of your milkweed. They have these thick underground stolons. These are stoloniferous plants that then send up ramets. So if you dig up milkweed and cut off maybe a 2-inch section of these stolons, it will send up new ramets very quickly in the same year. Just plant it maybe an inch under the soil, and it's a sure thing, very easy to do, much easier than seeds. Speaking of monarchs, is rearing monarchs good or bad? It depends on what your goal is. We want to help the monarch for sure, but people are rearing monarchs for 2 reasons. One is educational. reasons or for fun, and the other is actually for conservation. Now, there are a lot of benefits to rearing monarchs or other butterflies for educational purposes. First of all, you're exposing kids to some form of nature. It's a beautiful form of nature that helps them to not be afraid. It demonstrates what the different life stages of insects are. These are holometabolous insects that have egg, larva, pupa, and adult, and they get to see all of that. That's complete metamorphosis. They get to understand about host plant specialization. You don't have monarchs if you don't have milkweeds, a 1-to-1 ratio there. And that's true for 90% of the insects that are out there. So kids and adults get to learn all these things by that rearing experience. When we're rearing for conservation, though, there are issues. It's very difficult to rear for conservation and not make a difference unless you crowd them. And when you crowd them, it's the perfect recipe for disease transmission. Even if these guys don't die, they could be carrying disease spores, and then there'll be problems when you release them in nature. You're also removing them from natural selection. There are things that are weeding out the weaker monarchs in the wild that we've protected them from here. So you're weakening the gene pool by doing this. If you really want to help monarchs, the best way is, rather than rear them, is to plant a big milkweed patch. The bigger the better, because that is what is in short supply for the monarchs. You will create more healthy monarchs by doing that without the problem of disease transmission if you plant that milkweed patch. Monarch caterpillars on my milkweed keep disappearing. I assume birds are eating them, but I thought monarch caterpillars tasted bad, so I'm confused. What is stealing my monarchs? I get this question for black swallowtails. For anything people try to rear, they say, well, they disappear when they're large larvae. What's eating them? What's stealing them? Nothing is stealing them. It's that these mature caterpillars, before they pupate, before they form their chrysalis, will crawl off the host plant and form the chrysalis someplace else. So this is a monarch chrysalis in my yard, and look, it's attached to a grass leaf. It's not on milkweed. I never have found a monarch chrysalis on milkweed. What they're doing is removing themselves from the host plant because the natural enemies, the flies that lay their eggs in the monarch and other parasitoids, the predators, they find their targets by finding the host plant that these caterpillars eat. So they want to get as far away from the host plant as possible. This is a pipevine swallowtail. Again, it's not on pipevine. It's a chrysalis. It's on grass. So to have your caterpillars disappear as they mature is totally normal. Nothing is stealing them. It's just that you're not looking in the right place for them. Okay, I recently came across an Asian lady beetle in my backyard. I can't seem to find a definitive answer as to whether they are harmful to the local ecosystem or not. Asian lady beetles were introduced back in the 60s, before there were good regulations about introducing biocontrol agents. They were brought in to fight ag pests, particularly aphids. They do eat a lot of aphids. As a matter of fact, they eat so many aphids that they are displacing the native species of ladybird beetle. They're also extremely variable. So this is one species here, but they look a lot different. It looks like a lot of species. You can recognize them by this inverted W or M on the prothorax. That's true for most of the morphs, not all. These are native ladybird beetles, and all of them are suffering where the Asian lady beetle has prospered because they are simply better competitors. So from the perspective of diversity, they are bad for ecosystems. It was a mistake to bring them in. Okay, what are those orange and black bugs on my milkweed? Should I kill them? Wonder why our default response is always to kill something. There's several species that are black and orange on milkweed. That is the signal that they have eaten something that tastes bad. It's an aposematic warning signal. And one of the most common ones, particularly this time of year, is the large milkweed bug, Onchopeltis fasciatus. It is a Lygeid bug, and it can be very common, particularly on the pods. These guys eat milkweed seeds. They stick their beaks through the pod covering the sheath here, and they eat the seeds underneath the pod. And they do it both as nymphs and as adults. And there's two reasons that they do it in aggregations. The aposematic warning signal is stronger, it's bigger when you have a bunch of the red and black things or orange and black things concentrated together. It sends a very strong signal to a bird that we don't taste good, don't bother with us. But there's also something called feeding facilitation. These guys have sucking mouth parts. So, it's a little straw. They stick it through the pod sheath here. And there's a solid seed under there. How can they suck up a solid seed through a straw? Well, they can't. So they digest it externally. What they do is they spit on that seed, and the seed digests externally, and then they suck up the remnants. And when you have a whole bunch of them spitting at the same time in the same place, it dissolves the seeds much more efficiently, and everybody gets to eat more efficiently. Now, people get upset, oh, they're going to eat all my milkweed seeds. No, it's just the first layer of seeds that they can reach. There are hundreds of seeds in this pod that they will never touch. These are a normal part of your milkweed fauna. And if you don't have them, there's something wrong. Another common orange and black inhabitant on milkweed is the milkweed tussock moth. It's beautiful as a late instar caterpillar. They're gregarious as well, and they eat a lot. They'll eat an entire milkweed ramet, no trouble at all. So it's another reason. So they're beautiful, but it's another, oh, by the way, the adult is not beautiful. It's just a bland moth. Another reason to have the big milkweed patch, so that you can have monarchs, you can have milkweed tussock moth, you can have milkweed beetles, a couple species of them. Everybody can be there without running out of food when you have enough milkweed. Could you provide your thoughts on the use of southern, more heat-tolerant species within more northern parts of the U.S.? That's called assisted migration, and I am not a fan of my assisted migration. And this is why. You know, we're doing this because of climate change. This is what happened to the jet stream. This is what the way the jet stream behaved in the old days before climate change. It wobbled a little bit, but not a whole lot. It was generally colder above the jet stream, particularly in the wintertime, and warmer below the jet stream. What's happening today with climate change is the jet stream has gone crazy. It's gotten really wobbly, which means when it wobbles north, then it's really warm up here, even in the wintertime, and it shouldn't be. But when it wobbles south, it's really cold down here where it shouldn't be, which is called the polar vortex. Remember, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there was a polar vortex that went into southern Texas, even into Mexico, and it was so cold it even killed native plants. So when we move plants up from the south, we're still getting these polar vortices every single winter. Climate change is increased variability. It's not that gradual warming that you hear about. And those plants, any plants who move up from the south would be really vulnerable to those cold snaps. The other important thing is that we'd be moving plants away from the ecosystems in which they are supporting lots of organisms. So you take a plant from here and you move it up here, it leaves the organisms that require it down here, and then it's essentially a non-native plant not doing its job. So I think the real solution is to depend on the genetic variability in our plant populations to be able to adapt to the crazy weather that we're throwing at them, keep our fingers crossed. But I think moving plants up from the south is not the answer. It's controversial. There are people that do think it's the answer. So what do you think of no mow May? I think it's a good intention, but it's a bad idea. If you think about it, when you don't mow cool season European grass, you get tall, cool season European grass. And this happened to a house down the street. The people moved out. They couldn't sell the house. Nobody was mowing it. And so, you know, not unsightly, but is it good habitat? No, it's just tall grass that isn't supporting pollinators anyway. If you have a terrible lawn that's got a lot of dandelions or clover or dead nettle or a bunch of other things that actually do bloom and generalist pollinators go there, if you don't mow it, you're supplying forage for generalist pollinators in the month of May. But then you mow it in June and wipe out all of that resource. So the colonies that have been started, the reproduction that was started in May when you supplied food, you'd have just pulled the rug out from under them. So, you know, the object of no mow May is to provide forage for pollinators. We need no mow areas where we never mow, and we call them pollinator gardens. So here's a pollinator garden that is in bloom. This is a later season version of the garden, but it has lots of things that are available for pollinators. You want to try to create a garden that has blooming plants from April all the way to the end of October. That's not easy, but that's the goal. And mowing it isn't part of that goal. So your lawn is never going to be a great resource for pollinators. What we need is less lawn and more areas like this. How should I remove lawn? Well, if you really are going to reduce the area of lawn, there's a couple of ways. You can smother it with something, black plastic, cardboard, builder's paper. You can use herbicide. That's what the professionals do. They can't wait months to kill your lawn. What doesn't work is digging up the turf and flipping it over as if that's going to kill it. That doesn't kill the roots, and you'll have big problems then. Or cutting it real short and then seeding over it. You know, if you're seeding a meadow, the seed is expensive, and that is a sure way to waste a lot of money because cutting it short is not going to kill your grass. So here's the black plastic root. It will work. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of black plastic, and it takes months to actually kill. You've got to kill the roots under here, or they will come roaring back and outcompete anything you plant. Here's the cardboard solution, and I've actually tried this. You lay down cardboard, then you cover it with mulch. It kind of worked, but you see this things here. That's plastic. It's the taping and the labels on the cardboard. And unless you meticulously remove that from all the cardboard, it is in your yard for years. I'm still pulling up plastic from the place I tried this. So I think this is the best solution. It's builder's paper. You know, if you go into a new construction, they put that gray paper on the floor so you don't mess it up. It degrades very quickly. You cover it with mulch of some kind and then plant right through it. You can't plant seeds, but you can put plugs right through it, and you never have to worry about pulling it up. No plastic or anything, and it's cheap. If you're going to use herbicide, there are grass-specific herbicides. So if you don't want to kill any of the broadleaf things that are already there, you can do that. And again, I know people they want to avoid herbicides, and I get it, but it really is an effective tool when used properly, when it's not overused or misused. I think of herbicides as chemotherapy. They're things we want to kill, and particularly invasive species. They're ecological tumors. It's just like the tumor in your body. We use chemotherapy to kill that, and if we don't, there's big problems. Well, if you don't remove the invasives, there's big problems. So it's a cost benefit. The benefit of removing them far outweighs the cost of using them properly. What do you think of Miyawaki forests? This is the tiny forest method that was developed by a Japanese forester named Akira Miyawaki way back in the 1970s. It's getting a lot of press right now, where you plant very densely in an area, and particularly this is designed for urban areas where space is short and you're trying to get some greenery and diversity into those areas. It apparently works pretty well in tropical areas. You get really dense planting, and those plants are used to high amounts of competition. It's a good community builder. A lot of people get interested in doing it. You can plant when the plants are really young, so you're not spending a lot of money on them. So there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are that the plant costs are low. Weeding is reduced when you plant really densely, so it's difficult for invasives and other things you don't want to get in there, which reduces maintenance costs. It creates high plant diversity very quickly, and theoretically, that will create high insect diversity and high insect density, which makes it a good place for other for insectivores to forage. Now, this hasn't been tested. I actually have a new student who started 2 days ago, who's gonna test this part. But these all seem to be important advantages of Miyawaki forests. The disadvantages is that the plants over time are going to compete with each other, and you will lose a number of them. And when I first heard about this concept, I said, well, gee, why don't you just plant a few plants and not have to lose all those plants over time? Well, these are the reasons that you might not want to do that, because if you only plant 2 or 3 trees in the same space, you have to maintain the area around those trees and weed it out the 20 years you're waiting for during the time that this would grow. So I now am a fan of Miyawaki forests. I think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. I often find the expense of purchasing native plants is out of my budget. Do you have any suggestions? Yeah, try what Rick Dart calls addition by subtraction. You don't actually plant anything. What you do is remove what you don't want and let nature plant the rest. So this is a scene from my yard several years ago. I didn't plant the andropogon. I didn't plant any of these asters. I didn't plant the goldenrod here. I didn't plant the milkweed. I did plant the oak as an acorn, and that's what it looked like. This is Ilex verticillata. So I planted 2 things, but everything else came in naturally. How did they come in naturally? Animals bring them in. Things like red squirrels and gray squirrels. He's moving a walnut around. Chipmunks move a lot of things. blue jays are great seed movers, particularly beeches and acorns. They'll fly in from a good distance away and plant them in your yard. Ants move seeds all the time. So nature will put it back. The wind will bring it in. And you just have to be vigilant and remove the guys you don't want. This is a burning bush coming up. Turns red in the fall, so you get to see where it is. But look at it, it's 2 inches tall, very easy to get rid of, but you have to be vigilant. Otherwise, the ones you don't want will come in. But you haven't spent any money. Do you have a succinct statement to submit to my HOA who recently cited me for growing weeds? I got lots of succinct statements, but try this. We humans are facing life-threatening crises from climate change and biodiversity loss. Reducing the area of lawn and using more productive native plants in our landscapes addresses both of these crises. This can be done tastefully without reducing property values. It is the future of landscaping. I don't know if that'll work, but you can try it. Back to HOAs. My HOA believes native plantings reduce property values. How can I convince them otherwise? This is a native planting. This is a Lynn O'Shaughnessy design, totally formal. Every plant in that landscape is a native plant. So it's not the nativity of the plant, the origin of the plant that bothers HOAs. It's the upkeep, it's the design, it's how well it's maintained. This landscape is 100% non-native. These are non-native azaleas. This is English ivy. This is Norway maple. This is pachysandra, but it's a mess because nobody's taking care of it. So again, it's the maintenance and the design rather than where the plant comes from. Keep in mind that our native plants are used in formal gardens in Europe all the time. They love them over there. So if they can love them, your HOA can learn to love them too. This is an all native landscape except for the grass here. This is Pam Carlson's house in Chicago. We can use lawn very tastefully as a cue for care. So we don't have very much lawn, but you can have a tastefully designed landscape. I don't think there's an HOA that would object to this, particularly if you didn't tell them where the plants came from. I have a small property. Should I plant several individuals of a few species, or should I try to squeeze as much diversity onto the property as possible, but only have 1 or 2 individuals of each species? Another good question I get all the time. And the answer is it depends on what you're trying to manage. Let's say you're planting for the monarch. For a single milkweed ramlet is not enough. A monarch, just a few caterpillars can defoliate that, and then people get upset. So again, the big planting is the way to go if you're trying to manage for monarchs. But look, that's one species. It's not very diverse there. So again, it depends on what your target is. If you're trying to help pollinators, massing powerful pollinator plants is often a good idea because the pollinators, you're saving them energy. They don't want to have to move very far between flowers to get the pollen and nectar that they're using. This is where it be useful if you got to know your neighbors. Very few people, particularly in a suburban situation, have enough property where they can plant and manage everything with a lot of diversity and enough plants to make it work. But you can divide up the responsibilities. You can have a neighbor at one end of the street work on pollinator gardens and diversify those gardens at another yard. You can have people at other end of the street have the trees that are supporting the caterpillars that support the food web. So we need a certain amount of space to get the diversity that people are searching for, but you also need enough abundance to make it work. Why do you want us to keep our leaves on our property? I'll just go quickly here. There's lots of reasons. The leaves form a blanket that protects the moisture in the soil. All the things that live in the soil require high moisture. And that includes the mycorrhizae fungi, which are essential to your plant nutrients. They return nutrients to the soil. All the nutrients that your tree used this past year are tied up in the leaves that fall to the ground. If those nutrients don't get back in the ground, you're starving your tree over time. And those leaves provide a lot of habitat. The soil harbors more species below the ground than are found above the ground. So it's a really productive ecosystem, but again, it requires high humidity. 250,000 mites per square meter, 100,000 springtails, columblans per square meter, 90,000 proturans, those are primitive insects per square meter, 1 million nematodes. These guys are all breaking down those leaves so that the nutrients can return to the soil. And sometimes there's pretty butterflies that depend on dead leaves, like the banded hair streak. That's what they eat, dead oak leaves. 70 species of moths that we call litter moths depend on leaf litter, like the ambiguous litter moth or the American idea or the dark-spotted pauthis, and 67 other species and all the predators that depend on them. And of course, it's a great place for birds to forage. It is important habitat. Where do I put my leaves? Put them in your beds. That's how you reduce your lawn. My son bought a new house a couple of years ago. And the first fall, he called me up and he said, Dad, I've got too many leaves. So what should I do with my leaves? I said, put them in your flower beds. And he said, I don't have enough flower beds. And I said, exactly. That's how you reduce the lawn. Add flower beds, put the leaves in there, and your trees will be happy. You can, this is a homestay I did someplace, I don't know where I was, but these guys cordoned off a part of their yard with rocks, and they put all their leaves into this area. You want to keep the leaves on your property that fall on your property, just the way you keep the water that falls on your property. That is proper land management. Will your plants be able to get up through those leaves? Yes, they will, a lot better than we think. Who was raking the leaves before we came along? And there were plants on this continent, believe me. This is trout lily coming up right through leaves, no problem. Here's wood poppies coming up through leaves in my yard, and then not long after, they're up and they're blooming. I didn't rake any of those leaves. Here are tiny little violets coming through in the spring. Again, I didn't rake my leaves. There they are a week later. There they are a couple of weeks after that. They make it through those leaves a lot better than we give them credit for. Can I mulch my leaves? In other words, run it through your lawnmower. You can, and it's better than not having leaves as mulch. But anything that was living in those leaves is going to get killed, including the Luna moth, cocoon, and lots of other things. If you can be happy not mulching them, that's the way to go. Do cultivars of native plants have the same ecological value as the parent species? Used to be the most common question I got. And the answer is it depends on the trait that was selected for the cultivar. This is Phlox paniculated Jenna. It's a variety that was actually created by nature. It was found in nature in Georgia. It was brought in, they put a name on it, and they tested it, and it actually has twice as many pollinators because it's got twice as many flowers. So the answer is it's not always bad. Functionally, a cultivar is not always bad. But we did a study looking at 6 different traits. Had nothing to do with flowers. These were more or less structural traits. When you enhance fall color, add leaf variegation, change the growth habit, take a tall plant, make it short, add disease resistance, enhance fall fruiting, changing a green leaf to red or purple. Those were the traits we looked at in a big common garden experiment. And we found that the only trait that consistently reduced insect use was taking a green leaf and making it red or purple, because you've loaded these leaves with anthocyanins. So the very popular red leaf cultivars are going to have reduced wildlife value. Flowers, it's not as good. This is a double flower bloodroot. What that means is the reproductive parts of the flower have been turned into petals. Really, really pretty, but there's absolutely no value to pollinators from a flower like this. A lot of hydrangeas are like this. It's actually a detriment to pollinators because they come in thinking there is something to eat when there's not. So they're wasting a lot of energy. Annie White at the University of Vermont did a study with lots of flowering plants. And more often than not, when we change a trait of a flower, we're destroying the specialized relationship between the specialist bees that require that flower and the flower itself. But if you want the latest information on cultivar trial tests, go to Mount Cuba Center's website. See if I have it here. There you go. And they're doing a lot of comparisons of straight species and their cultivars in their trial garden, and they're posting results on their website. Dozens and dozens of these. So the very latest answer to whether or not a particular cultivar is helping or not can be found on this website. Okay, does urban restoration work? The really important question. Are we encouraging creating ecological traps that lure animals to their death? People worry about that, and it's a legitimate worry, but the more studies that are being done seem to support the fact that no, it actually is working. Emily Geist in Omaha, Nebraska did a big study with monarchs in private gardens in cities versus monarchs in more rural areas. And the monarchs in the cities did as well or better than the monarchs in the rural areas in terms of survivorship. Look what artificial nest boxes by people in their yards did for bluebirds. Bluebirds were headed, I don't know about extinction, but they were really in trouble in the 50s and 60s and early 70s. But all of a sudden, a lot of people started putting up bluebird boxes, and now it's one of the most common birds, particularly in the East. Big study by Benedict Schmidt in an urban area in Switzerland. He studied 12 species of amphibians. And by putting in artificial ponds throughout the cities, roads and everything right there throughout the cities, they increased the populations of 10 of the 12. The 2 that did not increase were because the ponds that they put in were not big enough for those particular species. So when it's been studied, it really does look like we can turn this around. Okay, what gives you hope? How do you not become discouraged by the task at hand? There's actually several reasons I am hopeful. One of them is that the biodiversity crisis is now, it's part of the global discussion. There was a big meeting by the UN 2 years ago in Montreal to talk about the biodiversity crisis. You know what the UN does, they talk about it and they make resolutions, and we all ignore the resolutions. But at least they're talking about, they're recognizing that this is a serious environmental crisis. What really gives me hope, though, is that the public is starting to recognize that we as individuals are not powerless when it comes to conservation. There's a whole bunch of things we can do. We can shrink the lawn. We got 44 million acres of lawn. We can reduce that. We can choose the proper plants. We can focus on the plants that are going to produce the most food for food webs. We call them keystone plants. These are easy decisions that people can make and are making. We can change out our white bulbs in our outdoor lighting for yellow bulbs, because yellow wavelengths don't attract nocturnal insects. Very easy thing to do. We can fire mosquito Joe because it's not doing what it says it's doing. We can put beds under our trees. So when the caterpillars fall down to pupate underground, the ground is not compacted. They can get under there successfully and pupate. It also reduces the lawn by putting beds under our trees. We can plant pollinator gardens, big or small, and that will help pollinator diversity in all kinds of places. We can remove the invasive plants that are on our properties. More and more municipalities are actually paying people to do these things to reduce the lawn, like Minnesota has been doing with a cost-sharing program. Some states are starting to ban the sale of invasive plants. Delaware has done that. Massachusetts, Oregon, South Carolina, to name just a few, and other states are banning particular invasive plants. So that's an improvement as well. HOAs are starting to learn that native landscaping is not going to lower property values. That's a huge step forward. And the farming community is coming on board too. We're changing the roadside lawns that now line our corn and soybeans and wheat throughout the country to productive habitats the way they used to be. A huge advance in terms of the diversity on farmland. We're also starting to include prairie strips right through the corn and right through the soybeans. This intercepts topsoil before it leaves the farm. It intercepts pollutants before it leaves the farm, and it creates a lot of habitat for pollinators. It's win-win for everybody. It's also paid for by CRP funding. But what's encouraged me the most is the speed with which these changes are happening. It's happening far faster than I ever thought it would. Okay, final question. If you were to give advice about the best thing we could do to support our environment, what would it be? It would be to vote. It would be to vote. Never vote for somebody who denies the existence of science. Never vote for somebody who puts short-term monetary gain over the health of the ecosystems that support everybody, support you, your kids, your grandkids, and all the things around you. We would not have the crises that were confronting us today if everyone prioritized environmental issues in the voting booth. So that would be my advice, and that is my final word tonight. Thank you very much.
Kathy and Stephanie, that was an amazing video. That was so very cool to see.
It was. I was just trying to get my video to come back on.
Okay, there we go. Well, thank you, Jessica. And so I wish that we could have gotten Doug live for this morning's presentation, but he's booked out like a year in advance now. So I contacted him about 10 months in advance and he was already busy for this morning. So it was this video or no video. I really enjoyed this presentation. I hope you did as well. That was some questions from Doug's new book, How Can I Help Saving Nature with Your Yard? And how do I advance? Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to keep going now. You can create the garden of your dreams with EBMUD landscape rebates. EBMUD is really leading the way with their rebates in that it has doubled the rebate amount if people remove their lawn and put in native plant gardens. It's called the super rebate, and customers can get $2 a square foot instead of $1. You need to plant natives, sheet mulch to remove the lawn and build healthy soil, and plant in the cool season to take advantage of the rain and getting your garden going. You can use plants like these, California lilac, Verbena de la Mina, and California fuchsia to impress your neighbors and support pollinators. And EBMUD also offers mulch and compost coupons that are available on their website at ebmud.com/mulch. EBMUD says we may be out of the drought, but water-wise gardens are always in style. So I have to say I really applaud East Bay Mud for offering their super rebate. It's the only water district that I know of that pays people more to put in native plant gardens. So if you're watching this morning and haven't had the chance to make a donation yet, I hope you'll do so now. It takes a lot of time to put these tours on, and it's the funding that keeps us going. An anonymous donor has generously offered a $1,000 challenge grant if these funds can be matched. You can support the tour by donating on the tour's website under Please Donate with your credit card, with Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives. The phone number is 7048, or you can mail a check to the tour. Donations of $500 or more are now tax deductible thanks to a partnership with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. And you can email or contact the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour for details. You'll find our contact information on the website. So I'll be talking about my husband's and my garden and how it was started, but I wanted to start by saying I grew up in Los Angeles in a home surrounded by lawn, perhaps like many of you. And I'm going to start this talk by telling you that I garden with native plants because I wanted to do something about the environment. I wanted to take the land that's under my control and try to make up for some of the damage that has been caused by the construction of my house and for the roads that I drive on and the grocery stores I frequent. And over time, that desire grew into a passion to encourage and help others to plant natives as well. And that has resulted in this garden tour in my current very busy life. It is a pleasure to have lived in the Bay Area for the last 40 years and to be able to be near places like this. This is the amazing Skyline Gardens Restoration Project, which is located in the Berkeley Hills near the steam train. This restoration work was all done by volunteers, and there'll be a presentation on this project by Glenn Schneider on Sunday, if you'd like to hear how this was done. So there's nothing extraordinary about this project. Non-native plants were weeded out. The natives could then return. And this photo shows what our hills and public parks and schoolyards and our gardens could all look like if we just replaced non-native plants with California natives. I find it so exciting and so motivating to think about the changes we can bring about just by making different plant choices. So I'm going to have a little prelude to my own garden talk here. So let me say that we're justifiably worried about the climate crisis, but the reality is that even if we could stop climate change today, we would still have a biodiversity crisis. And insect population have been reduced by nearly half in the last 40 years. And we all know this is true. It's called the windshield phenomenon. When I was young, I remember my dad having to pull the car over to clean bugs off his windshield. And you might as well, but that doesn't happen anymore. And just since we were children, more than a quarter of our bird life has disappeared. Even common birds are now becoming rare. I've seen a dramatic decline in the number of birds and the number of species of birds in my own backyard in just the last 10 years. causes of the biodiversity crisis. The good news about this list is that these are all things that we can do something about. Loss of habitat, introduced plant species, use of pesticides and herbicides, bird glass collisions, and outdoor cats. So Doug Tallamy has said in the Chickadee's Guide to Gardening, by including native plants in our gardens, we can create life, and by using non-native plants, we can prevent it. Hearing Doug has just changed the way I think about my garden. It changed my career. If you haven't heard other talks by Doug, you can go to the Tour's YouTube channel and search under videos and look under most popular, and you'll find a number of his talks. A fabulous presentation for your HOA or your garden club would be to show one of his videos at a meeting. I'll be referring to Doug and his research in the talk that I'm giving today. So this chart compares the ecological value of commonly used native plants in our gardens and commonly used non-native plants. So the number of species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on a plant is important, because if only 3 or 4 species of butterflies and moths could reproduce on it, and they have a bad year for some reason, like it's too cold or it's too wet, then there's no food for the birds. In green are the natives that are easy to grow and readily found in native plant nurseries. The number is the number of species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on that plant. You can see that the oak is really an ecological powerhouse, as 270 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on it. Other great plants for wildlife, hollyleaf cherry, which is useful to about 240 species of butterflies and moths. Also California lilac, lupins, manzanita, sages, goldenrod, penstemon. Doug Tallamy calls these plants keystone species, as they hold the ecosystem together. On the right in red are commonly used non-native plants. You can see that they have little or no ecological value. These include cotoneaster, eucalyptus, forget-me-nots, fennel, impatiens, tree of heaven, ivy, agapanthus, ice plant, periwinkle, red hot poker, Australian tea tree, crepe myrtles, ginkgo, grass, and sweet alyssum. So why not just garden with drought-tolerant plants from Australia, the Mediterranean, and South Africa? Well, we all know that it's because plants from those areas provide great habitat for the animals from those areas. But as Doug just pointed out, we need to provide food, shelter, and nesting places for the creatures that live near us. And if you've read that charming article, The Chickadee's Guide to Gardening, it's in my signature line at the tail end. You'll know that almost all birds, 96% of all bird species, must feed caterpillars to their chicks. Baby birds do not eat seeds or berries or sugar water. They need caterpillars. And bird parents must find enormous numbers of caterpillars to get their clutch of chicks out of the nest. The estimate is that it takes 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars to make one clutch of chickadees. And as Tallamy points out, chickadees are tiny birds, just 1/3 of an ounce. So what if you wanted to support woodpeckers in your yard, a bird that is 8 times heavier than a chickadee? How many caterpillars would that take? So caterpillars, of course, come from butterflies and moths. Butterflies and moths, as we just heard, are very particular about the plants they can lay their eggs on, and what they can reproduce on are mostly local native plants. So this is a variable checker spot butterfly, and here are its caterpillars on the California bee plant. Sometimes people say, well, I don't have native plants in my garden, and I see a lot of butterflies and bees in it. And that's because what they're seeing are mostly honeybees, which come from Europe, and the honeybees would usually be on European plants like lavender and rosemary. And the butterflies are really flower floozies when it comes to sipping nectar. When it comes to where they can lay their eggs, they are really limited. So here you see cosmos from South America, hot lip sage from Mexico, pride of Madeira, and lavender from Europe. And these plants provide nectar, but not places on which butterflies and moths can reproduce. So the analogy I draw is, what if you and I could have all the free coffee we wanted from Starbucks, but we couldn't have babies? We would quickly have a population crash also. So you might be wondering, what are the most ecologically valuable plants to plant in our area? If you go to the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tours website, you'll see the Keystone Species section, and that's where our Bay Area Keystone Species plants are listed. The data used to create this list was provided by Doug Tallamy. Jennifer Durking made these beautiful Keystone Species signs, which show a photo of the plant, a butterfly or moth that can lay eggs on it in its caterpillar. You can see on the left the number of species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on each of these plants. These signs are available for sale now. It's a short-term sale opportunity. We're going to end it on April the 30th if you're interested in purchasing them. I sent out the link to be able to purchase these signs yesterday and today to people who had registered for this for the tour this year. These signs have been purchased by native plant nurseries, landscape designers, teachers, and HOAs. The HOAs have used them to educate their residents about the beauty and the ecological value of native plants when they have been getting ready to plant with natives. So now here we go. I'm finally ready to take you on a tour of my and my husband Mike's garden in San Pablo and the creatures we have seen in it. I bought this house nearly 40 years ago. I know it's hard to believe I was actually just 12, 13 years old when I made the purchase. There wasn't much going on ecologically when our garden was lawn, ivy, and non-native shrubs. And Mike and I tried to create a nice garden, but it never looked good. And after many years, we finally got the professional help that we needed, and we just started over. And this after photo is exactly what my yard looks like now. Because we're garden friends, the purple in the center is California lilac. It's spilling over a stone wall down toward the pond. The yellow is seep monkey flower, and the white in the back is cow parsnip, which is such a fun plant. It comes in and grows so quickly in the spring and then puts up these really just enormous flower heads. Here we're standing at the top of the lot, looking back down at the backyard, and you can see 3 keystone species in this photo. On the right is sagebrush, artemisia. The shrub on the left is a big buckwheat, and the purple in the center is California lilac. Mike and I planted this coast live oak on the left 30 years ago when we were married, and it was a 6-inch tall seedling. And we planted the buckeye on the right from a seed 26 years ago when our son was born. On the right is the walkway to our front door, and in spring it's lined with wildflowers. We'll probably be removing the plants close to our house after hearing Berkeley Fire Chief Arnold's presentation on how to protect our homes tomorrow. I think he'll be speaking at 10:45, something like that. So as soon as we put the pond in, the wildlife came. On the left is an aphid eater. It's a species of the aptly named hoverfly, and this creature is hovering protectively near a cow parsnip. And this grasshopper is on a California fescue, which was near our front steps. And I just think this is so beautiful. It looks like a painting to me. On the left here is our native praying mantis, and on the right is a pregnant tree cricket. And you can see the eggs in her abdomen. And it's really lovely for us to hear the crickets chirping at night. These wildflowers are our local clarkiads, Clarkia rubicunda. And on the right, you can see where leafcutter bees have taken these half moon-shaped bites out of the leaves to make nests for their young. These are 2 dragonflies in the pond. On the left is a green dorner, and it's laying eggs. And on the right is a skimmer. And having heard Doug Tallamy speak, you'll know how exciting it is to see caterpillars in the garden. These are 2 geometrid moth caterpillars, and they're on goldenrod. They're called loopers or inchworms, as they only have little legs on the front and back. So they stand up straight and then they loop over to move. They're really small. Sometimes I'll take a picture of a blossom and I won't see the caterpillar actually till I get the photo uploaded and everything gets enlarged. On the left is an unknown caterpillar. It's on the unfortunately named hedge nettle because hedge nettle doesn't sting. This is Stachys aegigoides. On the right is an anise swallowtail caterpillar on cow parsnip. So you don't need to plant invasive fennel for the anise swallowtail butterfly to reproduce on. It was able to reproduce before fennel was brought here, and there are many native plants that the anise swallowtail can lay its eggs on. These are 3 unknown but exciting finds, and I think that little caterpillar on the upper right that's sleeping in the wood chips is just so adorable. I had to go get my camera. This is a gray hair-streaked butterfly. It's perching on some fescue in the garden. And on the right is its caterpillar on the cow parsnip. So this was my first caterpillar photo, and it was really thrilling to see this in my garden. I was out patrolling and saw this little pink thing, and I thought it was a blossom from our neighbor's flowering plum. And then I saw it move, so I ran for my camera. And the gray hair streak butterfly is a generalist when it comes to reproduction. So it will lay eggs on a lot of plants, including the 3 plants in this photo, the California buckwheat on the left, the California lilac on the upper right, and the rosy buckwheat on the bottom right. In the last couple of years, I've seen a lot of field crescent butterflies in my garden. So the field crescent can lay its eggs on aster and goldenrod. And it was exciting to see a field crescent caterpillar on the aster leaf last year. And these photos really show the importance of leaving the leaves. So this is a very small dried aster leaf. It's not more than a ½ an inch high, all curled up and withered. And on it were 2 chrysalises. One was on the inside of the curl, and the other was on the outside of the curl. And after seeing that and realizing that in the past I have composted many butterflies and moths, now I leave everything in my garden. I leave the leaves, the dried flower heads, the dried stalks. This orange mint moth was the first moth that I photographed. I was outside watching, and I saw it going back and forth from this coyote mint, which is on the left. And then I realized that it was laying eggs. This umber skipper is on burr marigold. This is a pond plant. The burr marigold has these really large yellow flowers, and it blooms in September, so it brightens the garden in the fall along with the California fuchsia. This American lady butterfly is on a buckwheat flower, and it can lay its eggs on mugwort, which is on the right, and on sagebrush. And as I have both these plants in my garden, I'll be looking hopefully for caterpillars on them this spring. I think they're the reason that I have the American lady butterfly, because I have not seen it in my backyard before. This is a common checkered skipper, which is a really common name for a creature that's so hard to photograph. They're fast, they don't light in one place very long, so it was really a day to celebrate when I got this picture. It can lay its eggs on a checker bloom, which I have in my garden now. So I'll be looking for caterpillars on them soon. And this milkweed bug was the first time that I saw a cause and effect with my native gardening. I was delighted when I planted our local narrowleaf milkweed to have the milkweed bug come into our garden. And so this is our monarch story. This caterpillar is on the narrowleaf milkweed, which is our local milkweed. I think the showy milkweed actually comes from the Sierra. So I try to stick with what belongs here, the narrowleaf milkweed. And this amazing chrysalis really looks like something from E.T., doesn't it, with that glow behind it. And here is a caterpillar on the narrowleaf milkweed. This chrysalis was attached to a patio chair cushion, and it's turning black, and it's translucent, which means that the butterfly is getting ready to emerge. And I had been checking on this chrysalis for days, and especially this day, but I also had a garden tour to put on. So I was going back and forth, like looking at it and then coming inside. And then when I went out one time and realized, oh my gosh, it had, emerged and I'd missed it, I ran for my camera and I was snapping photos as I ran toward it. That's this blurry picture. But I calmed down and I was able to get some better pictures after that. When the butterfly first emerges, its wings are very foldy and soft, and its abdomen is large, and it pumps fluid from its abdomen into its wings to stiffen them as it sits in the sun. So the native plants have brought in the insects, and the insects have brought in the birds. Our lot is 5,000 square feet, so it's not really big. But since Mike and I have converted our garden to native plants, we've seen 40 species of birds and 16 species of butterflies and skippers and moths. And we were lucky enough to have Doug Tallamy stay with us last fall when he came out for the conferences. He was here for a weekend. He was, of course, wonderful to be able to spend time with. And when he looked at our yard and I said, we have 16 species of Lepidoptera, he said, oh, you have more than that, but I just haven't seen them. But I'm going to keep looking. So this is a Townsend's warbler and a Nuttall's woodpecker. And I should say here that I'm not a great naturalist. I'm not one of those people who has been identifying creatures since childhood. I wouldn't know what any of these birds or insects are. I just take photos and I post them on iNaturalist, and the crack volunteers there, they ID things for me, and that's how I know what I'm seeing. This is a chestnut-backed chickadee on the upper left, a loving pair of mourning doves on the bottom right, and actually one pair is back this year. They're making a nest on the side of our house right now in a planter pot. The mourning doves mate for life. There's a flicker on the lower left, and on the upper right is a yellow warbler that was migrating through. This western tanager on the upper left was in our Buckeye last year, just exactly at this time, but we were just getting ready to launch the online tour when I saw this bright bird in the Buckeye that's right outside of my window, and I was able to get this photo. It seemed like such a good sign for the virtual tour. On the upper right is a red-breasted nuthatch, which I had not seen before, so that was a really exciting find. On the lower left is a hooded oriole, and these are robins in the pond. The hummingbirds love to come to this. We call it the rivulet. It's a stone that water trickles from into the pond. On the upper right is the colorful spotted towhee, and with Merlin now, the program from Audubon, I think it is, I'm learning bird sounds. So I've been hearing a lot of spotted towhees. Now I know what they sound like because of Merlin. On the bottom are a lesser goldfinch and a flock of bush tits. I'm able to take these photos as Mike and I often have lunch outside, and I bring my camera with a telephoto lens, and we sit by the pond, and that's where the birds go. So titmice nested in our garden last year, and it was fun watching the busy parents going back and forth all day feeding their chicks, and this one has caught something in its beak. Bush tits, with their very interesting nest, have nested in the Virgin's Bower twice, once right outside of a kitchen window and once right outside of the bedroom window, so we could really just see, you know, how often they go to the nest. These nests are made out of spider webs and plant material. And I just read that while these nests are active, the parents and their helpers sleep in it. And here is a mourning dove. It's nesting on our outdoor lights. But the garden isn't only for birds and bugs. Our garden is beautiful, water conserving, low maintenance, and it's just so much fun to see the wildlife that is in it now. I'm going to talk about 6 things that you can do to help the environment. So you can plant native plants. Doug Tallamy says shoot for 70% natives by cover and on the plant list, as that's the percentage of natives that is needed in order to provide the quantity of food that birds need to feed their chicks. So any percentage is good, but 70% is what really, it's the cutoff point for birds being able to successfully nest. Choose as many keystone species as you can, as they are the most ecologically valuable, and use local native plants when possible. The easiest way to do this is to hire a designer who specializes in designing native plant gardens. This will cost you a little money up front, but you'll save money in the long run by doing the job right the first time, and you'll have a more beautiful garden if an expert helps you. I know, because I designed my garden multiple times and it never looked good, and we finally got some help and now it's beautiful. Be aware, if you work with a designer and you want a native plant garden, you need to be sure that the person you're working with is familiar with natives and is motivated to use them. If you choose a designer who is not experienced with native plants, then it's likely that the person will give you plants that he or she is familiar with, and you'll get a garden of New Zealand flax and Australian tea trees and Chinese pistachios. I've seen it happen more times than I care to remember, and people have offered me a drought-tolerant garden, but it's not a native plant garden. You might want to check out the Find a Designer list on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website to find a designer, and there's a list of keystone species also on the website. So provide a clean water source for birds. On the left is the pond in Roger and Amy Ains' garden in Livermore, which you can visit this year on Sunday, May 4th on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. And they sent the photo of this fox, which is drinking from their pond. Providing a clean source of water for birds and other wildlife is one of the best things that you can do. The Bay Area used to be a place of many streams and seeps. Berkeley was called the City of Springs in the early days of European settlement, as every time someone put a shovel in the ground, water shot up. But if you look around, you can imagine how hard it is for today's wildlife to find a clean source of water. If you provide a bird bath, that would be great. To keep it fresh, just rinse and scrub it with a stiff brush every couple of days and refresh the water. The American Bird Conservancy advises skipping the synthetic soaps and cleansers as they can strip the essential oils off of bird feathers. As Doug Tallamy says, leave the leaves and the twigs and the stems. This one is so easy as we can just do less. Sometimes butterflies attach their chrysalises to stems, like this one on the left, and they hang there until the butterfly emerges. But more often, when the caterpillar has stopped eating and it's ready to change into the next amazing stage of its life, the pupa, it looks like the one on the right. It hides under leaves or just barely under the soil surface, where it can remain from 3 months or a few months to a year. And then finally, the butterfly will emerge as an adult. I took the photo on the left in my front garden just now under the oak. So I love this natural look. I feel like I live in a park. The leaves keep the weeds from sprouting, so I have less weeding to do. The leaves keep the soil moist, so I don't water. And the leaves decompose and they enrich the soil. So in that photo on the left, we see a California bee plant. That's soaproot there on the right. There's a fescue in the background and some fuchsia in the front. As I know that the leaves also provide shelter for butterfly and moth pupa that are spending the winter buried in or underneath them, when leaves fall on the driveway, I sweep them up and put them in the garden. Leaves are a valuable resource, so I went too fast. These days, I would no more put leaves in the green waste bin than I would put dollars in the green waste bin. So I went too fast, and now I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to stay here and say that when you look at your garden, try to think like a bird. We think, oh, that flower is spent. It's time to cut it back. But a bird thinks, wow, there's a lot of seeds in there. Oh, Mike, help me back up, would you? I really want to go back to the last slide. Oh, I need a little help from my IT guy and husband. Thank you. But I also want to say, think like a bee. So consider that there's an entire tiny world that exists in our gardens that we aren't even aware of. For example, native bees lay their eggs in the hollow stems of plants, as you can see in the bottom photo. And if we cut those stems down, we're throwing away baby bees. Sometimes people ask, well, could I cut it down and like lay it on the ground on the side? And I don't know. I think it might rot then and like wouldn't perform its function. You know, it's meant to stay upright and dry until the bees are ready to hatch. On the upper right in this picture, the male longhorn bachelor bees are having a slumber party on these dried flower heads of native wildflowers. And I think it is just so adorable that they gather together in the evening to snuggle up with their friends. And a couple of garden tour hosts have told me that they've seen these bees sleeping on dried flower heads in their gardens. And after I heard that, I don't cut back my spent flowers, because if I do, I wonder, where are the bees supposed to have their slumber parties? So it gives me more pleasure knowing that my garden is a haven for wildlife than it would to keep it manicured. You can advocate for native plants to city staff, elected officials, to your school administrators. So these are photos of native gardens at the El Sobrante Library on the upper left, the San Carlos Civic Center on the lower left, and the entrance to Prospects Piera Elementary School in El Cerrito on the right. Rebecca Poland will be giving a talk on Assembly Bill 1572 today around 2:30. I encourage you to watch this presentation as AB 1572 is coming right up, and it's going to change the way California looks. And I don't want to steal Rebecca's thunder, but I do want to tell you a little bit about it right now. First, what doesn't it apply to, just so we're not worried? AB 1572 does not apply to single-family homes, and it does not apply to functional turf like soccer fields or lawn that people stand in at Dunsmuir House when they go to get married there, or to the large areas on the Berkeley campus where students sprawl between classes. Those are examples of functional turf. But beginning in 2027, so less than 2 years from now, and being implemented in stages, Assembly Bill 1572 will prohibit the watering of non-functional turf or decorative lawn that isn't used for any real purpose at schools, HOAs, libraries, universities, businesses, and city, county, and state-owned land. So this presents a fabulous opportunity to create native plant gardens for wildlife in what are now ecological deserts. So this law will be implemented in phases, and Rebecca will be telling you about that, but a lot of places will be scrambling to figure out what they will be replacing their lawns with. And entities affected by Assembly Bill 1572 should really start planning now, as next year, when implementation of this bill is approaching and continuing for many more years, as more and more entities are affected, there will likely be a shortage of landscape designers, installers, plants, and hardscaping materials. So schools, libraries, HOAs, they could put in black and white rocks with cow horns or ice plant or ivy, and they would be in compliance with the law. Or they could put in landscapes that have ecological value. You can help by letting people at libraries, schools, your city council know what's coming up and encourage them to put in native plant gardens in place of the lawns and to start planning now. Ideally, city councils or school boards would require that any lawns being replaced in order to comply with Assembly Bill 1572 would contain 70% or more native plants. And this would do away with the need to argue over every project. EBMUD is offering funding to entities that are removing turf in order to comply with Assembly Bill 1572, and there's up to $20,000 per commercial customer is available. So if you're an HOA, you should be looking at the EBMUD website now. You can check out the rebate section of their website to find out more. And in response to objections that native gardens are just too much work, there was a 9-year-long study that was conducted by the city of Santa Monica. It compared a traditional garden with lawn and Mediterranean plants to a native plant garden, and it found that the native plant garden used 83% less water. It generated less than half of the green waste, and it required 70% less time to maintain than the traditional garden did. And you'll find a link to this study and to this, this chart here in the Doug Tallamy section on the tour's website. You can put screens up or treat your windows to prevent bird glass collisions. So bird glass collisions cause up to 1 billion bird deaths a year in the United States. Almost half of all bird glass collisions occur on single-story buildings like our homes. We think it's like that skyrise in Chicago, but that's not the case. Most of the time, research has shown we don't even know that a collision has occurred because maybe we're not at home or we're in another room. One of my garden tour hosts told me that she found a collection of mummified bird bodies in her fern bed under her window that she didn't even know were there. But even if a bird flies away, birds that hit the windows are likely to die. Ever since we treated the windows in our house, we have not had a bird glass collision, which is just such a relief. This on the left is our kitchen window. We're looking inside, looking out at our backyard. It has feather-friendly markers on it. I really like this as it lets in more light than a screen does. And in the links that, in the emails I sent out this morning and yesterday, is information from Feather Friendly, and they've offered a 10% discount to people who use the code that was provided, and you can get your own Feather Friendly markers at a discount. On the right, we're looking at that window from the outside, and they look very different depending on like where the light is coming from and what kind of day it is. In addition to the feather-friendly markers, Mike and I put screens on all of our double-hung windows. So we got double-hung windows specifically when we remodeled so that we could put screens on them. And there's screens on the left in the office in our double-hung windows, and there's kaleidoscope screening on the right in our picture window. You apply both the dots and the kaleidoscope screening to the outside of the window. That's what keeps the birds from hitting them. And actually, if I was sitting in my chair in this picture, you'd be seeing me like right now because that's my desk and On the right-hand side, right out there is the Buckeye right outside my window. Okay, so next thing you can do is to keep your cats indoors. So you love cats and I love cats, but cats kill birds, billions of them in North America every year. Research has shown that most of the wildlife that cats kill is not brought home. So if you can, keep your cat indoors. If you can't keep your cat indoors, then keep it indoors as much as you can. And the next time you get a kitten, train it right from the beginning and keep it indoors. I'd like to close by saying that native gardens are beautiful, low maintenance, and they require little to no water once established. In my own backyard, I haven't watered in years, and it takes very little weeding. The natives are really lush and full, and they are pretty well able to keep the weeds out. Native gardens are also incredibly fun, as the wildlife you'll see makes living at home feel like living in a wild adventure. This is Nancy Niemeyer's beautiful garden in Clayton. It's the most colorful garden you'll ever see. It's on this year's in-person tour, and you can see it on Sunday, May 4th. Nancy knows that birds are nesting near or in her garden, as she has seen the chicks of 10 different species of birds foraging in her garden in the summer. This is Susan and Bill Teepee's garden in Castro Valley. It's also on the tour this year. You can visit it on Saturday, May 3rd. Last year during the tour, titmice were nesting in the box in the garden, and we could hear the chicks cheeping inside there. Susan has seen more than 70 species of birds in her garden. And this is Trina and Jeff Horner's garden in Walnut Creek. And you can visit this garden on Sunday, May the 4th. And the designer, Lois Simons from Gardening with Nature's Design, will be giving a presentation on this garden tomorrow. I hope that after hearing this talk and Doug's, you'll take the Marie Kondo approach to your garden. If there are plants in your garden that you love, your mother gave the plant to you, or the scent of lavender reminds you of that fabulous time you had in Paris, then you should keep those plants. But if what you have in your garden are just stuff that's always been there, like lawn and camellias, agapanthus, and other non-native plants that you don't love, then consider replacing them with natives that will provide habitat for wildlife. So that's the end of this talk, and I see I have about 5 minutes for questions. So Stephanie, could you unmute yourself and tell me if there's any questions that came in that would be good?
This is a little earlier in your presentation, but there were a few questions about your pond, and I've seen it, and I recall there's a pump in it. You must have also kind of sealed the pond floor. Can you talk just a little bit how you built that and the nuts and bolts?
Sure. So I knew that I wanted a pond because I've seen so many gardens. I go out and visit every garden that's on the tour, and ones that have ponds in them are, it's beautiful to hear water spilling into the pond, and they attract more birds. So I knew that I wanted one. Our pond was designed by Kelly Marshall of Kelly Marshall Garden Design. You'll find information to contact her under Find a Designer. It was installed by Rhonda George of Vortex Water Systems. It does not have an external filter. It has a biobog, so it's got like 10 inches of gravel, which the water flows through. So there's a rock that water flows over and down into the pond 12 hours a day on a timer. Because the water is flowing 12 hours a day, we don't get mosquitoes in our pond. If there were like a problem with the pump, or we had a power outage for a few days, then we would throw in mosquito dunks. And the mosquito dunks are just targeted to mosquito larvae and will prevent them from hatching. But otherwise, we don't do anything else about mosquitoes. Let's see, the pond is 2.5 feet deep in one area, which would allow frogs, if I ever was lucky enough to get them, to be able to escape from raccoons. We have not had problems with raccoons in our pond. I know people in Berkeley, they've often had trouble, or Richmond, but we have not. I see somebody, I'm going to move on from the pond now. I see somebody talking about bird feeders. Many years ago, I did have bird feeders. They attracted rats. They grew weeds. I felt it was wasteful to go out and like buy, the feed. I have no feeders, have not had feeders for many years. And as I said, we've seen 40 species of birds in our yard, and our plants are our feeders. I also don't have to worry about, apparently the most common act that people see when they see birds at feeders is acts of aggression as they're all trying to get to the feeder. I don't have that in my yard because, I've got a lot of space for the birds to go to. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Any other,
There
any,
was a question about, and I don't know the ultimate answer, the bird flu and bird baths. Has anybody, Jessica or Kathy, have either of you heard about that being a concern if people have a bird bath? Because there was a little while ago, there was some bird disease, I seem to remember.
yes, there was a bird flu. So people are asked to take their bird feeders down. I know when there is bird diseases are going around, and that's just not something that I worry about. I never have to take my feeders down because I don't have feeders.
Right,
Always
right.
providing food. With regard to the water, I don't know. I mean, I'm no expert. I would just say if I knew that there was a bird disease going around, I would just change my water frequently. And birds still need water. We can't all like put away our water sources for birds because there's not the natural water source now that there used to be. So I think it would be vital to still provide water for birds, but just make sure that you really clean it daily.
Yeah, yeah, I have a couple bird baths and I find it really helpful. One is a little deep. I have like an aquarium cleaning, those pump manual things. You create suction and it's kind of fun to do it. And I have an old dish brush that I use just to scrub it a little bit because a little, algae grows. But yeah, I would second what Kathy says. It's just like it's also super fun because like Kathy says, that's where the birds congregate and you can watch them take great pictures. I always make sure I have my bird bath near where I like sitting. So
Yeah, that's really fun. Well, I think I should wrap it up now. I think I'll move on. So let's see, Mike, let me see, I need to share again. This like once a year thing is always really hard, just trying to figure out the
and remember all the tech.
yeah, all the steps. Okay, so um, if you would like help designing, installing, or maintaining a native plant garden, you might want to contact Four Dimensions Landscape Cooperative. Four Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. Four Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. You can call on Four Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and you can reach them at fourdimensionslandscape.com or 510-893-1999. An anonymous donor has made a $1,000 challenge grant. If you haven't had the chance yet to contribute to this year's tour, I hope that you'll help us meet it by making a donation now if you haven't already. And now it's my pleasure to welcome longtime garden tour host and wildlife gardener extraordinaire, Anita Pereira. Anita, got your audio on?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Okay. So Anita's Richmond garden has been on the tour a half a dozen times. I love her garden because when I first saw it, it was covered in ivy, and I've been able to watch it change over the years. And next, because of the number of birds that Anita has had nesting in her garden, I'm not going to reveal her secret here, but I don't know any other host who has had such success with getting birds to nest in their garden. And the lesson that I learned from Anita was to plant my fence line more densely so there's a safe thicket in which birds can nest. And I'm working on that now. So thank you for being my guide, Anita.
Hi, Kathy.
And I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, I'll start sharing.
Excellent.
Am I good to go?
You are great to go. Good job.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me share my garden with you. My garden is a native garden on the wild side, a bit untamed, you'll see. The purpose of being wild is to allow wild creatures around us to exist and to reproduce. Just some background, because this is what drives me, and it really, really drives me. You may already know, Earth is currently experiencing a mass extinction of immense proportions. This extinction crisis is being called the Sixth Great Mass Extinction. Earth has had 5 previous cataclysmic extinction events. But 2 things make this mass extinction very, very alarming. First, this extinction is caused entirely by humans. And second, it is occurring so fast that species cannot evolve fast enough to replace those being lost. So the biodiversity loss is much greater than before. 1 million species of plants and animals are currently facing extinction, according to a 2019 United Nations report. The number 1 reason for this extinction is loss of habitat. For more housing, expanding cities, for agriculture, transportation corridors, and for increasing water demands. To these, now we have to add the climate crisis. On a more local level, we can talk specifically about California. California is so special. California has so many species of plants and animals that it has been declared a biological hotspot, one of only 36 in the whole world. 40% of our native plants are found nowhere else in the world, and 1/3 of California's plants and animals are threatened with extinction. If we just talk about birds, more than half of US bird species are in decline. The US and Canada have lost more than 3 billion birds in just the last 50 years. The purpose of my wild style garden is simply to give back habitat and help stop the craziness of this extinction. So this is the layout of our lot. My partner and I live on a 5,000 square foot corner lot on a hill in the city of Richmond, California. The house uses up only 984 square feet, which is perfect for us as we have chosen a very simple lifestyle in order to decrease our negative impact on this amazing planet. We are not next to any wildland or large park. And for this discussion, I'm dividing the garden into 3 sections. So we'll have the front section on the north side, the hillside garden on the west side, and the backyard on our south side. I'll start by showing you the front garden. I'm not sure why exactly, but I failed to take some nice before pictures of it. But if you can imagine a space approximately 40 feet by 40 feet with 2 Eugenia trees, one on each corner of the south side, a magnolia on the east side, and 1 bottle brush on the northwest corner with a few small native perennials thrown in here and there, that's pretty much what we had. The space gets mostly sun. The ground is very rocky and just has a couple of inches of thin soil on top. This is the closest I have of a before picture. This is our beloved dog Socrates. This is December 2007. There was lots and lots of bare ground, as you can see, and it's pretty much a wasted space, and that means loss of habitat. So I got around to changing things, and that was a lot of fun. I had a blank slate to work with. It was relatively weed-free as we had worked on keeping weeds out. I shopped for natives to my heart's content. Mostly I purchased small pots, 4-inch sized ones. Because they cost less and they also are so much easier to dig holes in hard rock. So this is the scene of the west half of the front yard 2 years later in 2009. I had wildflowers coming up. I also had chaparral mallow, black sage, a couple of pink flowering currants back here, and a native morning glory that was going to go up this bottle brush tree. I made an exception to my native plant rule, and I kept a few non-native plants, these taller ones here. After tons of debate in my head about their not being native, I caved in and I kept them. And I kept them because, well, birds go absolutely crazy for their seed. Carpenter bees and hummingbirds use them for nectar. Red does not seem all that common with native plants, and these salvias provided me with a lot of red. So they were my exception. And one other reason is they're so, so beautiful that everybody who sees them just loves them. And so do I. So they got to stay. So my garden really is not 100% native, but it's pretty close. I'd say it's about 95% native. So this is the opposite half of the front yard, same time. Notice the big empty vertical space over here. When I see that, I see a dead zone, which I am definitely not into. We live along the Pacific Flyaway, which is a major migration corridor for millions of birds flying to and from Central and South America. Every year, they fly some 4,000 miles to go south in winter, and then they do the same thing to come back in springtime. They fly right over our heads. My brain cannot help but ask, where do they rest? Where do they take shelter? Where do they find food and water? We have changed so much of the landscape along the way. So with all my worry, I had no choice but to create this little wildlife refuge for them. So this is about 2.5 years after I started. The garden was getting very lush, and with that, of course, came a lot of insects. And with more insects, I got more birds. It was pretty obvious a change. So these are some of the plants. I have poppies, I have a white sage coming up, a black sage back here, and chaparral mellow. Jumping forward to 5 years later, it pretty much looks like this today. This is the view when we open our front door. It's pretty lush and full of cover. This is a different angle, looking diagonally to the northwest. I basically just allow nature to exist and do as she has always done for eons. I plant natives, I leave the leaves, I let plants grow densely. I don't prune unless it's absolutely necessary, because lush vegetation is what brings me birds, and everything else comes in for the cover. I leave dead stems for bees to nest in, and also for birds to build their nests with. When the rains come, the dead stems disintegrate naturally and serve to nourish the soil with all its incredible life forms. I use no pesticides nor poisons of any sort. We don't keep outdoor lights on at night. We offer water in the form of a bird bath and a little pond back in the corner back there. It's just a little pond. The bird bath brings a lot of birds in, but it is a little bit of work in terms of disinfection every couple of days with a mild bleach solution. Avian flu is still going around, so yes, I do work with this bird bath. And one other thing I do is I keep gaps in our fences, little gaps at the bottom of the fence, because we have little animals that need to travel and go where they need to go and do what they need to do. And I don't really want to make their lives more difficult than it already is. This is a sampling of plants in the front yard right now. I have different layers of vegetation, which is really important for birds as birds occupy different niches in an ecosystem. Towies, for instance, will nest lower on the ground, maybe a few feet higher than the ground. But scrub jays want taller trees and higher space in which to nest. So different layers is really, really important if you want to bring in birds especially. Okay, so now we'll go outside the front yard. This is north sidewalk strip. My conservationist brain at least saw all this concrete, and that's all I could see in my vision. This is so bare that not even a little aphid can live on it. So I knew it had to go, and we took it out. So this is 8 months later. We were able to give 390 square feet of habitat with this simple little move. The plants in the sidewalk strip are mainly wildflowers at this point. So we have lacy phacelias, some globigilias, harkias are coming up back there, and seed monkey flower here in front. But it evolved. That's the same view approximately now. Yeah, it is now. It's wild and crazy, lots of shrubbery, lots of smaller plants. The birds are wild and crazy about it. I am wild and crazy about the birds. So I really love this sort of setting because all I see when I see it is birds. Okay. Okay, so proceeding to the west side of the garden. This space is on a hillside, as you can tell. Shady in the morning, sunny at night. The ground here also is rock with only a couple of inches of soil on top of it. So that was the before picture, and this is the after picture. We started planting a few months later. I planted immediately to prevent soil erosion. I planted fast to beat the rains. I also sowed wildflower seeds to help raise the soil. I planted with the deliberate intention of having wall-to-wall plants because that is my strategy for weed prevention, which means a lot less work for me. It also helps the soil hold water longer. Most importantly for me, planting densely is my strategy for bringing in the creatures, none of whom like to be out in the open where they can be seen and taken by predators. Our wildlife will also find more food, insects for instance, when the vegetation is denser. This is our first spring after the ivy was removed. Then a year later, this is what we had. The trees in the background are non-native, but they had been there for years. And I have kept them for the meantime because they are mature and they provide birds with perching and nesting sites. This is the corresponding sidewalk strip. This is the before picture. I had Ceanothus thyrsiphloris, blue blossom ceanothus planted in the 2 tree wells back here, and then I had wildflowers around them. So the ivy was removed in 2008, and the sidewalk concrete was removed in 2009, and this was only in 2010. So it was pretty striking at that time. One thing that's really important about these sidewalk strips, concrete is a dead zone, obviously. And it's really important to remove dead zones on sidewalk strips because our wild animals, our skunks, our possums, and even our caterpillars are wandering around looking for food. Caterpillars are looking for places to pupate. They crawl everywhere. So without these planted sidewalk strips, we're basically forcing creatures to move more and more into the streets as they look for the food and the spaces that they need to find shelter. So just a different view looking uphill. This is April of 2010. These are some of the flowers, the wildflowers in that sidewalk strip. We have yarrow and lupins, poppies, blue-eyed grass out front here. I'll do another fast forward to 2016. The perennials I had planted 7 years earlier had grown, and they've crowded out a lot of the wildflowers. While I miss the kaleidoscope of colors of the wildflowers, I still have plenty of wildflowers around. And I also keep in mind that this style of gardening with more perennials and more shrubs and taller trees helps me with my purpose, which is to provide habitat, places to reproduce, and fight the extinction crisis. This is what we are blessed with every spring. This blue blossom Ceanothus is now 17 years old, and it is still flowering for us pretty much every year. This is a fairly current picture. The garden is very, very lush now, and at this point, birds are not only visiting in greater numbers, but they are actually starting to nest regularly, and that's pretty exciting for us. So now, really, really briefly, let me show you the last part of the garden. This is the backyard. This consists of one unfenced section adjacent to the sidewalk, and the other section is fenced in behind the house. This is the unfenced section, gets a lot more sun. These are clarkias, we've got lupins. I leave it wild. I allow the wildflowers to do what they do. They provide a lot of seed, a lot of pollen, a lot of nectar. So they bring in a lot of our insects and our birds. Then another quick view. This is the fenced-in section of the backyard. More shady, but good afternoon sun. Wild and crazy as it is, I leave it alone. It's less work, and it brings in everything. So I like the wild style of gardening. It just saves me work and brings in all the creatures that I want to come in. At this point, I'll switch gears and show you some of the creatures that come in. This is part of California's amazing biodiversity. So the fox squirrel over here, he's very cute, but he belongs in an ecosystem a little farther east. He's actually displacing our more docile native western gray squirrel. Some of California's butterflies. A few more. You may already know, as of last year, the monarch population was down by some 95%. If that isn't scary, I don't know what is. A couple more. Pupae. Pupae are very exciting. We have them everywhere. It means hanky-panky is occurring in our garden, and hanky-panky is absolutely wonderful because it's bringing species back up in number. This yellow-faced bumblebee is the most abundant species of bumblebee in California, and its numbers are increasing. But it is increasing only because other species of bumblebees have declined, opening up ecological niches that this bee can then move into and occupy. So its numbers are increasing, but it's an indication of another problem elsewhere. This praying mantis is beautiful. She's just laid eggs on the other side of our gate, on the vertical side of this gate, which is what she is on right now. Lots of hanky-panky, she's proving it. But she is also a non-native species, unfortunately. California has 3 native species. I haven't seen too many native ones in our garden, and I don't have any pictures. Birds are the highlight of my wildlife refuge garden. They absolutely warm the cockles of my heart, and I just can't live without them. Here are some of the various birds that come into our garden. The great horned owl was a super exciting event. She came in about 9:30 in the morning, which really kind of surprised me because they're supposed to be nocturnal animals. I did look it up though and found out that yes, they are nocturnal, but oftentimes they're seen early in the morning still hunting. So I guess they're not totally, absolutely nocturnal. The golden crowned sparrow, this is in full breeding plumage. The bright yellow head is breeding plumage. So while I thought birds were the highlight of my garden, well, it's nesting that just brings the greatest joy because this is hanky-panky of the most adorable kind. I cannot identify birds' nests yet, so some of these are just unknown to me. Mostly I find these nests after the leaves of the trees and shrubs have fallen off in autumn or winter. So by that time, the birds have already gone, so I don't really know who made these nests. One thing I've noted in our garden is the frenzy of nest only started when the garden had matured. So cover and shrubbery and different layers really does make a difference. I started the garden in 2007. I did not see my first nest until 2014. Then I saw another in 2016. Then our bird boxes started to go up, and they were used at least once each during the breeding season. Since then, I'd say around 2017, we have had an absolute flurry of nests. Nowadays, we are averaging about 3 to 4 nests per year. So it's pretty exciting in springtime, which is just starting now. So I'm really excited to see what we get this year. So the bush-tit nest, we have had 3 of these bush-tit nests in our garden, and they're always, always, always in our ceanothus. So these birds do not really like the other trees and shrubs that we have. They clearly like ceanothus. The middle picture is one of our bird boxes. One thing about bird boxes, ours always gets used, and we have 3 of them up. Margot, my neighbor across the street, her box is always being used. So this is telling me that there is a shortage of boxes, or I should say, housing for cavity nesting birds. Habitat loss, as well as us no longer allowing dead trees to stay up in our environment, are clearly causing a shortage of housing for cavity nesting birds. So bird boxes, I guess, is the way to go if we're not going to keep our trees, our dead trees up. This Buick's wren is our 32nd nest, and this was last year. So our counts are going up and up and up, and I'm really excited that we are back in springtime. So at this point, I'm trying to document each nest I see and try to take a picture of it because it's getting harder and harder to remember them. And I've documented most all of these over the years. This is one of our baby chicks. This baby chick at this time is just freshly off the nest and cannot fly yet. Very worrisome for me because we get cats from the neighbors' cats. We don't have a cat, and they are in our yard. So it's kind of a difficult thing that I'm raising birds who come out of their nests and then they're on the ground and totally vulnerable to cats. So you heard about the dangers that cats are posing. Kathy mentioned it, so I won't go through that. But it is a really worrisome thing for a lot of baby birds, if not most of them, cannot fly when they first get off the nest. And so they're on the ground for about 2 or 3 days before they're strong enough to be able to fly out of the way. So this is the strategy I use against the cats that come in. I don't know if you can see these. You probably have to look a little closer. You've got these Buick's wrens that are hidden right in here. And there's a third one right here. And here's the little eye. I guess these are just variations of the same scene. So the mother bird had left these little chicks by themselves under my black sage and my chaparral mallow, totally protected by all this quote unquote mess that I have in my garden. When I see my mess, I know what it's for, so I don't touch my mess. It is messy for a reason. So the mother bird or the father, one of them came back about 15, 20 minutes. These birds hid under there, didn't move, stayed quiet, and only got excited when the parent bird came back. So pretty safe place for them to be. Not even a crow could go through this little messy branches and brambles. It's a good wildlife habitat and it's working. So as much as it looks kind of unsightly, I just get the joy of seeing these little babies come by. Anyhow, I think I'm done. Oh, let me show you this to end with. Okay, so
Anita, that was fabulous. Thank you so much. We have time for some questions. So let's see, can you maybe rattle off some of the species of birds that have nested in your yard and how many nests have you seen in your garden?
we're up to 32. Let me go backwards because I'll run through my birds easier here. So the Bewick's wren was our 32nd nest, and that was from last year. This year, there's some shopping around and inspection of the bird boxes, but the birds have not settled in yet. They're just checking out the spaces. So we'll see what we get as the spring and the summer proceed. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm closely watching every single bird that comes by to see if they're going to settle in our yard. I think I'm scaring them off staring at them so long, but they're still okay, and I'm still good. So these are some of the birds: American robins, scrub jay, hummingbird.
Have the robins nested in your yard?
You know, I don't know the different nests that were in the trees and the shrubs.
Hmm.
So I think they have because one nest was the right height and I think was the right material, but I didn't confirm it, so I can't say for sure. We get a lot of them, and we get a lot of towies.
There was a question, I'm just gonna pop in here if you don't mind. Which plant was it where the Bewick's wren chicks were hiding? It was a kind of a bramble thing.
That was under my black sage and right next to it, intertwined with it, because I let all my plants intertwine, specifically for the cover that it gives all the creatures. The other plant was the chaparral mellow, and those are growing just practically on top of each other.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions real quickly, Anita, in the time that we have. So when you had your sidewalk strip taken out, did you have to do anything special? Did you have to apply to the city or notify them or get a permit, or you just took it out and that was it?
So we just took it out. We hired people to take it out, contractors, and that was it. They did it in a few hours and it was done.
That's fantastic. And then someone asked how you removed the ivy.
Oh, so I chopped off the green vegetation on top above the soil, and Paul used his large hoe, and dug up all the roots. Yeah.
Mhm. And did you find it to be, either particularly onerous or hard to get rid of?
We pretty much did it a few hours on the weekends, but by the time the end of summer was approaching, we speeded things up because the rains were going to be coming, and at that time we did have rains, and so we needed to get it out of there in a hurry. So we hired Michael Filgen to help remove the rest, and then he put down the rice bales, the rice wattles that help stabilize the soil, while I went in and did planting immediately before the rains came. So that was why there was a frenzy of planting all those plants at that time, because we did not want any erosion when the rains came. And it stayed up. Everything was fine. We had no issues whatsoever.
Well, Anita, our time is up. That was just a fabulous presentation, and you've just done such a marvelous job with your garden. Can you,
Thank
in 1 minute, talk about the parks?
Oh, yeah, so I have adopted 2 sites from the city of Richmond to kind of show people how wonderful natives are. I wanted just the public to see them, and I wanted the city of Richmond to see them. So I've got 2 parks with all natives. One park, I just have a section, a 50 by 50-foot section of that park because that park is huge. But the other one, Mendocino Park, is a small children's lot park. And we are doing all the landscaping around the playground that's in the middle. But we have gotten so much good feedback from the city of Richmond, from our neighbors. People are asking, what plant is this? What plant is that? Where do I go get it? So I actively see more people planting natives around. I see the city of Richmond being more interested in natives. I sit on the Urban Forest Advisory Committee in Richmond because I want to talk natives and I want them to know how they are easy to grow. And that's why I'm doing these demonstration, quote unquote, gardens for the city of Richmond. I'm also doing something in the middle of Carlson Boulevard, which is a big boulevard about a block away from where I live. The city only had weeds growing on those median strips, although they were poppies interspersed among the weeds. And the city had this policy of just coming down and mowing and blowing everything off those medians, including sometimes when the poppies were just so gorgeous. And it was really hard to watch. So I adopted 4 of those median strips and I've replanted them with lupins and poppies. And they are so eye-catching that all the traffic that goes on there sees them. The city of Richmond has finally just not interfered with my strips and they leave them up and they know how gorgeous they are. The mayor lives a half a block from there and he has admired them and thanked me for my work. And he has also talked to the city staff about leaving poppies growing on the rest of the strips. So I think we're really making progress in terms of getting natives in Richmond and to get the city staff and perhaps city council also open to having them. My next project on the Urban Forest Advisory Committee is to talk about getting natives planted, maybe getting one of those ordinances that we plant only 25% or 30 or some starting number. But that is my next strategy because now they've seen natives, they see that they're easy to grow, they see that the public loves them. So there really wouldn't be any reason to not go in a more native direction.
All right. So let me say that if you'd like to see these 2 parks, I've seen one of them and it was fantastic. It's Mendocino Park in Richmond. It's just near Richmond Annex, and Lucas Park, which is also in Richmond. Anita, are you able to stay on and answer any questions in the chat if people have them?
Yeah, I can, no problem. I'd love to.
Thank you so much, Anita. That was fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So the Watershed Nursery is an employee-owned cooperative located in Point Richmond that has been providing quality native plants and services to home gardeners and to local Northern California restoration projects since 2001. The mission of the Watershed Nursery is to help make your home garden beautiful and ecologically valuable, and to provide exceptional native plants and services for habitat restoration projects. The Watershed Nursery carries plants for various light, water, and soil conditions. Don't hesitate to ask their friendly staff for help choosing plants that will be right for your garden. While visiting the nursery, be sure and check out their beautiful demonstration gardens. The Watershed Nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person, or you can place an order in advance for curbside pickup. If you're looking for a practical gift for a friend, consider purchasing a gift certificate. You can reach the Watershed Nursery at watershednursery.com or call 510-234-2222. So do we have Glenn Schneider with us?
Right here.
All right, good. So hi, Glenn.
Hello.
All right, so it's a pleasure now to welcome my friend and longtime garden tour host, Glenn Schneider, who started and runs the all-volunteer Skyline Gardens Restoration Project in the Berkeley Hills. So there's nothing hard about this project. It's just weeding and keeping the non-natives out. And when I look at this, I think we could have sites like this in California all over the place if we were just willing to plant with natives or allow natives to return. So I'm going to just turn it over to you, Glenn. Now I'm looking forward to your presentation. Let me stop sharing.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to share now.
Now you share.
Oh, so Glenn, you want to unshare there and you're going to go back and share your PowerPoint screen. So
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll give you a long line of different possible ones to work on, and you're just going to look for the one that looks like the first slide in your PowerPoint. And I've got it up on my end too. There you go. Perfect.
Okay,
And
and now
click
slideshow.
perfect. And then click one more time. And then
From
there you go.
start.
Play from start. You got it. All good.
How we doing? Okay.
Doing great. Ready to go.
Okay, Kathy, in terms of timing, do you want me to try to, allow 5 minutes for questions and be done by 1? Is that the plan?
You do, we're running a little bit over, but it's okay. Just do your regular presentation as you had planned, and we'll have time for questions after.
Okie doke. All right. Yeah. Well, first of all, let me say hi to everybody who's on the Zoom here today, and thank you. I mean, Doug's talk was just great. He is so concise, and I mean, it just blows my mind to hear him every time. So that was wonderful. And Kathy, thank you for sharing about your garden, and Anita about your garden. So this is going to go take it into the wildlands and do a more large scale restoration. So. The principles are the same, but it requires some different approaches. So I'm going to go through where this project is located. It's above the Caldecott Tunnel in the Berkeley Hills. Some of our methods that we use, and then show some before and after pictures, and hopefully have a little time left over for questions and answers. So first of all, this is a project of the California Native Plant Society East Bay chapter. You should all join. And it's in partnership with EBMUD because we work on EBMUD watershed, which is where a lot of our water comes from, that probably most of the people on this Zoom here this morning get their water from the watershed. So a couple of slides just to show you where we are. So the area, we have Chris and Skyline Gardens, and it's not so much because it's gardens like in our urban areas, but it's in the spirit of John Muir when he would say, that was one of the most beautiful alpine gardens that I ever saw. So this is an area that happens to be naturally very diverse. It's right along the ridge in the High Ridge volcanic area. The volcanic area runs from Inspiration Point in Tilden Park down south through Sibley. It's about 4 miles long and about a half a mile wide. And so all of our plant material that we use in restoration, in a good restoration project, it's all local. So we only use local seeds and cuttings from that little, basically 2 square mile area to preserve the genetic diversity. So if you look here, here's Lake Temescal here. Here is Highway 24. This is looking north. This is the Caldecott Tunnel. And Skyline Gardens is right up on the ridge. And I won't go into a lot of this, but this dark reddish color, this is all volcanic layers that were laid down about 10 million years ago. And then they were pushed up to vertical because of the collision of the continents. So it's very steep up there. Volcanic rock is very hard. It's like granite. And so it's a little kingdom all of its own. And in terms of another map to show you where we are, this is the Skyline Trail, the East Bay Skyline Trail, which goes all the way from Richmond down to Castro Valley, goes through this area. It's kind of the anchor of the area. So here's Tilden steam trains up here, and the Skyline Trail goes south from Tilden steam trains down along the trail here. And it goes all the way down to a big water tank, EBMUD water tank. That's about a mile of the trail. And then it descends low. It crosses Fish Ranch Road. It goes all the way over to Sibley and, on and on and on. So the interesting thing is this area is so botanically diverse. It's what caught my heart. And I've been a lifelong landscaper working with native plants. So I met this area about 30 years ago when I was doing a hike with my daughter, who was 11 that year. And so since then, this is from Cal Flora. So all of these blue dots all along this trail, and this is a public trail. It's open. You don't need a permit. It's EBMUD property, but you don't need their special permit. This is open to the public, just like any other park trail. And each blue dot represents a different species of native plants. And the reddish dots or pink fuchsia dots represent a grove. So this would be like leatherwood or something like that in there. So in this 1.25 mile stretch, there are over 170 species of native plants. and about 70 of them are on our East Bay CNPS list of rare and unusual plants for the area. So it's a Noah's Ark of native plants. And really, really worth visiting. Some of the best trillium is in flower right up in here now. And anyway, it's special and it won our hearts, and we want to make it more special. So here's some of the just a smattering of what you'll see there. And thanks to Kathy for these pictures and putting this montage together. So this is our Western Columbine here, and buttercups and blue dicks and our wood fern. And then this is a cow parsnips or lace plant, baby blue eyes, checker mallow, fiddlenecks, down here, blue dicks and poppies, woolly mule's ears, Indian paintbrush or paintbrush, tidy tips, silver bush lupin. So those are just some of the highlights of the area. And then it's not all sunlight and wildflowers. As you can see, there are vast areas along this ridge that are heavily colonized by invasive plants. And the invasives in the wildlands are predominantly annual grasses from Europe. So this is a lot of wild oats and bromes here. There's also Italian thistle and mustard and hemlock and just a witch's brew of nasty native plants. And so in a wild area, we're working about 4 acres there. It's not practical, and it wouldn't be ecologically appropriate to try to mulch or do any of those urban techniques. So what we have to do is exhaust the seed bank of the weedy grasses and bromes and thistles in the soil. And that takes at least 3 years. So very few people have ever tried to restore our meadowlands and grasslands because the job is so daunting and it takes a long time. But with volunteer help and good planning, and we go out twice a week, so we go out 100 times a year, and lots of volunteers, many hands. We call it the work of the ants, and you'll see why in a while. So this is what we started with in this big swale area, and I'm going to take you through the process of several years here. The first thing I want to just reference a little bit on keys to restoration, and this is wildland restoration, but these principles also apply to home gardens. They're the same. So let's start out with the definition of ecological restoration. Ecological restoration is the process of assisting the recovery of an ecosystem that has been degraded, damaged, or destroyed. So we're assisting the recovery of an ecosystem. We're not doing all the work ourselves. We're trying to remove the invasives and give the natives a chance to recolonize on their own and build the kind of ecosystem that is appropriate for those particular areas. And where we're working, we have north slopes, south slopes, rocky slopes, deep soil. So we have a lot of different ecosystems and a lot of different ecotones. So here's the basics that I think. You have to learn your rainfall. You have to learn your soil situation. You have to learn the plants, the natives and the weeds. If you're going to weed in a wildland area, you just have to know what the natives look like and what they look like when they're really small. And you have to know what the weeds look like. And because it's the best way to learn the plants, I think, is to come out, get on your hands and knees, and decide who stays and who goes. So it's joyous work, and it's a great way to learn. Then those are the factors. And then number 4 here, you learn the ecosystems and the variations you're trying to restore. I mentioned a little bit about that. Slope and aspect. We all know that a south slope is going to be different than a north slope. The north slopes tend to be woody. The south slopes tend to be either brush, chaparral, scrub, or open rocky areas. And then the other part of here is called reference areas. So in a picture like this one here, in this whole local area, well, there were a couple of native plants. There was silver bush lupin there. There were a few soaproot. There was a few asters. That was about it. Oh, and a clump of poison oak, and of course, bay trees and live oaks surrounding the area. And so it's not so easy necessarily to look in restoration and see, well, what are we aiming at? What's our general concept of what our goal is? In other words, if this area really wants to be a woodland, then then we need to be, working with that in mind. If it's a natural meadow, which we believe it is, and then that's a whole different thing, because we're not going to favor woody plants, and we're going to suppress, like if the coyote brush starts to move in, we're going to suppress that. So that's reference areas. Or we go around and we look for areas in our zone, in this high ridge volcanic area, that have a high concentration of native plants. And we find some, they're mostly on East Bay mud property, some are in the parks. And we say, oh, okay, that's the menu. And then we look at another area that's a little different, that's the menu. And we gradually build a composite sense of what this area could look like when it's fully restored. Then we make a plan, what's the general concept? That we use the Bradley method, which is comes from Australia. And it says if you're doing restoration, start from areas of good concentration of native plants and clean those up and work outward. Don't go to an area that has no native plants and you're starting from scratch in a wildland restoration. It's too hard and it may not work. So we use that. And then there's, of course, the weed removal and the establishment of natives, which I'll go through in the presentation here. So we've developed a 3-year grid. And again, I won't belabor this too much, but in the whole strategy is to prevent the invasives from making seeds. And we use a lot of methods. So first, when we start off, we'll go in and we'll mow and we'll rake off a whole hillside area. And then when the rains come, we'll likely spray that with vinegar, which is a good weed killer, non-toxic, organic, very safe to use. We'll spray that. And then we'll hand weed and spring mow in that first season. And the whole goal of the first season is just to prevent any new seeds from happening. There's still a lot of seed bank in the soil. So year 2, we exhaust the seed bank. We may spray again, we hand weed, we mow. And in year 3, we start sowing and planting natives. So this takes a long time and a lot of patience, but it has a big payoff. So anyway, here we go. Okay, so we've mowed with electric battery-powered weed eaters on the slope here. Now we're raking off all that thatch because there's a lot of seeds in there, and we want to expose the soil so that we can see the weeds when they come up and we can spray them out. This is that slope when it's been mowed and raked. You can see right here the berm. We just leave that there. It would be too hard to take it off, and then we've cut a little trail for access there, and then we come in with a vinegar spray, and this is a slightly different site, but this shows on the left, this is 5 days after vinegar spray. On the right, not sprayed. So you can see that vinegar's pretty effective. It's not perfect. It gets the broadleaf weeds better than the grasses. With the grasses, you sometimes have to come back with other methods.
Glenn, could I just ask you to talk about the vinegar for a moment more with
Yeah.
the soap or the surfactant that you put in it, and what strength of vinegar it is? Like for the average person, they can just get it at their grocery store, right?
Right, yeah. You just white distilled vinegar that you buy at the supermarket in a jug is usually 5 or 6% acetic acid, and that's fine. That's basically what we use. We use a horticultural grade that we dilute down to 5 or 6. So you can go to Costco and buy 2 months vinegar or 4 months vinegar and use that straight out, and use a pump sprayer. Does that answer your question?
Well, I know that when I've worked with you, we also added dish soap.
Oh yeah, you need what's called a spreader sticker or a surfactant, and just for a gallon of liquid, maybe like a tablespoon of just ordinary dishwashing liquid, it just stops bubbles from forming, and it smooths it out over the leaf, so you get a really good contact.
That's it. Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, so this is Italian thistle. This was actually in February. This is 3 days after this one was sprayed, and this is a fresh one dug up. You can see it's very good on some of these things you'd think would really hard to control, but actually it's not. So we've now gone through a year of mowing and raking and spraying and hand weeding, and isn't that beautiful? This is in the summertime of that weedy hillside. Okay, we have a few Silverlopin here. We have a few asters, and then that's basically what was here. And so to me, this is perfect. No weeds made new seeds, and we survived the first year, and that was wonderful. And now I don't have a picture of the second year, but we're going to go into the third year, And we're going to look at this swale area from up above, and we're looking down. That's the swale down there. And you can see, okay, it's starting to look interesting down there. And then we're looking now from the top side, and look, so many silver lupin have come in, and the poppies have expanded, and the tidy tips we brought over from over the hill on Bulmer Peak are starting to expand. And this is the full view here. So this is 3 years from the early mowing and raking. We started in year 2020 when COVID hit. We had a lot of time on our hands. People wanted to be outside. We took on a big project, and this is what happened in 3 years. So you can imagine if we're getting these kinds of results, the volunteers want to come back and we want more. And this is the before picture over here, this grassy area. See, this is in the springtime. So people think this is normal California. Well, it's not. This is as Doug Tallamy said, this is the cancer, and the vinegar and all the mowing and raking, that's the chemotherapy. We hopefully only have to do that once. So going through some of the main native plants that have really thrived up there. This is our silver bush lupin. These are tidy tips. You know, I mean, those just win my heart every time I look at them. And this is a woolly mule's ears with a little native bumblebee there. That's the black-tailed bumblebee. Interestingly enough, on the woolly mule's ears, they take 4 years to flower from seed. They're perennials and they're very long-lived. So we planted those actually in year 1 because I knew that they would take. And last year was year 4, and they started blooming everywhere. And my God, isn't that a thrill? And just adds to the diversity and the overall look. It makes it look wild, and it makes it look really settled. They're just wonderful plants. Now, want to get to so who does all this work? You know, all this wonderful, glorious, loving restoration work. Well, this is the work of volunteers. We call it the work of the ants. We each have 2 hands, and this is something that appeals to people who like to pull weeds, like to encourage biodiversity, want to do something positive. And so this is just a weeding session where we have our buckets and we're carefully going through. And this is in about year 2 or 3 of another section. But just to show you, we'll have 15 to 20 people out. In this year, we've been averaging about 35 people a week coming out for a 3-hour shift. We hope to actually work for 2 hours. And then, you know, truth to tell, we're actually a snack club, you know, and we're just posing as environmentalists. And so one of our members whose family comes from Korea brought out beautiful acorn noodles from Korea, all dressed up with spicy Korean foods. And another one brought pesto made from yampa, which is the native, parsley-like thing and the food plant for the parsley swallowtail. So we actually just do this so we can have a snack time at the end. Anyway, so I want to just say something about the volunteers, because you don't need to know anything to come out. We'll train you on the job. And as I say, the best way to learn your native plants is to get out on your hands and knees and start pulling weeds, because you have to make lots of decisions. And so I want to go through just one of our volunteers who started as a regular volunteer and just blossomed. And this is Cynthia here, okay? Now, Cynthia worked for EBMUD, and she came to a presentation I did downtown. She grew up in Eureka. She's a geology major and worked in environmental compliance for EBMUD. She started coming out. And while we were doing the big swell, she said, you know, there's a little area, little promontory that really speaks to me. Can I work that on my own? And we said, wonderful, yes, we'll support you, and all the rest of that. Well, Cynthia took to it. So there's her holding our weed eater high after she's mowed the area. And then we raked it, and then we sprayed it, and you can see where it was sprayed here and where it was not sprayed. We call this the wetting spot. It's a promontory that kind of looks out. This is Fish Ranch Road down here, and this is the bay over here and the Santa Cruz Mountains. It would be a wonderful place for a wedding because it has that kind of feeling. And for those of you who have come from some religious traditions, this is where the choirs of angels will come down and pick you up and lift you up to the glory days. So it's a special spot. This was only year 1. Okay, we don't have year 2, year 3. Here is Cynthia, and look at the difference. You know, look at the difference. Look at the difference. You know, this is the fall of year one, and this is the spring after year one, and then this is year three, and there's Cynthia in all her glory. And look, see, the mulesers we planted 3 years ago are coming up, and poppies, they were all native to site. All the native bunch grasses, they were native to site. We did bring in tidy tips because they were doing well in the swale. There's baby blue eyes. And so it's just, it's, I think many people on the tour, Kathy, and maybe on this Zoom tour today, have seen this kind of transformation in their gardens. And it can also happen in the wildlands if with good common sense and diligence. And here's a little close-up of one space. So we've got goldfields reestablished, and this is in the third year now. So we bring in seeds from, again, other side of Ulmer Peak on EBMUD watershed, little patch of them. We brought them over. First year we had a few plants. Second year it got bigger. Third year it's bigger, and now we're seeing little colonies move out. And in the middle is this beautiful chia, which is around up in the hills in places. Loves it, the silver bush lupin. So this is the kind of thing that can happen. And just to say about Cynthia, so she learned so much in her, I mean, she had a good aptitude for plants, but she learned so much in her first several years that she became the chair of the rare plants for our East Bay CNPS. She became vice president of CNPS. And, and she credits it to the experience she had at Skyline Gardens, learning, being around like-minded people, building a community and having a lot of good snacks. Okay. So what's next? Yeah, this is a little rundown of what we did in 2023, 110 work days. So going out twice a week, 1,177 volunteer shifts. That means you come out for 3 hours, you work for 2, and you snack for a half an hour. Okay, 3,531 hours on site. When this was done, we expected to reach 4,050 hours on site in 2024. We actually reached 4,200. And this year, we're probably on track to increase that by another 20%. So this project is successful. It's gotten the attention of a lot of other people. And so there are other meadow restoration projects happening now. And so over at Sibley Meadow, we're helping to get a project started. Kathy and others have been over there already. They're in year one of starting a meadow restoration project right at Sibley Regional Park, very near where the main parking area is. And that got the attention of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, who own a lot of the land in Sunol Regional Park, and they want to do a meadow restoration project down there. And we had a big meeting a couple weeks ago, and tomorrow, Monday morning at 10 o'clock, we're having a Zoom call with the leadership there and regional parks, because it's regional parks area, but it's actually land that's owned by the San Francisco PUC because they have reservoirs down there. So we're going to do a big meadow project there as well. So anyway, I've told Kathy my personal goal is in the next 3 to 4 years that we get 5 projects started in the parks areas. We got 2 and possibly 1 happening up at Pinole. So the main value, I think, of what we've done, besides it's beautiful, is we've proven we can restore these really tough, weedy grassland areas at a large scale. This is a little bit on Sibley here, and then I'll just wrap this up. So their meadow had a lot of brush. It was a good meadow area, a lot of native plants, 74 species to be exact. But the coyote brush was starting to encroach. And so they had crews come in, take up the brush, and then volunteers come in with their buckets, and guess what? Pull weeds, pull weeds, pull weeds. And there's a crew from one of our work days there. They go out once or twice a month. And so the big deal here is volunteer. Come on out. It's so much fun. It's so fulfilling. It's a good way to learn. These projects are good from top to bottom. There's just nothing negative about any of it. It's just so positive and so fulfilling. So we're at skylinegardens.org. There's a volunteer click. Kathy had a button in the write up here for Sibley. You can go to Sibley at eastbayparks.org, and they have a sign up system there for regional parks. And yeah. So that's it. So Kathy, I have a couple of minutes after 1, so we can take questions for as long as it keeps the whole train on time.
Okay, good. So that was fantastic, Glenn. Thank you so much. And I want to say I volunteered with Glenn, and it was just so satisfying. Even if you think, I could be at home volunteer, weeding in my own garden, which I could be. There was something so extraordinarily satisfying about doing a task that was bigger than myself. Like I could be weeding my own garden, but when I went out to this spot that working with other people on a project that wasn't just for me, it was really it struck a chord. Um, and I want to say too that the people who are regular volunteers at Skyline Gardens have just developed such a sense of friendship and camaraderie and goodwill. Like it really was a marvelous experience being there.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. And we've gotten to know each other pretty well. We know our strengths and weaknesses and our foibles and our phobias, and we have a lot of one-upsmanship on making puns and telling good jokes and lovingly teasing each other. Okay.
If you forget these websites later, you can just Google Skyline Gardens Restoration Project and you'll get to a website and there's a contact me area there. So some questions, Glenn. Let me see, I want to start with, you mentioned join CNPS, and I want to say that in the links I sent out this morning and yesterday, CNPS is offering a discount, a 40% discount for new members that join CNPS, and new members would also be entered in a drawing to win a free front yard garden design from Kelly Marshall. Let's see. So can you tell us, like, when do the Skyliners go out and when do the Sibley volunteers go out?
Okay, Skyline Gardens, we go out every week, twice a week, Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock from 2 to 5, plus snacks, which is optional, and Sunday morning, 9:30 to 12:30, and then snack time, which is optional.
There was a question about like the plant, like I think it was like what percent of plants did you bring in, or what percent of seeds did you bring in, and what was there on site, even though it was clearly a very weedy site when you started?
Well, let me see how to answer that in a simple way. So the whole Skyline Gardens area from Tilden Plains down to Highway 24 is about 250 acres. And we have exhaustively inventoried that. We've been up every creek, every rock, everything, and we're at about 295 species of native plants in that whole area. And that makes it the most biodiverse, plant diverse area in the whole East Bay of its size. So then we get down to along the trail, I said there's 160 species of native plants. I showed that slide there, and a lot of rare ones. But then we get out to these grassy areas, the swale, which I've shown in the restoration, and there might be, at best in an acre, might be 5 species of native plants in that area. But because we've used the Bradley method, we're working down from the ridges. So we've already cleaned out the ridges and we know all the species there, and we help bring them down, and then they just naturally come down on their own. So that swale area, which probably started out with, really, really pushing it, including the edges, it might have had 15 species of native plants. It now has about 80 species of native plants. But I want to emphasize those are all local species from very close by, like say checker mallow. Up on the ridge there's checker mallow. There was no checker mallow in that swale, so we grew some from seed, or the nurseries, we contract the nurseries, grew them from seed, and we put them in there and they see if they want to be there. And if they do, they make seeds. The tidy tips and the baby blue eyes, the annuals and the goldfields, they weren't at that site, but they're very close by, right behind Tilden Steam Trains, behind Volmer Peak there on East Bay Mud Watershed. So we bring seeds over with the annuals. We plant little pockets of annuals in the first year. And those tidy tips the first year, I didn't think they were going to like it. We got about 3 plants, and the next year we had about 10 plants, and we said, well, we'll try some more. And all of a sudden something happened. They took off, and it's so windy, and the wind just blew those seeds everywhere. So our idea is is that with a healthy nature, everything is going to move around over time, over thousands of millions of years. Everything is going to get everywhere, and then they're going to sort themselves out by size, by shape. We're not going to have tidy tips growing under a live oak. There's common sense things like that. So I hope I answered your question. That kind of a complicated. It's really area by area. Some areas are super diverse, and some areas are basic wastelands.
So I say we have to wrap up here. Somebody did ask, is there a similar project on the peninsula? I think I know the answer, but why don't you answer that quickly if you would, Glenn?
I don't know specifically. I know there's activity over there, and I know that the Marin CNPS had a presentation a couple months ago by a guy over there who uses mowing very aggressively, and he's working in serpentine areas. And so you could get on Marin CNPS and you could probably see that video. I haven't seen it yet. So I don't know for sure. These kinds of projects are starting to happen in different places, but they're over such a long time frame, and they require so much exacting work that it takes a special kind of combination of circumstances to really make them succeed, I think.
Okay, I'm going to say one last thing. Somebody asked about the vinegar recipe, so I'm going to say it's a gallon of vinegar. Glenn says about a tablespoon of dish soap. I put more dish soap in. I give it like a really healthy squirt of dish soap.
Yeah,
Mix it up really well.
it won't hurt.
Pardon?
The dish soap won't hurt.
Okay, good. And then I use a hand pump backpack sprayer. It's a bad look. I told my neighbor, I know it's a bad look, but it's just vinegar. It's a vinegar that you get from the grocery store, just 5%. So I have to say, if anybody has further questions about this project, you might want to go and meet with Glenn at one of their volunteer days. You can Google Skyline Gardens Restoration Project or go to skylinegardens.org and go volunteer with them. It's just such a great thing. So Glenn, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, welcome. You can send me messages through the website too. There's just click as a volunteer, and then there's a box for messages, and you can send questions that way.
Okay, and also if you'd like to share this presentation with your park staff or whomever it might be, Glenn gave this presentation at the conference that we held last fall. So it's on the tour's YouTube channel in the live area. If you sort by recently uploaded, you'll be able to find this same presentation here. So Glenn, I want to thank you so much for the talk today. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now. Oh, replace current share. Okay. Mike, can you help me here? Is this where I go? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So I just want to say again, we have a $1,000 challenge grant. If you haven't yet had a chance to donate to the tour this year, I hope that you will. You can make a donation online on the Garden Tours website by Venmo, mail a check, would certainly be appreciated. Okay, we're going to hop on now. The Contra Costa Water District is a longtime sponsor of the Garden Tour, and I have really enjoyed collaborating with their dedicated and hardworking staff over the years. The Contra Costa Water District was really a leader. They were the first ones to come up with this lawn to garden rebate program, specifically the landscape design assistance program. So if you live in the district service area, you can receive a free 2-hour design consultation for your front yard and another one for your backyard. And you pay for it up front, but when you complete the project, you'll be reimbursed those funds. And the Water District will be staffing tables at 2 gardens on Sunday, May the 4th. This is another photo of Nancy Niemeyer's beautiful garden in Clayton. And you can talk to a Contra Costa Water District staff member there. And they will also be at a table at Gonzalo Mnucchi's garden in Concord. And this garden is interesting. It has a couple of dry creek beds that retain rainwater on site in both the front and the back garden. So I want to thank the Contra Costa Water District for their long-term support. We're going to go now to a presentation. Lois, are you with us?
Yes,
Hi, Lois. Thanks for joining us today.
you bet.
So I'd like to welcome my friend and longtime colleague Lois Simons, owner of Gardening with Nature's Design, and she'll take us on a tour of Wayne Whitney's garden in Berkeley, which she designed and she and her team installed. You can visit this garden on Saturday, May 3rd on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour. So this is a really interesting video because Lois begins by showing us the architectural features that she and the homeowner designed. And these include this like amazing pinwheel tiling pattern patio that is surrounded by a native plant garden. And Lois has just a great eye for design and an interesting way of thinking about designing gardens that I always really enjoy. This garden also has a wetland that collects water from the roof, and this protects the local creek from scouring, and it allows for a wider plant palette than one would normally have, and it keeps the garden green longer. So we'll hear about those things first, and Lois will take us on a tour of the plants. And why don't we just launch into the video, and then we'll come back to you, Lois, when we're done. Is that good?
Good.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Lois Simons, and I'm
So
the
I think
owner
that
of
Jessica's
Gardening by
probably
Nature's
working on the
Design.
video. And while she is,
My apologies. Let's have you unshare your screen. It seems for
Sorry.
some reason when you're sharing, I can't share. So let's fix that and then let's try one more time. All right, let's
oh,
start here. Can you see it on your screen, Kathy?
yes, I do see it. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm going to hit play and then let me know if you can hear the audio.
Yes, I hear the audio.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lois Simons, and I'm the owner of Gardening by Nature's Design. My client came to me initially asking that I build a patio here in the back garden. He was considering building with bricks for the patio, and I suggested that he use large stones because of the size of his home that he had beautifully remodeled and the deck that he had put in, and the infill in the railings of that deck create a beautiful pattern, one that draws you to see the pattern and also to see the space surrounding the pattern. So I wanted the deck to have the same spaciousness and largeness as the house and the deck itself. So I wanted the patio to do the same, to reflect and complement the house and deck. So I chose these two stones, these cut stones of antique black limestone. And I chose the shape, the oval shape for the patio and the size of it. And I asked my client, who's a higher mathematician, to make an application for the layout of these two cut stones. And he designed that layout so that the pattern never repeats. It's just really gorgeous. And then we put it in. In order to do that, we had to deal with what the garden was. This was a 1950s garden. And it had all the traditional plants, rhododendrons, wisteria, the pittosporum, smoke trees, and lilacs. So what we initially had to work with was a big swing set right in the middle of where the patio was going to go. And growing on top of the swing set were two wisteria plants that had been here for 50, 60 years. And their roots had gone deep into the ground. So what we had to do is we actually had to excavate this entire area, go 2 feet down and pull all the roots of the wisteria out. And then return the soil, compacting it down to form a basis for the patio. And then we put down a layer of virgin base rock which is drain rock and crushed stone, and then a top layer of the crushed stone, the blue path fines, to form a basis for our stone, our antique black limestone. And so we set the pattern. Then I wanted to bring us into the patio, but I didn't want it to be as geometric, our pathway into the patio. I thought that extending it into the pathway would be a little oppressive and a little too much. So what I did, I used antique black limestone again, but I used the form of flagstone, which is a free form and one that you have to cut and create the pattern yourself. And so that's what I did. You come into the garden, I had to lead with this flagstone people around into the patio, but I also had to lead them into the area below the deck. And then you can see how the flagstone follows a pattern so that you would naturally follow it into the deck. The next thing that I wanted to bring into this patio, I wanted to surround it about 2/3 with a wall. And the wall itself is of Connecticut blue tumblestone. And what I wanted to do is raise it to 18 inches so that people could use it to sit on and they would be comfortable. The wall itself goes 6 inches below the patio to stabilize it in the ground, and then it rises above 18 inches. We use the antique black limestone as a cap, which is very nice because it creates a really nice space, an area to sit on. And also it creates an overhang in which we can put the, where is it? The underlighting for the patio, which at night will splash an arc of light onto the patio. As you can see, it's an oval, and it comes into what we call a wing wall that borders the steps down into the pathway to the back of the patio. This was quite a challenge because all the stone, as you can tell, is interlocking. So the stone never ends at the same spot. They never meet at the same place because that would weaken the wall. And so we have it interlocking. And the same is true. We interlock it into the wing wall. It was quite a challenge, but it was also fun. This pathway just goes down. It is sloped so that it goes down over the end of the garden to a swale. So it basically takes whatever water is overflowing from the garden and the patio down back into the swale. There's another water feature that we have in that all the water from the roof of the house was placed to a catchment, which is here in the wetlands. And the catchment is basically a basin, 3 feet deep, 4 by 4 feet wide. And it captures all the water from the roof and it brings it into the garden. And when it fills up, it overflows. And therefore we have a wetlands here. The catchment is just drain rock with a cover of soil. So it is infiltrating all that water into the soil in the surround, into the garden. If this soil is appropriate in a garden, that will actually raise the water table and allow plants, to, once they've established, to draw water from that table longer than it would be otherwise if the table was lower. Over here, we have California, all California natives. This is a ribes, a California currant. It's the ribes sanguineum, and it's the white icicles. It'll get to be about 6 feet high, so it will hide this fence, and it'll provide berries for the birds. This also, over here, we planted 3 sunset Arctostaphylos, otherwise known as manzanitas. Manzanitas are very diverse, and I like to utilize them in the garden because of their diversity. This is a shrub manzanita. It'll get to be 3.5 feet high, and it's called sunset because its new leaves have an orange glow to them. Behind the sunset, we have a refugio Arctostaphylos, and I just love it. It reminds me of like a little teddy bear. It's just so full, and so it retains the look of a shrub, and yet it's a tree. It'll get to be 8 feet tall. So this fence will be completely hidden, and this will be lovely and full. Over here, as we line the pathway, we have penstemon, Heterophilus margarita BOP, and just an incredible blue lilac flower. It's just gorgeous. And we have the eyelash grass. And I find the eyelash grass to be very delightful because, as you can see, its flower bloom looks just like eyelashes. And as it establishes itself and develops, there'll be hundreds of these here. It's just kind of fun and a delight. You'll also notice we have the milkweed, Asclepias fasciculitis, and it brings the caterpillars for the monarch butterfly. We like to plant it close to plants that will then allow it to cocoon on their leaves, that have big, hardy enough leaves that the cocoon can hang from the leaves. This is white penstemon. It's really lovely. We have terracotta yarrow. And then we come to the red flame yarrow, which is just beginning to show its color. And this is Arctostaphylos densiflora Howard McMinn. It is a manzanita. It's a shrub, and if properly maintained, unlike a lot of manzanitas, it will keep its lower leaves. Unless you want the architectural look of the bark, which you can also prune it to expose. But in this case, it's a backdrop, and it's going to provide a shield so that you don't have to look underneath the deck. It will grow to be 3.5, 4 feet tall. Alongside it is a Rhamnus californica. It's a coffee berry. It's called that because its berries are look exactly like coffee berries. It will grow to be 8 feet tall. Rhamnus californica tomentello. So, and here's another Howard McMinn. And then here we have a chaparral mallow, and it has pink flowers. It's just establishing, but soon it should have the pink flowers, and ordinarily they flower from May to October. And in here we just placed, and they're going to grow to about this tall, a woolly blue curls. I love this plant. This is a hybrid. It's the midnight blue, And the reason we use the hybrid is because the woolly blue curls is much more challenging to establish in a garden. It's erratic, whether it will like the garden or not, and it's also more erratic in its form. The ground cover is another Arctostaphylos. It's emerald carpet, and it's quite the lady. It's very delicate. It's very nice in its growth, and it's a beautiful deep green. Here we have on the north side, we have huckleberries, which is basically our native blueberry. And once it establishes it will give off a lot of huckleberries. It likes to be in the shade. And I'm just going to jump to this. In the backdrop, you can see the beginnings of an elderberry. And it will get to be 12 feet tall and spread out, so we won't be looking in the neighbor's garden. And it has the most beautiful, it's like lace, the flowers. And they're just like this. It's not a specific flower, it's a whole arrangement, like a finger arrangement of lace. And it's a soft yellow. It's really beautiful. And they're actually, parts of the elderberry are edible. You have to be careful with the elderberry. I have a friend who puts them in pancakes. And we have introduced here the twinberry. And you can see it is aptly named because it has 2 flowers and hence 2 berries. And then in this huge mass here that has taken over the wetlands is sneezeweed. It's a daisy plant. And it's actually the first time. It's a wetland plant. And first time I've grown it. And I love its exuberance. Once it is done flowering, we will prune it back, and then you'll be able to see the rest of the wetlands. There's a lovely, beautiful rush reed, which is a reed, California reed, in here. I'm going to take you to a kind of bird's eye view of the wetlands from this angle. You can see the California aster, and here you can see the yellow-eyed grass. It's past its first bloom and going to seed, and it's in throughout the wetlands garden. And in here, you'll see here is sedge, the Berkeley sedge. You can see it over there. We have bordering the wetlands some coffee berries, and I'm going to show you our ground cover, which is a snowberry, and it's doing beautifully. I love the blue-green. It's really gorgeous. And this is the coffee berry. And right behind it, very small right now, it will be slow grower, but it's so beautiful and it's so much fun. This is a hazelnut, a California hazelnut, and it will actually bear hazelnuts. Over here, we have coyote mint. It's going into the coffee berry here, this shrub. Kind of love that it's right nestled in. It won't do it any harm. And this is the other coffee berry. And then right in front here is the Salvia apiana. It's the white sage. It's the sage that is sacred to the Native American and is used for cleansing spaces. This is the compacta. It's the first time we're planting this plant. As you can see, it's very magnanimous in its flowering stalks. These will be, all will come out as little white flowers in here. And this is another coyote bush, the kangaroo's paw. And behind it, this is going to be a real knockout. This is St. Catherine's lace. It's a buckwheat, and it's called Eriogonum giganteum because it will be gigantic. It will come up to here, and it will spread all the way to here and here. And it will shoot out blooms that are also white but full. And next to it is the Salvia clevelandii. And this is a Winifred Gilman. I love the Winifred Gilman because its its flowers come in this whorl, just different like column of different swirls and whorls of flower color, and it's a deep, deep purple, the deepest purple that we get in the Salvia clevelandii. So I especially like it. You have to be careful with it, with animals around, because it is a bit rigid in its stalk. So this is a young garden, and as it grows, it will end up enclosing or better surrounding the patio and creating a sense of place for the people who are sitting here and enjoying the patio. And so it will create a surround, and it will also delight in terms of the senses because of the thyme, the various plants, the lemon balm that have beautiful scent, the lavender, the herbs, the rosemary. So it will be kind of a full spectrum garden in terms of the senses. And I love creating a sense of space and a sense of harmony. And now I feel like we are complementing the beautiful home that my client has built in deck with an open, spacious patio, and given it a sense of place by surrounding it with primarily native plants around it, and bringing some delight, hopefully, to the children as well with the edibles, and to our cook in the garden. So once again, I would say that the pathway leading in is there with irregular shapes to create a sense of movement and ease of shifting from one place to another. And the patio itself gives you a sense of, wow, this is really gorgeous. I'd like to feast my eyes on this and stay here. A sense of place, of rest and enjoyment. And I hope you've enjoyed this video.
Well, that was lovely, Lois. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's see, can you tell us when was this garden planted?
It was planted in the winter of 23.
Okay, so it's still pretty new, but it looks great.
Mhm.
I love all the different manzanitas that you have there. You have quite a variety of them.
I love manzanitas. They're fantastic. The diversity, they're amazing. Yeah, they're one of my favorite plants.
So for those of you watching, I know the plant list went by quickly, but this video and all the others will be put up on the tour's YouTube channel. So if you want to look at the plant list more slowly in the future, you could watch this video and then freeze it and do a print screen if you wanted to see the plant list in detail. The water catchment system is very nice. I love the sneezeweed that you have back there and the yellow-eyed grass.
Right, yeah. Well, there's the sneezeweed, there's the Berkeley sedge and the yellow-eyed grass, and there's the asters as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's really a fun garden. And I love how the plants fall on the wall of the patio.
Yeah, very nice. And that patio is just amazing. The stonework, like that you got like that oval, that you created an oval out of stone, and then the pinwheel pattern. They are really complex stonework.
Yes, it was.
And you did a beautiful job with like the rounded flagstone look, like leading up to that more geometric pinwheel pattern. It was nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I hope it, yeah, just naturally leads people in the direction they wish to go in. Yeah. And so, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot
Let
of
me say that Lois used what we've called Berkeley sedge in this garden, but there's kind of two Berkeley sedges. One is our local native Berkeley sedge, which is Carex tumilocola.
That's the one I use.
Yep. And then there's another one that is actually, it was called Berkeley sedge, still is sold as Berkeley sedge, but it's actually from Eurasia, and it's quite invasive. I know because I have it in my yard and I'll never get rid of it. And that is Carex divulsa. So I just want to warn people, I think of it as Carex repulsa. That's how I remember. Like if it ends with the SA, don't get it. You want to be sure and get our own true local Berkeley sedge. Let me say that Lois, this garden will be open on Saturday, May 3rd, on the upcoming garden tour. Lois will be there all day. She's going to be giving a talk at 11 o'clock on textures and colors in the garden, and a talk at 2 o'clock on creating a sense of place. And you can see another of Lois's gardens in Walnut Creek on Sunday, May the 4th, the Horner Garden, and there'll be a video on that garden tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that the success of the garden also depends on the prep work. I think I saw there were some questions about successful weeding and stuff. And one of the things that we do that allows for a great deal of success is we weed twice. A lot of gardeners will weed once, and then they plant, and they're surprised when the weeds come back again. But when you're initially weeding, what you're doing is you're disrupting the soil and you're opening it up for any dormant seeds to come to the surface. So what we do is we weed initially, and then we weed again. We actually encourage those weeds to come up to the surface, and we weed again about 4 to 6 weeks later. And so we have very little, hardly any weeding to do in the upkeep of our gardens afterwards. I mean, obviously, there are certain weeds that require a different approach, like oxalis, but it's very effective. And we're also very careful about pulling out the roots so that if there's ivy, I think that was brought up again, it's really imperative it goes along the surface and then it drops down a deep root. And we get those deep roots out. So that allows for a very successful planting so that our plants are not later overtaken with weeds. And the other thing that we do is we soil test. We soil test all of our gardens. And this is important to do at the beginning. It's because it's so much more effective. But what we do, we soil test specifically for a California native garden for any soil deficiencies for the plants we're putting in. And it really helps tremendously for successful planting. So.
Let me say that Lois recommended the soil testing. My own front garden, after we remodeled, we had to replant, and it was not doing well. And I had never tested the soil before. And Lois told me about the soil testing, and she uses Perry Labs, Perry Labs in Gilroy, I think. Is that right? Maria? Yeah.
Not in Gilroy, but
yeah, that neck of the woods down there.
neck of the woods.
Perry Labs. And it was not inexpensive. It was $250, but we'd also sunk a lot of money into like the whole project. You know, we had to do something because our plants were not growing. And after we got their results back and we got the organic results and we applied what they suggested, which I cannot remember, like bone meal and chicken feathers and I don't know, iron or sulfur, I can't remember, but that finally our plants did start growing after that. So that was a great recommendation.
Yes, and the other thing is that we don't simply spread the amendments on the top of the soil. We incorporate it 6 to 8 inches down so that the roots of the plants have immediate access. And also, when we garden, we don't simply amend the specific plants, we amend the entire area with the understanding that there's a coherent root system and that the mycorrhizal root system is extensive throughout the garden and allows for endurance in the process.
Mhm. Okay, well, that was a fantastic presentation. It's a beautiful garden. I want to say if people would like to see it, you can visit Lois and this garden on Saturday, May 3rd. Lois, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for
Welcome.
having
I'll
me.
see you again tomorrow.
You bet. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, all right. So we're going to go on now. So Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter, which has been a long time tour sponsor. And I wanted to say, Lois, I forgot to ask you if you would be willing to stay on in the chat, but if you will, Lois, and if you know how, just like pop on into the chat and let people know you're there and answer any questions if they have them. So I'm going to start again. So Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter, which has been a long time tour sponsor. Native Here is a volunteer-run nonprofit nursery dedicated to growing locally native plants sourced from ethically collected seeds and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties. It's located in Tilden Park, not far from the Tilden Botanic Garden. As you've heard, local native plants provide the best habitat for our local wildlife. Native Here typically has over 100 species of local native plants in stock, varying seasonally. The nursery grows many popular garden plants, as well as some that are rare, endangered, or threatened, and found only in microregions in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. Their stock is organized into geographic localities based on where the seeds and cuttings were collected in the East Bay. You can shop in person or order your plants online. Native Here is open year-round every Saturday from 10 to 2 for in-person shopping or for your online order pickup. You can visit Native Here online at nativeherenursery.org for information about locally native plants, to check their current inventory, place an order for pickup on Saturdays, or to learn about volunteer opportunities. You can call Native Here at 510-549-0211, or you can email them at nativehere@ebcnps.org with your questions. So we're going to go now to a very interesting talk for a number of reasons. It's the first talk that I've had that is not in the East Bay. We're going to be hearing about a garden in San Francisco, and it's the first talk that I've had by a renter. So I was really happy to have Deborah Underwood contact me about the garden that she's been working on in San Francisco. When she started, Deborah knew, as she said, nothing about gardening. And we'll hear about how she got started, how she learned about the importance of gardening with natives, and what wildlife she's attracted to her gardens, and why a renter should bother. Deborah is the author of more than 30 picture books, including the New York Times bestsellers Here Come the Easter Cat and The Quiet Book. Her upcoming book, The Tiny Garden, was inspired by her own gardening adventures. So welcome, Deborah Underwood. Thank you for being with us today. And I know you were inspired to garden with native plants by Susan Karasoff's talk on gardening for native bees. And I want to say now that Susan will be giving a talk on gardening for native bees tomorrow at 12:30. And with that, let me turn it over to Deborah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks, Kathy, and thanks, Jessica. I'm so happy to be here with you. I'm going to try to share my screen and hope that the Zoom gods are with us today. Let me see. Is that working okay?
Looks
Yes,
great.
it is.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much. So as Kathy said, when I started gardening in May of 2020, there were a lot of things that I didn't have. I didn't have any gardening knowledge other than killing a few house plants over the years. I didn't know anything about native plants. I don't think I could have named a single one of them. I didn't have any help. I lived by myself. I didn't have any help. I didn't have a lot of money to spend. I didn't have any sort of plan for the garden. And in fact, I didn't have any interest in gardening, if I may confess that. But over the last 5 years, this space has transformed into this. And this is a view down on the ground, which now looks like this. So this all began, well, let me tell you first, here are the plants that I have now in the garden. When I started the garden, I had like maybe 1 or 2 accidental natives because I was just putting any plants in there that I could think of or that were given to me. But now this, I think, is a pretty complete list. I keep adding them. You know how that goes. So I've gone from having almost no natives to, I would say I'm probably at 85 or 90% natives now. And the non-natives that are not serving the wildlife are kind of slowly getting shoved out the door. So today I'd like to talk about my 4 gardening phases: beginning, awakening, desperation, and maturing. I'd also like to share some of the things that I did that I would do differently next time in case there are other beginning gardeners out there, and show you some of my visitors, and also talk about why I think a renter should bother. So phase 1 is the beginning. Here we are in May 2020. And what prompted the garden in the first place is that my landlord was hiring these guys to come every month and cut down all the weeds and then spray them. And I always hated when they came. It was very loud, and I honestly would rather look at weeds than at just like a barren landscape. But on this particular day, I went down and I said, "That's not Roundup you're spraying on everything, is it?" And the guy said, "Yes, that it was." So I said, "If I pull the weeds, will you stop spraying Roundup?" And he looked at me and he looked at the garden and he said, "That would be a lot of work." Well, he was not kidding about that. It was a lot of work, but I felt like I had this moral obligation to at least get them to stop spraying. So I did very gradually over the course of several days. I got the weeds cleared. You can see in this first picture that I took, I've kind of done the front part of the garden, but I still had the back to do. And then I went on to Facebook and I said to my friends, "You know what? I need to stop these weeds. Do I just get that ground cloth stuff and put it down?" And fortunately, I have some gardener Facebook friends and they said, "No, don't do that." And they told me about sheet mulching. And they said, just get some cardboard, put the mulch on top of it. That will suppress a lot of the weeds. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to do that, maybe I'll put in a path. So I put out a call on Nextdoor and I said, "Does anybody have any pavers I can have?" And many neighbors did. So I collected the pavers and then I put down the cardboard and then I got the mulch. It will show you the depth of my inexperience that I looked at this very large space and I was like, that is a lot of space. I'm probably going to need like 10 bags of mulch. Well, it was 44 bags of mulch. And I can tell you that because I was going to the hardware store and piling bags into my Honda Civic and driving it home and then lugging it back to the garden and dumping it and then going back to the hardware store. And I did that many times. And I also collected some mulch from a neighbor who was getting rid of his. And also some of the neighbors, when I was asking for pavers, said, "Hey, if you're starting a garden, I can give you a few plants." And I was like, "Sure, that's great. I might as well stick some plants in." So the garden's first iteration was like random plants that neighbors had given me or friends had brought over, or a few things that were already growing that I thought I'll just let them grow, or things that kind of caught my eye in a nursery. And I just thought, that's pretty, I'll go get that. So no plan, no rhyme, no reason. The one native plant that actually has done really well, here we are sort of in the mulching phase. I had arm muscles for the first time in my life, which was kind of awesome. But the one native that I accidentally got that has been a great addition has been this island snapdragon. I got it in, I think, a 2-gallon pot, and it grew really quickly to be, it's probably 5 feet across, 3 or 4 feet tall. It's in bloom almost all year, and the hummingbirds love it. So that was garden iteration 1. And then I had my awakening. And that was when I had the great good fortune to stumble across these lectures that the San Francisco Public Library sponsored during the pandemic with Susan Karasoff. Now, I will tell you, she is not only a font of information, but she has a very calming voice. So it was the perfect combination for the pandemic when we were all so rattled. So I watched this lecture. And my mind was blown. I had had no idea how important native plants were. I had no idea that they supported just exponentially more wildlife. I had no idea how many caterpillars a chickadee needs to raise a clutch of egg, how many thousands it is. So that was just this huge wake-up call for me. I love animals, and I was like, okay, that's what I want to do. I want to have a wildlife garden. So I want to make my decisions based around how many other animals like the plants will support. So I had a plan. So I started adding plants. I became very familiar with Calscape, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with too, where you can look up how many butterflies and moths and other things various plants support. So that's how I was making my decisions. The first plant I intentionally added was this flowering currant, which I'm sure is one that Susan recommended in her lecture because it blooms really early. You can see here, this is January of this year, and these flowers were already in place for probably a couple weeks before this picture was taken. So it feeds the hummingbirds when not a lot of other things are around. And even in March, I just took this a few weeks ago, there's still some flowers, they're fading. But even when I took this, I saw a bee on it getting some nourishment from it. So that's just been a really great early feeding plant. And I liked it so much that I got a chaparral currant later on. And as you can see, this was January 1st, and it had started blooming in December. So I'm really trying to get year-round coverage. So there's always something for the hummingbirds and other animals to eat. The currant did so well that I got a golden currant. This is turning out to be a lot bigger than I expected, which is sort of a theme for me in the garden. It's very hard when you're a new gardener to look at this little tiny pot and believe the plant is going to get enormous. And I keep kind of ignoring this stuff on the label and going, I can't get that big, but this is getting really big now. It's beautiful, but it's a lot bigger than I was expecting. I got some ceanothus. This one is so beautiful in particular, and it was just swarming with bees a couple weeks ago, and I think it's still blooming a bit. I got a toyon, which I was super excited about. It stayed very small for the first year or two, but it's finally starting to take off. I'm hoping I might get berries sometime soon in the next couple of years. And I got an elderberry, and this was just a great plant to add because it has grown so quickly. It would be a great thing if you're looking to block a neighbor's yard, and the birds love it. It gives them the cover and the height, and of course the berries that they need. And there are always birds sitting in that plant, so that was a great addition. And I also got an ocean spray. I think Susan mentioned this in the lecture of hers that I saw too. Mine is just staying really small right now. I've had it in the ground for several years, but I'm hoping this might be the year that it starts to get big and block more of the neighbor's garden. So that brings me to the desperation phase. I had really wanted a silver bush lupin, and I was having a hard time finding one, but I found one up at a nursery in Marin, and I was so excited, and I brought it home, and I stuck it in the ground, and then I went to check on it the next day, and I looked at it, and I went, I thought that was a lot bigger yesterday, and then I went out the next day, and it was completely gone. And that was how I was introduced to the villain, the adorable villain of the story, Hubert, my gopher acquaintance. Here you can see him sort of popping up, looking to see what's on the menu in the garden. Now, I love animals. I knew I wasn't going to try to kill Hubert. I hope nobody is using rat poison or any kind of poisons on rodents because, of course, not only does it kill the rodents, which is horrible for the rodents, but it also ends up poisoning the hawks and the owls. And so you end up with even more rodents. So it's a terrible thing to do. I didn't want to trap him either, just because I love animals and I didn't like the thought of him sitting in a little cold cage for 12 hours being stressed out. And where would I put him anyway, right? So I thought, I will deter Hubert. So I tried many things. I tried one of those beepy things you put in the ground that makes an annoying beep every 15 seconds or so. I actually saw him come up about 4 inches away from this device. I think he thought it was a dance party or something. So that clearly did not work. I got some castor oil granules that you're supposed to pour down the holes. That didn't work. And I got some supposedly gopher-proof plants. Here is where I kind of veered off the native plant thing because I was so desperate to just get anything in the garden that would stay there. So I even got some marigolds because they're supposed to be very distasteful to gophers. And he ate all of the marigolds. He has very eclectic tastes, so good for him, but kind of bad for my garden. So at that point, I realized I needed a new plan. And that plan was coexist. So I made him a mailbox. Did I mention I write children's books? I do. I made him a little mailbox. I started just for my own benefit to make memorial stones for each of the plants that he was eating because I felt good to at least commemorate them and have them still in the garden in some form. And then I decided what I would have to do is find the plants that my particular gopher didn't like. And I made a list of those and just use gopher baskets for the other plants, especially the expensive ones. I don't like doing that because I don't really like the look of gopher baskets. And I'm never sure if I'm using the right size or not, but I figured that was the best I could do. So in my garden, he did not like the currants. He did not touch the ceanothus. He didn't touch the snapdragon. I think he didn't like the monkey flowers or the coffee berries either. And salvias, he never touched any of those, native or non-native. So I thought, I will just double up on those. So I got a Catalina currant, which is actually a lovely, I'm not sure if it's officially a ground cover, but it's certainly spreading out in my garden. The chaparral currant that I added. I got some more ceanothus. I got this pretty white snow flurry one and some ground cover ones as well, like this popcorn ceanothus and a hearse ceanothus. And then I just went sage crazy. I got white sage, this is getting huge. Black sage, this too is getting huge. Hummingbird sage, which is so pretty and has just such a cool texture, kind of a sticky, interesting texture and beautiful color and very, very fragrant. I got a Mrs. Beard creeping sage, which is stretching out under the existing plum tree in the back. And here points out the fact that I was terrible at keeping records. I got a Sonoma sage and I got a Bee's Bliss sage, and one of them died, and I can't remember which one this is. One of you will probably know, but it is doing well too, and it's spreading out all over the place, and gophers don't seem to like it. So that brings me to the maturing phase, which is where I am now. So basically what I'm doing is slowly replacing the non-natives that are not doing any work and keeping an eye on the garden and seeing what seems to be needed. For example, my neighbor had this tree. It was this beautiful tree, and then last summer it died, and I do not know what happened. I think it was an extra dry summer, but it looks like that now, which is such a shame. I'm glad that he is not taking it down because the birds are still definitely using it. But I looked at that and I was like, we need more height in the garden. So what do you get height from? You get it from elderberries. So I went and I got not one, not two, but three more elderberries. So now I have 4. If you were looking at my garden wondering if I have room for those, I think the answer is probably no, but they're in there anyway, and we will see what happens. I got a Malvarosa that's actually starting to get big too. I'm just really looking for the height and the cover that the birds need. I've kind of become a sucker for plants that I hadn't seen before or that seem rare or that I've heard of but I couldn't find before. So I just put in this beautiful iris. Recently, I found these Conejo buckwheats. I'd never heard of those, so I stuck those in. Santa Lucia bush mallow, never heard of that, native, put it in. And I got a serviceberry, and I will never forget getting the serviceberry because it needs some sun. And I remember standing in the plant place going, I've never seen a serviceberry before, and then saying, I don't have any room for anything in the sunny side of the garden. You should not get the serviceberry. And the other part of my brain going, but it's a serviceberry. And the other part going, no, you really don't have room for that. There's no sunny space. It gets big, but it's a serviceberry. And of course, I got the serviceberry. So again, we will see what happens with that. It did kind of entice me to make this little sign. Please do not sell me any plants which require sun. Please sell me only small plants which require shade. So we will see how that works next time I go to a garden store. I put in a lemon tree early on because I don't know, I didn't know what I was doing, and it was a prima donna and fussy and never did well. So I took it out, and now I put this mountain mahogany in there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops over time. And it's a little hard to see here, but there's a black pot in the back with this ridiculously tall ceanothus that I just put in a few weeks ago. One of the plants the neighbor gave me initially was this succulent, I think an aeonium, that just got enormous and obviously was not doing anything for the wildlife. So I pulled it out and I got this ridiculously tall ceanothus that I walked home from the botanical garden plant shop on a dolly. So I kind of felt like I was walking through the streets of San Francisco with a jousting lance, but I got in the ground and it is gorgeous now. It's blooming this beautiful shade of purple. I got my first manzanita not too long ago, my first upright manzanita. And I was so happy when it had the little flowers, even at this tiny size that it is now. I got a salmonberry to go with my huckleberry and thimbleberry and lemonade berry and some other kind of berries. And it seems to be growing about an inch a day. I might be exaggerating that a little bit, but it seems to be settling in really well in a nice shady area. And I finally got a coastal bush lupin, which I hope will fill out along the very back side of the garden. So, oh, and I had a columbine. I planted a columbine in the fall and it totally, completely disappeared. And I couldn't even remember where I planted it. And in fact, I covered it up with mulch when I mulched last month. And then I went down to the garden a few days ago and I saw these little things poking up and it's alive. So I have kind of a zombie columbine. I'm excited about that. So some of the things that I wish that I would have done for you other complete newbie gardeners, I wish I would have kept records of what I planted and when I planted them. I kept having this dream of having this beautifully organized garden notebook, but of course, the more you put in the garden, the less chance there is of that happening because you've kind of lost track of everything. So what I am doing now, at least, is just taking a photo of the plant label when I put it in the ground, because at least then I will know what it is and about when I put it in. I wish I would have paid more attention to how sunlight moves through the garden. I was very surprised that first year when the sun got lower and all of a sudden half of my garden was plunged into shade. I had not really thought that far ahead. I hadn't anticipated that. And that was good information to have for future purchases. As I mentioned, I'm not good at estimating how big a little teeny plant is going to get. So I have plants that are crammed too close together. And it's very hard to get to some of the ones in the back because I did not leave appropriate path space. It's a little precarious even now getting to them. And I can imagine in 5 years, it's going to be worse. So that would have, it would have been good to give that some thought. I wish I would have grouped higher water plants together. I have like this bird bath that I clean out at least every week. I have this area where I clean out the bird feeders. Those get a ton of water when I'm standing there doing the cleaning. Those would have been a really great place to put higher water plants instead of sprinkled through the garden. So I have to kind of remember which ones they are. I wish I would have understood that watering needs to be adjusted in extremely dry years. Since I didn't have the context, I didn't know that last summer was really dry. And I ended up killing a couple of my plants, which kind of broke my heart. And I think that might have been the cause of my neighbor's tree dying too. So just keeping track of that, or maybe asking gardener friends, is this an extra dry year? That might help you keep more plants alive. I wish I would have known that Instacart delivers mulch. I was so thrilled a couple of years ago when I looked on the Lowe's hardware thing on Instacart and realized I could order mulch and have some nice guy haul it from the store. The thing is, since I live in an apartment, I can't do one of those chip drop things where they just put a mountain of chips in front of your home, because that would block my neighbors' garages. So I have to get mulch in bags. And so this year I needed 10 bags and a nice guy came and I tipped him very, very well to carry him into the back for me, and that will make my physical therapist very happy. And also, I wish I had realized that gophers sometimes return, because Hubert went away about a year ago. I like to think that maybe he died peacefully and very full in his burrow. More likely, maybe he got eaten by one of my resident hawks. And I got cocky. I started putting things that are very tempting to gophers and planting them without gopher baskets. And I was standing in the back a few weeks ago with a friend and we were looking at the garden and I saw a piece of mulch move. And I was like, did you see that? And it moved again. And then this adorable little head popped up. And we had a discussion with a gopher and we said, maybe he would like to go eat weeds in the neighbor's yard, or maybe he would like to go to the park where they have a nice selection of plants. And he seemed to listen to us. He kind of tilted his head thoughtfully and then ducked back underground. I haven't lost any plants. Maybe he listened, but it probably would have been prudent for me to put my new poppies in gopher baskets. So this is my favorite part. I love all of the animals that are being attracted to the yard. Of course, the bees make me super happy, especially when it's January and there probably isn't a ton of other stuff for them to eat. I can't remember which currant it is. It might be the chaparral currant. I get Eurasian collared doves from time to time. I have a whole colony of mourning doves. Sometimes I'll go out, there'll be like 12 of them sitting back there. Dark-eyed juncos. I think only gardeners will understand how excited I am now when I dig into the soil and it's just full of worms. I am sure that is not the case when they were spraying right and left, but now every time I go to put a plant in the ground, there will be a lot of worms that I'm digging up too. So I'm apologizing to the worms a lot, but also very happy that the soil is returning to health. Hummingbirds, of course, I have a resident hummingbird who sits up in various things. I saw him actually in the elderberry for the first time yesterday, so that makes me happy. I have golden crown and white crown sparrows are frequent visitors. Of course, our house finches. There was this lovely little white-throated sparrow that took up residence, I think it was last year, and hung out in the garden for several days. That was awesome. Of course, we have other visitors too. This is Buddy the raccoon. I'm very happy that I now have a lot of hummingbird food in the form of flowers, because when I actually had a feeder, this is what would happen to it. He would tromp up to my third floor fire escape and drink his fill. And I think my favorite things are the raptors. Before I started gardening, I had no idea how many raptors are in the city. I live a little bit south of Golden Gate Park, but red-tailed hawks, there's this corner of the building they like to hunt from. Red-shouldered hawks hang out there too. I was in the garden a few days ago and a Cooper's hawk just kind of plunked down. It's a juvenile. I think he was a little clueless and didn't know he should be concerned about me. So he just kind of sat there asking me where all the birds had been that were there a few minutes ago. And I just stood there for 10 minutes taking pictures of him. So that was really a treat. This is Minerva, a red-tailed hawk, who she spent several hours a day on my fire escape for a period of probably 3 or 4 weeks a couple years ago. And it was just such a treat. She was obviously hunting in the garden, and it was so great to be able to just be 6 feet away from this beautiful hawk. Here she is. She actually turned around and saw my cat sitting on a chair, and I thought she was maybe in attack mode, but my raptor friends say that Minerva was actually afraid of Bella and was trying to make herself look as big as possible. So that was fun. So I want to end just talking about why a renter should bother doing this. Here's a picture out my window. You can see my garden on the right. To the left, we have a yard with some oleanders and a big mulch circle with weed cloth and weeds, and I think a lemon tree that's been there forever. In the yard behind that, another bush of some sort, the dead tree, and just nothing but weeds. And then on the other side, and this just kills me, this big thing of mulch. And I watched them a few years ago very laboriously put weed cloth under all of that. And clearly it doesn't work. They've already had to come and cut down the weeds, and the weeds are growing through anyway. And I had said, you know what, would you consider just maybe putting in a few native shrubs? And they just didn't want to do it, unfortunately. So you can see how much space is just being wasted by mulch and weeds when it could really be very productive wildlife habitat. So I'm going to stop sharing here. So I really wish that more renters would do this. I understand that there are a lot of obstacles. Like, a lot of people don't know how important native plants are. A lot of people, even if they want to garden, don't have the tools to get started. And I think organizations like this are doing a great job of introducing the concept of native gardening to other people. There's the additional issue of landlord permissions. I will tell you, I did not get permission from my landlord. I think everybody has to make their own decisions, but I have a good relationship with him. He does not live on the property. And I figured he was paying these guys to come kill everything. So if I was taking care of the garden, then he wouldn't have to to pay them. I have to say, I did not take into account the water cost. I've always been a renter, so I don't know how much his water bill went up, but I am trying to put in drought tolerant things. So hopefully now that the garden's established, it will be even less than it was in those first years. So I mean, I think my official advice would be you should get permission, but I just thought, I know my landlord, we have a good relationship. I think this is going to be fine. But I think the biggest obstacle is the one that kept me from doing anything for so many years. And that is this question of why a renter should even bother. Why should you spend your time and your energy and your money to improve somebody else's property? And I was thinking about this as I sat in the garden a few months ago. I hope the garden will be there in 10 years. I really do. And there's no guarantee that it will be. But then I realized even if I owned a home, there would not be a guarantee of that, right? I think we've all seen with all the fires and floods and all sorts of small and large disasters, tomorrow isn't promised. It's not promised to any of the places we love, and it's not promised to us either. So as I sat in the garden watching this white-crowned sparrow sit in an elderberry bush that hadn't been there 4 years ago, I just thought, regardless of what happens in the future, what I have done is I have made a place that is good for the environment, it's good for the birds, it's good for the bees, and it's good for a lot of other critters right now. And that's really all we can do. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm really grateful that I could be here to share my garden with you. Thank you.
Deborah, thank you so much for that presentation. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
And your garden is amazing. That before and after is amazing.
Thank you. You know, I can't tell you, especially when the world is kind of in turmoil, I cannot tell you how happy it makes me to sit out there. I mean, I really was doing this to get them to stop doing the spraying. And I just wasn't even thinking of what it would be like to have a space to just go out and sit. But I feel like I walk out that door and I've just had a hit of opium or something. I'm just like, everything's okay. We're okay. I'm just going to look at the garden. I'm going to do a little weeding. It's just, I don't think I would be able to get through life anymore without having a place like that. So yeah.
I know you didn't ask permission from your landlord to do it, but I'm wondering, did you ask him to stop spraying and tell him you would weed, or like how did the spraying stop?
No, you know what? I don't even know how he noticed, but clearly I was doing, like, I'd mulch stuff. So I don't know if the guys came to spray and were just like, there's mulch, or if he noticed. He comes by periodically. He's not, he doesn't live here, but he does live in the city. So maybe he just noticed, but there was no official, okay, I'm doing this. You got to stop them from spraying. But I mean, that was really the thing that pushed me over the edge, because I'd seen them spraying in past months, but and I just thought, oh, I hope that's nothing, horrible that they're spraying. But then when I asked, I just was like, I have to do something. So yeah.
I have been gardening on my next door neighbor's lot, which is a rental.
Oh, nice.
And I asked the homeowner if I could garden, and he used to send the guys out like twice a year just to like hack down the weeds. And
Yeah.
now when I see them coming, I run out there with coffee or lemonade or cold water in glasses for them. And I make sure that they know that I take care of the front yard. They don't need to do their weed whacking out there. They go in the backyard. I tell them where I'm not working. And so it's worked out very well for us that I just get to, I do what you did, which is like, I just do all the work and I pay for the things. But I also feel a great sense of satisfaction that, it was just a front yard full of oxalis and weedy European grasses and thistles. And, I'm hoping that this spring is like the spring where we can really see some change.
Yeah, no, and I think that the cool thing about this is these things really can spread. Like, I have a neighbor who likes succulents and is doing succulents in her garden. And I just said, hey, you know what? A friend has some ribes things. If I brought one of those, would you put that in? And she was like, sure. Yeah. So I may get her started. And also I was sharing this on Facebook for the whole 5 years. And so I have a lot of friends who are really invested in this and kind of cheering me on and giving me advice. And I think that inspires other people too. So I just feel like there are all sorts of ways to reach people.
Well, let me say, I see in the comments, your enthusiasm was infectious. This was so inspiring. Loved your presentation. So I want to say thank you so much. We need to close now, but that was really wonderful. I'm so glad that you gave this talk for us today.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a nice afternoon. Okay. So now we'll have a presentation on pruning native plants by Leslie Buck. The video was made by Elise Morgan. And I want to say, I'm sorry we're running a little behind. It's a live program and, you know, these things just happen. So we're going to get everybody through it with the time that they're allowed. And we have Leslie Buck is an aesthetic pruner. She is the author of the New York Times reviewed book, Cutting Back, My Apprentice in the Gardens of Kyoto. If you haven't read it, it was a really engaging memoir, and I totally enjoyed it, about the year that Leslie spent studying and working with one of the most highly acclaimed landscaping companies in Japan. You may have seen Leslie's home garden, as she's had her Berkeley garden on the tour 5 times. In this video, Leslie will demonstrate basic pruning techniques and cuts that look so natural you can't tell your native plants have been pruned. And I know Leslie does a beautiful job because she's pruned in my yard. Let's see, Leslie cannot be with us today. She's traveling and she was going to try to join us, but it looks like she cannot. So let's go right on now to her video.
Lovely. If you can stop your share for me,
Yes,
and then
I will.
thank you. I appreciate it. And there we go.
Hi, I'm here with Bringing Back the Natives to teach you pruning, the basics of natural aesthetic pruning that I learned at Merit Horticulture School and also in Japan with the company Ueto Zoen, and which I wrote a book about. If you ever want to hear about craftsmen in Japan and running the gardens cutting back, which is also on video. And you can always reach me at my website, Leslie Buck Author, where at the end of this video and also on that site, I will say there'll be a longer how to prune video, much more detail with much more info listed. So I'm going to start right off, and if you have cut branches and want to cut along with me, go for it. So I'm going to show you 3 pruning cuts: thinning, heading, and tipping. Those 3 cuts, if you understand them, you will be doing better pruning than 80% of the pruners out there. This goes very well with native plants, which I specialize in. I'm an aesthetic pruner professionally, and I only take on native garden pruning accounts now because I love working in them. So the thinning cut is the first one. Pay attention to this one. If you only have this one, your garden's going to improve. Thinning cut is at an intersection. Deal is, most people, when they go out to prune, they're like, oh, here, I'm going to show you the back side just so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's prune. So here's the structure, and this is too tall, let's say. It's hiding, there's something behind it. The sky, we want it lower for more light. We want to see another prettier, a different tree behind, so we see this one and another one, rather than just the one in front is blocking the whole garden. Or it's on a path, it's too long, we need it back. So somebody comes along, hey, prune that, it's getting in my way. So somebody comes and prunes it. Well, when you prune just anywhere, it creates massive reaction. So next year, instead of 2 branches, you have 6. When you prune at an intersection, which a thinning cut is, which is either at the intersection of the branch or at its point of origin, but we'll just say intersection. So I'm going to imagine that was really tall, I want it shorter. I'm going to cut at that intersection. I'm going to cut at that one, and see if I don't, I mean, I think even on that far away, you can see that. You can see that cut. Even the littlest. I say never leave a cut big enough that a mouse can hang its hat on. Too big, mouse hat hanger. So when I really go in and make that cut nice, and I get used to that, I just start doing it automatically. So now it's shorter, but you can't tell it's been pruned. Now the next cut is heading, and that is to a leaf rather than at an intersection. So say that it's still a little bit, you know, this is a little bit off. I'd like it a little more, or, you know, as I said before, when you cut not in an intersection, it promotes more sprouting. Well, sometimes we want more sprouting. There's an empty spot here. Maybe I want to get more thicker, more privacy. So I would do heading cuts. So I'm going to, heading cuts, even heading cuts, I don't just cut anywhere where you can see that. I cut to a leaf. See how you can't see that? So I'm going to lower this with some heading cuts in half. One to a leaf, to a leaf. And maybe one of my cuts, it'll sprout enough that this will get thicker next year. I'm gonna do a heading cut too. So see how it still looks fairly natural. Let's get another. So cut it in. Should I do heading? Should I do thinning? Maybe a combination of both. I usually do 80% thinning, 25% heading, and 5% tipping, which I'll get to. I hope that adds up to 100. I'm a pruner, not a mathematician. I'm going to get this down by, I want this to be in half, and I want it to be a little thicker next year. So I'm going to make a cut. This is here to here, so let's about to there. Woo! Let's make a thinning cut. And then the rest of them I can do heading. Why didn't I do heading? Because I want this to be in half. I want it to stay that way next year. So this is one, most of us want to have a tree that's too big. If it's too big, you want it smaller, try and do as many heading cuts as possible. Sorry, try and do as many thinning cuts as possible. And there's a thinning because this is the back. And then I'm going to head. And I'm not going to do a heading cut that is, I'm going to do one little trick. If I do a heading cut that is a little bit, it's not graceful. I'd rather do a heading cut, you can see it. I'd rather do a heading cut with the leaf in front of it, where it's sort of hidden. See how I'm hiding it? Hiding that cut. But if this were below, and I was trying to hide the cut, I might not do that one, because then you'd see the cut. I would do where the cut's below. Anyway, head, head, head. And then the last cut is thinning. Oh, sorry, tipping. So there's thinning, which is intersection, 2 T's. And then there's heading, which causes more sprouting, but it's just to kind of clean the line. If there isn't an intersection to cut to, you can do a heading, and you can also do heading to make it thicker. But at the very end, I was up in a tree pruning these branches earlier this morning, and right at the end, after I'd done a bunch of thinning, couple heading, I saw some branches in front of me that were, I could tell they were in the right spot, but in spring, I could tell they were going to sprout. And I don't have to prune. I want to put off pruning as much as possible. So I go and I find those little ones and I tip it. That's tipping. It's just the very ½ inch or less, or ½ inch. It sometimes is even just the bud. And that in the spring is, rather than this just shooting up,
it feels like there's something there and it'll shoot more out. I want my plants to have more choices inside rather than shooting up where I don't want them. So I just tip, do a little 5% where I can reach. I'm kind of moving around so I get to some most or some. Sometimes when I'm just walking by it and I don't have time to prune and I see it's starting to get in the way, I just tip it. In the spring, it's nice and, soft, so you can do that. And tipping is very powerful. It's how they keep 100-foot redwoods and bonsai plants, such as the one here that my mentor, Dennis Makashima, my pruning mentor, did. This pine would normally be 30, 40 feet tall. I can't remember. I think it might be a red pine or a black pine. Looks like a red pine, all soft. And tipping and little pruning cuts keep something from, if you can make the plant feel like there's a ceiling, it will just stop. If you're cutting hard every year, it keeps sprouting. So it's like, I'm being eaten, react. But you know how if it hits a wall, it just kind of stops? So tipping is making it think it's hitting a wall. So any chance I get, I tip. I'm going to show you some of these cuts on other native plants rather than just the coffee berry and how they work for everything. So here's a mallow, and say that, they're very rambunctious and I just want to thin it. I can do, a thinning cut like that. Say that I want to cut it back in the winter. I can, but these have already gone dead. I need to cut it back. I'm not going to cut it back here now. Now, see how I'm going to cut it back to a leaf. Nobody will know, the better. And if I can find a little branch, if you can find a little branch to cut to, for some reason the hormones go and they just fizzle out. So there's even more chance it won't sprout back. So little is always good. Say that I have a Rogers Red and it's going way out and towards I have a whole fence near my car. I can't have it hitting my car. I can cut it. I can do a heading cut. I can even do a couple leaf cuts to show off the pretty grape. And sometimes I cut to the grapes themselves, so there's a lot of leaves and there's a few grapes showing, which makes it easier for wildlife. And I also have a buckwheat here that goes right out onto the sidewalk, and my neighbors tolerate it, but I have to cut it back in the winter. So instead of just cutting right there and having a stub that pokes people's eyes, I cut it way back to an intersection. So one last trick, I prune coarse and leave fine. Then each time that fine then becomes coarse and there'll be a new fine. That's how you get coarse to fine gradual transition. So there's the last trick for those of you who hung in there. I'm going to prune coarse, leave the fine. Let's get some of these off. And now we're ready for next year. And if it's just these have gone brown, I feel like wildlife has enjoyed them enough, or say I'm a little worried about fire danger, I will prune seeds off during those periods. I usually wait till after Halloween. So I just prune, see how I just prune to a little leaf or to bigger leaves. So I wanted to show you some examples of more heading cuts and thinning cuts. And one of them is this prickly mahonia, which I have donned my pruning gloves. So yeah, I make a couple thinning cuts, get it down. Remember how we talked about, this thinning, and then taking down some of these prison bars, these ones that go straight up in the foreground. Don't want to cut those berries off. Cut, cut. I'll finish that up later. Thinning, thinning. And I really take pains to look, where is the intersection? It takes more time, but this will not react in the spring. And then this is pretty much off the path. Here, there's one more. But I want it to stay off the path. I generally like the outline of it. So I just prune to a leaf, and there's the heading. It's not intersection, but leaf, heading. I'm just making it think, oh, this one needs to be thinning. And if I just do that last inch, that is tipping, and I can even prune a few leaves to make the berry show off more. Like sometimes I just prune it right to the berry because it's just so pretty. Like, oh, I'm going to remove this just so you can see that berry. See how, because that is the main view. I'm going to prune to the berries. I am doing somewhat thinning cuts, sometimes to a leaf. But see, I think you can start, here's a heading, thinning, thinning. I think you can start seeing these berries better. Here, just a little bit to a leaf, to a heading, so you can see that berry. And this one's, you know, who's the top? I kind of like that one. So that's the tallest. Everything else comes down. Comes down. I try not to do a heading cut bigger than a chopstick, except on a fruit tree. And then I just do a couple little touches over here, because that's my top. Oh, I see two sticking up. And this one's done. One year I really pruned this, and it didn't sprout back for 3 years. That's where I think I call it the obedient. You know, some plants like a coffee berry are more sprouty, a little more teenagery, and such are maples. But this one is obedient. And really, it's so gentle. It's a gentle giant. It's like, okay. So I want to show you one last plant, which is the Doug fir, which I created this garden to feel like specifically the place in nature I chose that I love is campground on the edge of the forest that has a meadow. It has the sound of a stream. It has little birds around, just like the hummingbird that just flew by. But it took me a while to decide to add this Douglas fir, because they do get so big, but I decided I'd add one, and I'm going to keep it with my pruning skills just 10 feet tall. And all I really want is these lower branches, because people come by, and every single person comes by and they stroke it and they go, oh. And I realized if you're going to build a garden that evokes the feeling of a forest in California, it's good to have a conifer, because it just feels instantly like that little forest where I have camped many times. And it's easy to keep this small. I just keep doing those thinning cuts. And I have to prune plants above it to get light down there so it stays alive, very crucial. You can see the prickly mahonia in the background that's now beautifully pruned, but still absolutely natural, with the berries showing off more. So pruning shows more sometimes. And if you want to see more cuts in this garden, there's a much longer video on YouTube that shows this Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour, Pruning with Native, Pruning Special. And I hope you go out into nature, relax some, observe, what do you see, what are the plants pruning, form telling you, and go home and try some of these techniques at home. And then afterwards, maybe have a cup of tea.
Hi, Leslie. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Are you muted?
There we go.
There you
Hi.
go. I'm glad you could join us.
Yeah.
Where are you? You're away right now.
I am in Ventura.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for taking the time. So that was a great video. I really enjoyed it.
That was fun. Elise Morgan did everything. It was almost a whole day, 2 days of filming to make that. So
that video was done by Elise Morgan. I think it was elisemorgan.com. She was a volunteer who made it, and I'm very grateful to her for doing so for the second year in a row. So let's see, we had some questions. Someone asked what tool you were using.
yeah, I answered that. The tool was from suzukitool.com. It's a handmade pruning shears. A lot of Japanese pruning shears sold are from factories. And this one is made by a craftsman metalsmith family. She specializes in finding small families that make tools. And so when you get something that's hand forged, it stays sharp incredibly long. It's really, really strong. That's the benefit. It's more expensive. I have also, on occasion, I've gotten like at the dollar store, I found pruning shears. As long as the shears bypass, like they don't just hit each other, but they actually pass. That's what you want. Velcros are great because you can get the size for your hand. But so any are great. I just think sometimes for homeowners, it's really nice to have something that stays sharp forever and is just, it can cut paper. It's just so fun to use, but it's up to everybody on that one.
Okay. Somebody asked, so some people are on the chat, but most people are not. If you would explain the pruning course to fine again.
Yeah, that was great. And on the chat, I listed the link for Suzuki Tool if you want. Here's a great behind me, just by chance. Course to fine is the way all trees are in nature. And see how this tree, it is some kind of like a desert willow or something. See how it's coarse trunk to medium branch to fine. And then when you look in nature, trees are always fine on the outside. Here's one way in the, can't see it. When you look behind Kathy, every tree is fine. And we know that in our subconscious. So when we see trees that we call hacked, it means there's a coarse branch on the outside. So when you're pruning, you really want that end branch to be fine. That is, making those most of the cuts to intersections is really important. That will help it look natural, like you wouldn't believe. And then making sure the ends are fine is, will help it have that look of it being natural. And I hope that I hope that'll answer the person's question.
Okay, good. I think so.
And I'll stay on. You can ask as many questions as you want, guys.
All right, I have one more question for you. So is there a season for pruning, like ceanothus or manzanitas? Is there a time of year when one should or should not prune those plants?
You know, a lot of pruning books are talking about do it in the winter. A lot of those are from the East Coast. And so look at where a book is from if you get it. And here in California, we can almost prune year round. I like to prune after something has flowered. That's one time, because then you don't lose flowers. Or I actually prune it when it's in flowers because I like making bouquets for local businesses to promote native plants. That's something I like doing on the side. And another time is when it gets too big. So it's going to be late spring, late summer, you know, when it does that flush. Sometimes in the fall, it's looking, you know, like perennials. Sometimes I'll wait because I like the look of fall so much. But if I were in a fire area that I'm feeling nervous, I would just shake it and try and get those seeds off. A lot of times the seeds pop. So when people say messy garden, it doesn't have to say messy all year round. The seeds pop fairly quickly. And then you can cut those deadhead that stuff off, and it can make your garden look really neat. Like occasionally my French cups near my most private sitting area have gone brown. I can see they've popped. I will spend half an hour just meticulously cutting to the ground. Like when I cut ferns, I cut all the way to the base. I don't leave stubs because even the little stub, you can tell it's not natural. It starts, and they build up over time. And if you just get rid of them all and have that natural beauty of just the green, it's just so incredibly relaxing. It's worth it because then the French cup looks great all winter. The Toyon, I really try and prune in the winter, like right now, after the berries go, after the waxwings have wiped it out, and before the spring, before the branches send out the next flowers. Because then if you prune it before that, then every branch that shoots out is going to have flowers on it. Otherwise, you might have to wait or remove a few berries to get it smaller later.
Okay, well, let me say, somebody said, I will now use your advice to prune my pink currant. Thank you from Margot. I want to say thank you from me for joining us while you're even away. Leslie is an aesthetic pruner. You can reach her at lesliebuckauthor.com. She's also a very engaging writer. If you want to read a good book, Cutting Back, My Apprenticeship in the Gardens of Kyoto was a lot of fun to read. So Leslie, thank you so much. Oh, I want to say Leslie also only prunes in native plant gardens now.
Yeah, and I just want to say I have been slowing down. I have a lot of general clients, but I am taking on native garden clients. When I work on a native garden, I am happy that day. So if you have a native garden, you want something pruned, call me, please. And if you need some help, how are we going to design this over time? How is this? Where's this going? It looks messy. I can just come for an hour and give you advice. I can train you guys in pruning for an hour. So give me a call. I'm pretty open.
All right, rattle off your phone number and then I'm going to push on. Rattle off your phone number.
Oh, it's contact me on my website.
Okay.
Leslie Buck Author. The contact form goes directly to my email, and that allows me a little bit of privacy.
All right, good. Leslie, thank you so much. That was a terrific demonstration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy, for doing this. It's
You're
amazing.
welcome. Hope to have your garden back on the tour next year.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to go now to our last presentation of the day. I'm sorry we're running a little bit behind, but we're going to go right through with our next presentation, which I'm really excited about. Rebecca, are you with us?
I am. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
I can. So Rebecca Poland is going to be giving us a talk on Assembly Bill 1572 and the non-functional turf irrigation ban, which is really like way more interesting than it sounds. And we also have Jeannie Berry here. So Jeannie was one of the teachers who created a school garden at Prospect Sierra Elementary School in El Cerrito. And unfortunately, her colleague, Melody Gill, the science teacher there, is ill today and cannot join us. But Jeannie's here to help answer questions about school gardens if they come up. And so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you, Rebecca.
Great. Let me share my screen here. I think you have to stop. Again. Oops. Let me just go back to the beginning here.
Sorry.
Okay, how about now?
That's great. We've got you. And can I say, are you at Skyline Gardens? Do I recognize that scene?
Yeah, I am. And there's a picture of it in the presentation. And I can't wait to just say that, like, it's spectacular. I love it.
Okay, great. All right. Go on with AB 1572 now.
Okay, so thank you to everybody that stuck around for the last presentation of the day. I'm very glad to see there's still a lot of people here. I know people think maybe they don't have any interest in commercial gardens, but I promise you this bill is going to affect you. So hopefully a lot of you will take something away from this presentation. My name is Rebecca Poland. I'm a landscape manager, a property manager, and a landscape consultant. I've been in the industry for about 20 years, and about 15 of those have been commercial landscaping. So I'm very interested in this bill. And what it is the non-functional turf irrigation ban. I know that's a mouthful. We're going to go through it. It'll make more sense in a minute. But what you need to know is that this little known law is going to fundamentally change the California landscape. And it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for pollinators and people. Sorry, the slide's not going forward. Sorry for the technical difficulty, people.
Did I hear my name? Technical difficulties?
Yeah, I was having a hard time getting the slide to go forward.
Okay, let's try slideshow and then try hitting your.
Okay,
there you go.
Great. Looks like
I'm
I
here
drew
if you need me.
here, so you guys can all ignore that. All right, so our agenda is we'll talk about the bill itself and the details. We're going to talk about the opportunity that this presents for us. We're going to talk about how succeeding in landscaping in commercial settings is very different to residential settings. And we're going to look at a couple of success stories, including Prospect Sierra. So Jeannie, I'm really glad you're here so you can speak to that a little bit. And we'll look at a couple more examples of successful native pollinator gardens in commercial settings. So let's figure out if this is going to affect you. Well, do you live in an HOA or any kind of planned development? Do you affiliate with a school, an elementary, middle, high school? Do you work at an institution with grounds, meaning it's more than one building, like a hospital or a university or a government entity or even a research center? Or do you work in a commercial complex like an office park? And finally, do you affiliate or volunteer with any kind of religious or cultural institution like a church or a synagogue? Now, if you answered yes to even one of those questions, this bill is going to affect you, or rather it's going to change the landscapes that you spend time in. So the bill itself says or declares that the use of potable water to irrigate non-functional turf is wasteful and incompatible with state policy relating to climate change, water conservation, and reduced reliance on the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta system. So a little golf clap for water conservation in California. And this bill is going to prohibit the use of potable water, that's just drinking water, anything that comes out of your tap that's not recycled, for the irrigation of non-functional turf, which we'll talk about in just a second, located on commercial, industrial, institutional, homeowner property, common, blah, 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 blah. There's like a laundry list of the properties that this affects. What you need to know is it affects almost every property in the state except for single family homes. There are some exceptions, but single family homes are the big exemption. So first things first, let's understand what is non-functional turf. Like, what does that mean? So again, it's easier to understand this in the inverse. So functional turf is anything that is stepped on, used, played on by humans or pets, primarily for recreation or for community gatherings. So anywhere sports are being played, including golf courses, anywhere people are exercising, kids are playing, people are picnicking. If people are using it by actually being present on it in any way, that's considered functional turf, and that it does not fall under this law. Non-functional turf, again, is the inverse of that. So if humans are not using it to walk on, it's likely non-functional. So the most common versions of the most common version of non-functional turf, which is synonymous with ornamental lawn or decorative lawn, are in fronts of buildings where it's really just there to look pretty, or in curbside strips, which are those areas that are between like a street curb and a sidewalk. And when you start looking around, you're going to see non-functional turf everywhere. So it's going to be phased in over 3 years. So the first entity to be affected are government properties, and this will affect them starting January 1st, 2027, which means they have to turn off the tap on their non-functional turf in less than 2 years. That might sound like a long time, but when we talk about the scale of turf that people are going to need to transition and the amount of money that's going to take, people had better start at least budgeting now, so that they can make sure that they're ready to transition, unless what they want is a lot of dead lawn, which for a lot of properties is just not going to be acceptable. So government properties is maybe bigger than you think. You know, it's city halls and municipal buildings. It's also public schools and universities. So, you know, Alameda Unified School District, Oakland Unified School District, all those schools are going to have to comply, as well as public universities. That's the UC system. So, you know, any of the UC campuses are going to have to comply for turf that is not actively being used by students or teachers. It's also going to affect your public parks. So if you spend time at your local park with your dog or whoever, non-functional turf there is going to be affected. The next people that are going to be phased in are commercial, institutional, and industrial campuses. So that's like corporate parks, business parks, private schools and universities, private hospitals, religious institutions, and manufacturing and processing plants. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, are the homeowner association and common interest developments and planned unit developments. California has more HOAs than any other state, and a full 30% of Californians live in an HOA. And lawn is ubiquitous in HOAs. So this is going to be a really big deal, especially since these are the ones that are going to have to work really hard to budget for these transitions by building it into their reserve studies, just by starting to budget right away. So just so you know, this applies to common areas in homeowners associations and not to exclusive use areas. And if you don't know those terms, you probably don't live in an HOA and it doesn't affect you. But you can always ask in the chat or something. I can talk more about that later. So there are exclusions and exemptions. Inherently, this does not apply to single family homes. Inherently, it does not apply to landscapes irrigated with recycled water, and cemeteries are not covered under this law. Exemptions, apartment buildings are exempt because they typically don't have a lot of space available for a high density of people. Also, areas directly under the canopies of trees. So the authors of this law have recognized that trees are critical for our fight against climate change. So they are allowing irrigation to continue, even if it's with lawn, under the canopies of trees. But if you think you can, go and put a bunch of trees into the landscape and say, oh, I get to keep that lawn, unless that lawn is directly under the canopy of the tree, it's not going to work. And finally, low-income communities are exempt until 2031 or until public funds become available to help them transition. So let's try to wrap our heads around just how big this is. So how much non-functional turf is there in California? The answer is we really don't know. We have no idea. But the Municipal Water District of Southern California which is the largest water purveyor in the United States, covers about 3% of California, really high density area. So Los Angeles County, Orange County, a lot of areas in that sort of corner of Southern California. But in the end, they still only cover 3% of the land of California. So we're not factoring in 97% of California. And they alone estimate that in their service area, there's 51,000 acres of non-functional turf. If that means nothing to you, what I mean by that is it's almost 80 square miles of non-functional turf. And if that still means nothing to you, what that is the same land mass as Oakland. So hopefully that'll help you wrap your head around, how much non-functional turf there's likely to be throughout the state. So, of course, this is an unprecedented opportunity. There is going to be so much space that people are not going to know what to do with. And this is a really good chance to start advocating for pollinator gardens and native gardens. Even if it's not for an entire property, if we can have small amounts of pollinator gardens like Doug Tallamy showed earlier, it was like a 4 by 4 foot. Hopefully we can go a little bigger than that. But the point is, some small amount of pollinator area, the impacts could be huge. So imagine for a second that you are, a migrating animal flying over this ultra urban area, and you are tired and you're thirsty and you're hungry, and there's no place for you to land if it looks like that. Again, if we start implementing these pollinator gardens, just imagine the impact that could have on local and migrating wildlife. And furthermore, what impact would that have on humans? So Doug Tallamy and Kathy and other people have done a really good job of really clearly explaining why the survival and health of pollinators is critical, really, for the survival of the human race. I mean, it's too big to even think about. So on a smaller level, we can think about the impact that it has on our mental health. So one of the things that sort of was popularized during the pandemic was the fact that being in contact with nature was really critical for maintaining mental health. And studies found that in some cases, spending time in nature was as effective as antidepressants. That is so powerful. So there's not a whole lot of studies on birds and pollinators and the impacts they have on human mental health, but the ones they do have show that encounters with bird life were associated with time-lasting improvements in mental well-being, and that most people who experience bird song find it as restorative from psychological stress and attention fatigue. And bird watching in particular yielded promising results with higher gains in subjective well-being and more reduction in distress than more generic nature exposures such as walks. And the sound alone is so impactful that when BP gas stations throughout Europe used bird songs in their bathrooms, customer service satisfaction rose by 50% in a gas station bathroom. I mean, come on. And this all makes a lot of sense when you look at it through the lens of what is called biophilia. And this is a concept that's gone all the way back to the times of Galileo, but was popularized in the 80s. And it posits that humans have an innate need to connect with other life forms, possibly evolutionarily because our health is reliant on their health. But, you don't need a study to tell you this. Who has a pet that they snuggle? Who gets happy when, they see a bird come to their yard or a butterfly float overhead? We all know that bringing wildlife around is exciting. So again, we have this huge opportunity to start implementing pollinator gardens in these huge public and semi-public spaces. But we might only get one shot at this. We have to do it right, which means that, first of all, we need to be aware of what goes into a public garden versus a residential garden. And the first thing we need to consider is that there's a lot of stakeholders. In your residential garden, maybe it's you and your family, and you're only working towards those people. But in a commercial garden, there's a lot of people with different needs, different objectives. Some of those needs and objectives conflict sometimes. There's also a liability issue, which, we are an extremely litigious country, unfortunately, and people sue over the most ridiculous things. So I won't even go into it, but just know that, liability is a huge, huge factor for public landscapes. And generally, you just have a lot less control over, what's going on because there are so many cooks in that kitchen. So like I said, I pulled out 5 essential qualities for, the successful implementation and sustenance of a commercial garden. And the first one that we alluded to is to be collaborative with all of those stakeholders that we're talking about. So the first thing that really needs to happen is you need to buddy up. It's really hard to be taken seriously when you're just one person. It doesn't mean you're not capable. It's just hard to get traction. Plus, there's going to be a lot of work involved. So if you are 2 or more people, better yet, a small team of people, you're just going to have better luck actually reaching your goals. And you want to involve facilities and management early in the process. So, in every sort of commercial setting, a school or parks or otherwise, there are maintenance people that are charged with taking care of these gardens. And they will be your best friend or your worst enemy. They'll know where the soil is good, where the sun is good, where you can and can't plant. And if you involve them and you respect their wishes and their knowledge, they will be on your side. If you don't and you alienate them, you're going to have a really hard time with everything. So just make sure, this is their livelihood. They do it day in and day out. Make sure you're wrapping them in, and it's going to affect them perhaps more than anybody else. And make sure you're interviewing the other stakeholders, other people that use the space. If they present you with challenges, you can design for them. But if you put something in the ground and then they have a problem afterwards, it's very hard to repair. The second is, of course, you've got to get funded, not just for the implementation, but also for the long-term maintenance. Because, again, any garden that gets put in the ground, if there's not a plan for taking care of it, it's not going to last. And if it doesn't last, then we're not going to reap the same benefits. And people are going to see those gardens and say, oh, that looked great for a year and then it died and blah, blah, blah. And, we're going to end up with a lot of naysayers. So there's a couple options. Kathy alluded earlier to the EBMUD, Contra Costa County, and Alameda County Water District rebates for up to $20,000. Those are rebates. They show up on your water bill, so you have to front the money, but you will get it back in terms of water savings or water rebates. Your local resource conservation district, every county has an RCD, and they have lines into a lot of different sources of information. At the very least, they can give you support. They also know if there are any grants available. Right now, they actually have their own grant available for pollinator gardens in Contra Costa County. And they'll know where you can get plants. Like, for example, the Xerces Society is currently giving away native plants to people who want to plant a pollinator garden and who qualify. And finally, if you can't get enough money for either of those, well, you can turn to your community organizations like your parent-teacher groups or maybe even crowdfund. So third, and by the way, this is the skyline restoration project. I have so many good pictures. It's really stunning. Okay, this is the hardest and the most important step. You have to start small and you have to keep it simple. If you are trying to advocate in a public space, you can expand later, but it is critical. You are setting an example. You are showing people that something can be done and it can be done well. And then they will sort of give you the flexibility to go on, or, they'll help you, whatever it is. But you have to keep it to a manageable scale so that it doesn't get out of control. And again, that is very difficult for anybody. I fully acknowledge that, but you just have to make sure you're biting off a manageable chunk before moving on. Massing plants together, Doug talked about that earlier. What that means is taking the same plants and putting in a group of them, like 5 or 7 of them, as opposed to one of this and one of that and 2 of that and 1 of that. That's for a couple of reasons. For one, it's better for pollinators because they expend less energy moving from flower to flower. To the human eye, it's a lot easier to understand. And from a maintenance perspective, it's also easier to take care of. And no special maintenance requirements. Don't plant a garden where you're like, oh, as long as somebody, does it, as long as Leslie is here to do our super special native pruning, which is awesome, but, very specialized thing. If the facilities people are not able to do that well, you may think you're going to be there forever to sort of lead to guide this. But people leave, they move on in jobs, they pass away, they move away. So you want to make sure that you are not planting something for failure. Make sure your pollinator garden is appropriately located. Most gardens like sun, not all pollinator plants, but a lot of pollinator plants like sun. If you are close to a riparian area or open spaces, you can draw in local wildlife that is already there. In a city setting where you're not going to have a lot of sort of wildlife passing by inherently, it's going to take them a minute to find you. But if you're next to a space like that, then, it's a lot easier to draw them into your site. And finally, you want to make sure that you're getting that human benefit. And in order to do that, you have to spend some time there. So make sure that it's visible from a comfortable observation spot. So, benches are a great example, obviously, but also make sure you're providing a little bit of shade. You don't want to sit there in the heat and the sun for half an hour, unless you've got your sunscreen handy and all that. And finally, what you're doing and your garden needs to be communicated with the other stakeholders and with the other people that use this spot. And so what you want to do is you want to frame it and define it. Make sure they know what they're looking at, because it's going to look very different from a typical commercial landscape. And if you can manage those expectations, then people will be much more open to it. Signage is, of course, the best way to do this. And signage can be as detailed as this awesome sign on the left. It could be as simple as something that just says pollinator habitat. And for your individual plants, you can have these great signs that, of course, are available at Bringing Back the Natives website. And once you're done, spread the word, tell people, draw them in. If they're not going to walk by it, make sure they know it's there so they can come and visit. So there you have it, the 5 qualities. I'm not going to go through them again, but these will be available later if you want them. So now we're going to talk a little bit about a couple really successful implementations of native pollinator gardens in public or semi-public spaces. The first one is Prospect Sierra Elementary School in El Cerrito. Jeannie's here. Kathy talked about Melody earlier. And what they did is there was sort of a section of their school that was a little run down. And between the two of them, they decided that they wanted to renovate it and they wanted to put in a nice little native garden. So they did that. They started really small, and just the two of them. They got permission, and then they installed it on a Saturday, and people really liked it. So it got a lot of traction. People were like, oh, that looks so much better than whatever it was before. So they then got permission for a second little garden, which was equally successful. And eventually it generated enough interest that the teachers and the students and the administrators were all interested in doing more. So they went from these micro gardens to installing an almost 5,000 square foot native garden. That's a big space. And they also did some fun signage. They engaged the kids. There's a lot of really cool photos of, like kids interacting with the plants, but, for obvious reasons, we can't share those, but they were really involved. And so here is what the 5,000 square foot garden, obviously you can't see all of it. This is what it looked like before, and this is what it looks like after. And that speaks for itself. It's so much more interesting, so much more dynamic. And I'm told that the kids go out of their way to go through this garden instead of walking down the road or instead of walking down the sidewalk. Some larger, even more commercial examples. Thank you to Mary DeTeo for these photos. This is the Google experience in Mountain View, so obviously about as big and commercial as you can get. And it's a very simple plant palette. They've massed a lot of plants together, and I think it works. It really evokes a sense of place. And they've installed signage, so people know what it is that they're looking at, why. Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. This one I just love. So this is a church in Mountain View. Again, Mary DeTeo gave me these photos. And, they've got plants massed together. There's a big clump of ceanothus, a big clump of hummingbird sage. There's some benches to observe the spot. And there's even an umbrella there to keep people out of the sun. And I mean, this is a place I would want to sit and watch. I just think it's so well done. And finally, this is at the Woodside Library, which again, very simple planting scheme, plants massed together. It's very easy to understand with your eye. There's a good place to sit and watch it. And there's signage so that you can see what plants you're looking at. So that brings us to the end of this presentation. If you want more information about anything, there's lots of resources available. If you have more questions about the law, you can go to nonfunctionalturf.com. That does go to my website. This is not a sales call, but there's lots of free information there. For all kinds of how-to guides, including a very detailed school garden implementation guide done by Kelly Marshall, and also lots of great signs that were done by Jennifer Durking. All of that is available at Bringing Back the Natives. If you're in a school, Green Schoolyards is a great resource. Xerces is a great resource for pollinator plants. Somebody was talking about Calscape earlier, another fabulous resource for California native plants. And finally, I don't think I've heard anybody talk about this yet, but theodorepayne.org has some of the best maintenance guidance for native plants, which is sort of hard to come by. So that's it for me. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions, but I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen.
Okay, that was terrific. Thank you so much. Nice and clear and thorough. There were some questions in the chat. So one was, is artificial turf going to be allowed to replace the lawn?
Oh, God. So apparently cities now have the right to ban artificial turf, but not all cities have. I don't know if any cities have. So yes, it will be allowed to replace lawn, which is horrible. So yeah, find it if you can.
That's why I really am interested in talking to people about this, so that they can weigh in with their decision makers and agitate and advocate for the best thing for a native plant garden, and not the easy thing like just putting rocks on it or leaving it as wood chips or whatever. Now, somebody had asked me before, can people irrigate? They're going to be putting in new plants. Can they put in irrigation?
Yeah, they can. They can irrigate it as long as it's not turf.
Yeah. I want to say that Rebecca gave another great presentation, I think last year sometime. We had 2 presentations on HOAs, and one of them, and these presentations are on the tour's YouTube channel, I think in the live area. I forget which side they're in. But one of the presentations was 3 HOAs where they were able to successfully implement native plant gardens and how they did it. And all of them talked about the need for education. Some of them bought the Keystone species signs and they hung them in the lobby. They put out newsletters and talked about the value of native plants. They had speakers. Jennifer Durking came and gave talks at some of them. And the other presentation was by Rebecca, and she gave a talk on why it's hard to get native plant gardens into HOAs, which was really interesting. So people interested in HOAs might want to go to the channel and look at that. Jeannie, I wonder, do you have anything you would like to add about the Prospect Sierra garden? Do you want to unmute yourself and pop in? So I can't hear you yet. Well, Jeannie's getting herself. There you go. Hi, Jeannie. So Jeannie was a teacher at Prospect Sierra Elementary School, and it really actually had the idea for the native plant garden and got the whole project going. And you want to talk about, getting that garden in, or maybe the value or impact of having a native plant garden instead of a lawn out front?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to just strongly underline everything Rebecca said. Those 5 qualities, those are so true. And we didn't follow some of them. I mean, it was me and Melody. The facilities manager gave us permission. But if I were going to do it over again, boy, I would work more closely with the regular custodial guys. I really would have gotten them on board. I would have done some more educating and partnering with them because I did it all. I mean, really, I was the one going out watering. I mean, there was a, what do you call it, irrigation system, but we planted outside of that all the time. So, but I just feel like that was a 16 by 300 foot stretch. And it was kind of part of the wallpaper, No, I mean, it was just there. Nobody noticed it. But once that we did it in 2 stages. Once that first stage with the path was put in, it's like it woke up the community. And I mean, kids really could not go on that path. And when I think about it, I was thinking earlier as I was listening, what that path allows with plantings on either side is for kids to enter the school having taken a walk in nature. And then when they leave, they do the same thing. And that has got to be soothing for the soul. It's got to allow them to shed any, anxieties, worries, whatever, and, give them a little joy either way. I think also it's been a great, excuse me, I also have Melody's thing. I don't know how we're not seeing each other, but we're in sync.
I can yell this together.
Yeah. The teachers are, and especially Melody being the science teacher, they're involving the front yard and the other two little ones in their curriculum. I mean, Melody has done bee counts in the front yard, as opposed to we have a little back garden that has, vegetables and ornamentals and stuff. They did a comparison with how many bees they could count, stuff like that. And also, the school has been partnering with Ohlone community, and that's where those signs came in, and that's part of the curriculum, the fourth grade curriculum. So there's been a lot going on.
Melody wrote up a nice page on how every grade from kindergarten through fourth uses the native plant gardens.
Yeah, I'm not there anymore, so I miss all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to tell you, at the time, it was just, I asked teachers what they'd like to see when they look out the window. They had no idea. Really, none of them at the time. We have a great view of the bay. But I bet if you ask them now, they would say something. Because when I was still there, when the windows were open, they could hear the bees. And they could see, or they noticed hummingbirds, and one end has toyons growing across, and they can watch the progress from flowering to berries. I mean, there's all kinds of things that kind of place the school and its activities in the larger world, seats it in the world around them. It's not separate. So anyway, I'm a big fan, but I would do it differently. I would involve more people. We do, Melody told me that there is a group of parents that is really interested in one in particular has experience and knowledge. And I'm encouraging her to get those guys involved in, helping the school make good decisions about the garden and how uptake and maintenance is really an issue. I mean, I was there recently and saw, and this is what happens in gardens, things die. Things thrive and things don't thrive. So, there's got to be a little bit of attention to that. And Melody and I were talking about what could be planted in the empty spots. Talking to the fourth grade, do they want to plant a bunch of monarch
Agreed.
or plants? Not just milkweed, but, plenty of other things. So it's got to be ongoing. You can't just plant it once and then forget about it. Go ahead.
I think what let's do, because we're running over now, is once we've recovered our breath, maybe Rebecca, you can send me some of the either your presentation or pertinent information, and we'll make up a section on the website and probably in the Doug Tallamy section on AB 1572 and resources. And I see that Jessica, you have a link to how you worked with your church to make a guide. And so I can put those links there. Jessica, can you send me your link when this is over? And I'll put up the school sheet that Melody made. I think we should probably wrap up because we're running over. I want to say, Rebecca, that was a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. Katie, I'm so glad that you could join us today. And I have one last thing to show here, and it's actually about the non-functional turf. And it is that EBMUD says not sure what to do with non-functional turf. The East Bay Municipal Utility District is here to help. The district's popular landscape rebate program makes it easy and affordable to replace non-functional turf with a beautiful water-wise garden. So EBMUD normally has a $15,000 rebate available to commercial customers. That would be HOAs or a school district or a city. Up through the end of next year, they're offering an additional $5,000 to if entities are removing their lawn because of the non-functional turf ban. So like an HOA could get up to $20,000 from East Bay Mud to remove its non-functional turf and replace it with a garden. EBMUD says that means less water wasted and the opportunity to create more stunning landscapes that support biodiversity and beautify our neighborhoods. You can go to ebmud.com/rebates to find out more and to apply. And some of the plants that East Bay Mud recommended: California lilac, currant, and fuchsia. And I want to say with that, the final word, if you haven't had a chance to donate yet and you enjoyed our program, then please do take this opportunity. I'll send out a follow-up email with information from these presentations that would be useful to people. The tour goes on tomorrow from 10 to 2:30. We have a presentation from Stephanie, who's a fantastic presenter, Stephanie Preugel, on her garden, how she converted her lawns into a wildlife habitat. We have a presentation from Berkeley Fire Chief Colin Arnold on how to harden your home and garden for fire safety. And let's see, we have a presentation on native fire-resistant plants. Lois Simons is going to have a presentation on garden in Walnut Creek. Aaron Deem is going to give a presentation on bird-safe windows. And I may be missing one. Oh, and Susan Karasoff is going to give a talk, like that life-changing talk for Deborah Underwood. Susan Karasoff is going to give it on gardening for native bees tomorrow. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today. I'd like to thank our funders for making the tour possible. If I won't see you tomorrow, I look forward to bumping into you, I hope, on the in-person tour on May 3 and 4 this year. Thank you very much for joining us. Jessica, will you save the chat so we don't lose it?
No problem.
Okay, and then if anybody has questions, we can hang on for a couple minutes and see if anybody has questions for Rebecca while we kind of finish our cleanup. Mike, do we need to what do we need to do to end?
Do you want me to turn off the recording?
I think why don't we turn off the recording? I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Jessica, so much for being with us again today.
All right, the recording is stopped. We're still broadcasting on YouTube.
Okay.
I will say really quickly that East Bay Mud, Contra Costa County, and Alameda Water District, they all offer 20,000, but I think it's either Hayward or Fremont that has an unlimited amount of financial incentives. I mean, it's only so much per square foot, but there's no cap on it. And Valley Water, which is the peninsula, goes up to $100,000.
That is amazing. So, where the water is getting all this money?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really hoping that as this law becomes more well known and sort of more imminent, that more money will be made available, because it's going to be very expensive.
Mm-hmm. I found out from East Bay Mud that what that $20,000 is $20,000 per commercial account. So I'm assuming it's like a city is a commercial account, and they get $20,000 to spend, for the area in front of their civic center and the health center and, parks. And I think the school district is an account. and it's can be refreshed, I think, every 2 years, I think is how that goes. So yeah. Let's see. I think we'll probably see April tomorrow, same information. No April, look at the agenda, which is on the tours website for tomorrow's. Look at the online tour section for tomorrow's agenda. I think we'll probably wrap this up and see everybody again, Jessica, at 9:15 tomorrow, you think again? Sound good? All right, thank you very
Sounds
much.
lovely.
How do we stop now?
Thank you, Kathy.
I'll
Thank
just
you
close
very
out the
much,
call for
Rebecca. We'll
everybody.
see you at Skyline. When do you go? Thursdays or Sundays?
Oh, I've only been that one time, but it was like popping. It was amazing.
Yeah, okay. Well, I want to be able to go too when my workload slows down. So maybe I'll meet you there.
Okay, that sounds good.
Send me your contact information if you would. I'll put it into the next email that I sent out.
Okay, I will.
Good. All right. Thank you, Rebecca.
Bye.
Bye-bye.